They hate when you elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself. Yeah, why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on the jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water all blood like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah. I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know. Hey, when you elevate, the second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate.
Am I coming in clear, guys?
I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate.
Y'all hear me in the building? Am I coming in clear? I know there's only 4 of us in here. Let us pile in a little bit. Salute to everybody in the building. We got a lot to politic about tonight. I actually wrote it all out. Whole lot of stuff going on. Canelo, Munguia, Ryan Garcia still in the top of the headlines. Gervonta and Frank, Edgar Berlanga, Caleb Plant, David Benavidez. I mean, we got so much to talk about. I don't even know what to talk about first. Waiting on Ray to come in as well, but I don't know. He might be a little tied up, but we will see. How's everybody doing in the building tonight? There's only 5 of us in here. How's everybody doing tonight in the building? 1 second here. We on. Okay, I missed it somehow. That's interesting. Don't see you. How about we do it like this? We stacking up in the building. Give us a little minute. What's good? What's good? What's good? Salute freaking fly. Salute Texas 16. What's the deal, man? What's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? Put my little headset on so I can hear everybody, hear myself. A lot going on. Ain't seen you guys in about a week. What am I lying about? I seen you guys on Saturday night. Mr. Big Play. Salute, 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 salute. Yeah, the new Tuesday night fights for sure. We got a lot to politic about tonight, man. We got the Canelo Munguia. I'm sure you guys caught that fight. Some of y'all caught it with me. Some of y'all caught it on your own. You know what I mean? But a good fight. Shout out to both those gentlemen who put the work in on Saturday night. Even, you know, Munguia. Jaime did the work, didn't he? Let's be honest. Jaime did the work. What a victory in a loss, right? Lost the fight, but gained a lot of fans. Got a lot of respect from the space. Definitely got a lot of respect from me. I already had respect for Munguia, you know what I mean? But, you know, it was good to see him show up. Canelo, we're going to talk about it, Texas 16, because although, like I said, what a victory and a loss for Munguia, but as far as Canelo Alvarez is concerned, you know, there was a victory there. I'm not going to say there was any kind of loss there, but, you know, we always got to talk about the next thing for a fighter. When we look at Canelo, when we talk about the future of Canelo, we look at the next thing up for him. We talk about potentially Edgar Berlanga, or what we all, well, I'd say most of us want in a David Benavidez, or what a Turki Al-Sheikh is looking for in a Terrence Crawford, or what all the Puerto Ricans in America are looking for in the Edgar Berlanga. We got to analyze it fair and say, you know, what's going on? What does it look like for Canelo in the future? In his victory, what did he pull out of it? I also, we could talk about a little bit how the crowd wasn't necessarily feeling his energy, continuing to be very resistant to the whole idea of him and David Benavidez fighting. The crowd wasn't too pleased with that, right? So we're going to talk about that as well. Salute, Sonny Augustine. Salute. Yeah. Texas 16 says it was a glimpse of him getting old or him having mercy. One or the other, right? Because there's also a lot of rumors out there talking about him, carrying Jaime Munguia through the fight. I don't know if I necessarily saw him doing that. I can understand, though, being that it looks like Canelo did have a lot of respect for Jaime Munguia. He went at Jaime. It looked like he was being very respectful with Jaime Munguia in the ring. Was he holding him? I don't know, because he was hitting him with some heavy shots. The shots he was hitting Jaime with were pretty. Any of those shots could have stopped Jaime Munguia, or another fighter, would have been on their ass and didn't get back up. So I don't know if it was so much mercy. I think maybe a little bit of both, but I would say more so towards the age, right? Just him slowing the fight down. I think in the beginning of the fight, right, guys, Munguia was moving at a pace that looked like it was kind of disturbing Canelo a little bit, you know what I mean? But, ultimately that power neutralizes a lot. Once he was able to sit Munguia down, I think it was in that fourth round, he was able to slow that pace down of the fight. But Munguia still kept coming on, but it became very manageable for Canelo. Once he was able to manage the pace and the pressure, we all saw what happened. Let's see here. Canelo still has pop, but he is, I'm gonna say, slowing down. But that's to be expected with his age. 100%, Mr. Big Play Braid. That is exactly what's to be expected with his age. And keeping that in mind, guys, have you guys thought about what the next step is going to be for Canelo? What do you guys see Canelo doing? I appreciate you, TR. Yeah, we're doing some things. You're going to see a lot of things changing, actually. Got a big, I got some things coming. I got a logo coming. I got a couple glass cases about to get put in there. Yeah, TR, we're going to step it up, man. We're going to do it the right way, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Texas, after the knockdown, Munguia was in acceptance and regroup mode till the end of the ninth. Yeah, right, Texas? I don't know what round it was. You're saying it was a ninth. I didn't really put my finger on the pulse of what round it was. But, yeah, I did notice, like, from the moment he got knocked down, it did take him some time to kind of, like, regain that confidence back in his ability to be aggressive, and it looked like he became a little shell-shocked. Like, him getting set on his pockets probably confirmed a lot of things that he didn't want to accept, right? Like, I'm the bigger guy. I bring the pressure. I'm not going to let the way Canelo fights or what people know about Canelo to get in my head. I'm going to fight my fight. But once Canelo sat him down in his pockets, it seemed like it changed. It seemed like a little reality settled in for him a little bit. Like, all right, well, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, I didn't think Munguia was necessarily hurt, but it definitely caught his attention, and he definitely had to get back into his game plan gradually. You said it was the ninth round. Maybe it was. I don't know what round it was, but, he did ultimately have to get it back together. Canelo kept drawing out or pressing Munguia's high-octane steam out of him. No homo. Yeah, definitely no homo, Texas. Definitely no homo. Salute. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, I have no problem with any of that. I agree with that. You know what I mean? Munguia had to find himself, but I think he found something about himself, right? Those are one of those fights that kind of tell you about yourself. You know what I mean? His ability to weather that storm. I mean, would you guys still agree that Canelo's one of the hardest punchers? And is he? Well, first of all, guys, is Canelo the best super middleweight in the world? How about that? Can we talk about that a little bit? Is Canelo Alvarez the best super middleweight in the world? No doubt, Texas. I'm going to tell you like this for me. I have to say, as much as Canelo has annoyed me in recent history, I've always had respect for Canelo, but in recent history, with the way he's handled the David Benavidez situation, I haven't been too fond of Cinnamon, right? Of Saul. But I have to be honest. This is my credibility on the line. I gotta say yes. Canelo Alvarez. Outside of my prejudice towards the way he's carried himself, you know what I'm saying, is probably the best super middleweight in the world. And keeping that in mind and saying that he is the best super middleweight in the world, watching Jaime Munguia perform with Canelo like he did Saturday night, I'm sure people want to say things like he was carrying Jaime Munguia, but let's just for a moment accept the fact, or just try on this jacket, that he didn't carry Munguia. That Munguia just really put on a show, showed that he was durable, showed that he had a great chin on him, that he could take a good shot. He represented Mexico in a real good light. You know what I mean? And that being said, and taking that into consideration, where does that put Jaime Munguia as far as we're concerned in that super middleweight division right now? You know, for me personally, I think it puts him up there, definitely top 3, right? You definitely got to put him in the same conversation of David Morrell and David Benavidez. And for argument's sake, us saying that David Benavidez and David Morrell presently at the moment are at 175 pounds, looking to be aiming at championships and all types of legacy accolades in that division. Right now, if we remove them out of the conversation, out of 168, is Jaime Munguia the number 2 best super middleweight in the world right now? Can Bud KO Canelo? TR, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it, man. TR, you let me know, man. Is that the only way to win a fight? I think the bigger question should be, can Bud beat Canelo? I don't think it has to be, can Bud KO Canelo, right? I mean, that's a cool question, but what's the most important question? The most important question is, can Terrence Crawford beat Canelo Alvarez? Well, if you guys follow me on the show and hear me talking close enough, you know how I feel about that. You know, I think Bud definitely can. He definitely can beat Canelo. Knock Canelo out? Listen, man, I don't know. Canelo, I mean, another thing is Canelo showed he had a hell of a beard on him on Saturday night too, you know? Hell of a beard on him, right? Munguia was hitting him with some shots, some good shots that would have sat some other people down. And Canelo was able to weather those storms. So he's got a real beard on him. And at the end of the fight, pretty boy Canelo, right? Smooth face, ready to go to the club, ready to go to the bar. No bruising, no swelling, no hemorrhaging, and you know, any of his orifices. You know what I'm saying? So can Bud knock Canelo out? You know, I'm not saying anybody can, you know, Terrence can, it could happen. The likeliness of it, no, I don't think so. You know, Tank and Inoue are closer to the size than Bud and Canelo. That's interesting. That actually brings up another topic that we could talk about a little bit as well, right? Tank, but Tank seems, man, we're gonna be talking about Frank and Tank, and really Tank, because Tank has just really jumped into his own, right? He's really just, I see, you know, when Tank Davis fought Ryan Garcia, like right at the end of that Hector Garcia fight, I said, okay, well, now that he's leaving the money team and it's official at this point, I wanted to see Tank boss up, right? I wanted to see Tank do his thing. I wanted to hear him talk more. It was refreshing, you know what I mean? To see him in the light that he was in on Saturday. We get to talk about what Tank says now, you know, because most of the conversations that surround around Tank, Claymore, how's your beard throughout the years? Man, I got a Glock 30 that stays with me wherever I go. You know what I mean? We don't want the beard tested. We done with the beard being tested. But I would say I've had my beard tested and it's been okay. But nowadays, you know, at 47 years old, I ain't afraid to tell you my age. We gonna make sure the beard stays intact, and we're not looking for the beard to be tested no more. Plus, I got a son who got crazy hands too. He got crazy hands. So you know how we carrying it. You know what I mean, TR? We grown out here. The beard will never, the time for the beard being tested has passed, brother. We're in another chapter in our life. If you guys ever wanted to test my beard, you should have came to see me about 5 to 10 years ago. We passed that. We passed that. We got lawyers, and we fighting those cases. You heard? We fighting those cases. But seeing salute. Talk to me in the building. Salute. Right. So as I was saying, I wanted to see, oh man, frequent. I didn't know, brother. Oh, I know why I didn't know. You could have told me anyway, but I understand. We ain't celebrating those things, but you know what I mean? Even though you don't want it, happy birthday. You know what I'm saying? You know, I wanted to see Tank get into his own. And the reason I did is because I was tired of fighting with Tank fans all the time, right? About what Tank means or what he's saying or what he wants to happen, or, you know, arguing with him about things arguing with the fan base that Tank wasn't even saying. You know, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I fell off the Tank. I backed up off of attacking Tank. And I like to think I was never really into attacking Tank, right? It was just always getting into it with the fan base, who would always be speaking for Tank in a way that when Tank did get an opportunity, when he would tweet, right? Normally that's how he communicate with the world. A lot of that was like contradictory, right? Like, Leonard Ellaby say Tank is at 135. He not looking to fight nobody bigger than him. Tank could go down to 130. And then Tank put a tweet out saying, he'll beat Sean Porter up. You know what I mean? And Sean Porter got beat, 147 pounds. You know what I mean? Or him making statements about fighting Conor Benn at 147 or 154, whatever that might be. And the fan base really like talking about how Devin Haney had to deplete himself and bring himself down to 135 to fight Tank, and how Tank wasn't going to go up in weight. Just little things of that nature would made it very difficult to argue. You just got into these arguments with the fan base, and it got tiring. So I fell back. So to see Tank the way he was looking on Saturday night, just owning the room, right? Just making a tour of the room, a tour of different social media bases, like $1 Million Worth of Game and Cigar Talk, and every camera that got in his face, he had something to say. He stayed on the scene, following Frank Martin through the crowd as Frank Martin was doing his interview, bombing Frank Martin's interview, and just speaking. And you could just tell like the difference between. This was the first time for me, that I saw the difference between Tank Davis without Floyd Mayweather. If that makes any sense. Tank was acting like a real diva at the press conference. Came on. I got Frank for the upset. No doubt, Sonny. No doubt, Sonny. But you know what, Sonny? Salute TY. Salute TY in the building. Salute, Sonny, man. We're gonna talk about that too, right? We're gonna talk about that too. We definitely gonna talk about that too. Tank was definitely. Look, I want to know who Tank is. I've been wanting to know who Tank is. I know who Tank is in the ring, right? But I've been wanting to know who Tank was just outside the ring. Just who is Gervonta Tank Davis or Abdul Wahid? Who is this guy? Shout out to Hood Rich, you know what I'm saying, who's always made himself available to defend Tank and speak for Tank and let it be known that Tank is a good dude. But it's nothing like hearing it from the horse's mouth, right? So we got to see, in my opinion, even with going into the confrontation he had with Devin Haney, we got to see Tank Davis be himself without any muzzle on, without any type of restraint, no type of media training restraint that, Floyd looked like he had on him or Leonard looked like he had on him. You got to see Leonard play the background, stay quiet, and allow Tank to do whatever he feels like doing. He's the face of boxing. He should be able to say whatever he wants to say. And he took full advantage of it. He took full advantage of his face of boxing privileges. And he did, to me, it was refreshing to see him to do what he does. I want to see him do more. I want to get to know Tank. I think we're all about to get to know Tank in a whole different way. And we're going to make up our minds as the days go by and the months go by, and maybe even the years go by. We're going to all get a chance to make up our mind if we like Tank Davis or not, right? What do we think about Tank Davis? We love Tank Davis in the ring. We love what he does in the ring. We want to see him fight the best fighters in the world because we know he's up there, but we don't know Tank. And now we get an opportunity to know Tank. Let's see what's going on up here. Tank was acting. Salute J Pit City, by the way. Let me see. He didn't need to bring up the man girl. Claymore. No doubt, Sonny. No doubt. Claymore, I like you better when you're not pressing Ryan. All right, I feel you. Hey, TR. Sometimes you got to. I'm be pressing people you don't want me to press. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? I have no problems with Ryan in real time, but I'm going to hold him accountable, right? Let's be honest. I'm gonna hold him accountable. I think that it's okay to be a fan of a fighter, but he's in a very choppy situation right now, right? When we're talking about PED usage in boxing, when we're talking about how devastating that could be to somebody's health, and he's in that conversation, right? You know what I'm saying? He's being accused not just by he say she say, by actual scientific data from a independent testing facility that was hired to police this part of the game. We gotta hold him accountable. And for me, I'll be honest with you, I've been a little bit uncomfortable with the way Ryan Garcia, just the pass it looks like the space is giving him when even though people don't like Devin Haney, he's a boxer at the end of the day, and his life was clearly in danger. We saw the punishment he took in that fight. And it was a lot of punishment. And if it turns out he was on PED, I think it's PEDs. It's safe to say that Devin Haney's life was in danger that night. You know, it was bad enough that Devin Haney, and I know a lot of people keep bringing up the whole entire, well, the way that, you know, what Ryan Garcia took didn't affect Devin Haney and make Devin Haney fight as poorly as he did. And I understand that people don't want the victory taken away from Ryan. They don't want it. They don't want us to forget that Devin Haney actually got exposed in some ways and things that he has to fix for himself. And I agree with that, right? But there's a point where that begins and ends, and the bigger conversation starts, which is performance enhancement drug usage in the boxing community and people dying in the ring or dying because of what happens in the ring, and how sensitive a topic that is. Like I brought up Zab Judah, somebody who went to the hospital and was in a little bit of a coma for a little bit of time trying to get over what happened to him after he fought somebody who was on PEDs, right? This is real life attempted murder in some cases when you really put some perspective on it. So I'm not trying to rag on Ryan Garcia, but the conversation is one that we can't be scared to have. And just because maybe somebody we like is the focal point of it because they're in it, you know, they're not above recourse at the end of the day, you know. Let's see here. Okay, we ain't got nothing going on in there. Okay. So yeah, back to the topic at hand as far as Tank Davis and Frank Martin is concerned. I didn't see anything in that press conference, to tell you the truth, guys, that made me say, all right, Frank's going to win, Tank's going to win. I think Tank is a dog, man. I mean, excuse me. We know Tank is a dog. I think Frank is a dog, man, right? We don't need to hide that or turn that into anything else more than that. So I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for I don't expect it to be a walk in the park for Tank Davis. But what I saw in that press conference was pure entertainment, selling the fight. And I enjoyed that, but I didn't walk away thinking one way or another. I'm still probably leaning more towards Tank. I'm leaning towards Tank to win the fight. I think he does bring the experience to the table, you know, fighting like he said. And I also appreciated how honest he was in that state. He wasn't being delusional. You know, you saw the difference between Tank Davis selling a fight at a press conference and Ryan Garcia selling a fight at a press conference, right? Tank seemed like he was more focused on the facts a little bit more. I mean, he said some things. He took shots at his girl and took, you know, but for the most part, he was keeping it boxing, saying, listen, man, you're not there yet. I like what he said on $1 million worth of game as far as saying you're a little green. You should have took a couple more fights. Your management might have led you down the wrong road. You might have should have took a couple of fights before you jumped in the ring with this caliber of fighter in front of me. I've been fighting since 7 years old. You're not on my level. You know, really taking shots at Frank Martin and trying, in my opinion, to convince Frank Martin that he's already lost his fight. You know what I mean? Trying to bring some reality to Frank Martin. And in my opinion, in that way, I don't think Frank Martin lost that press conference. In other words, I don't think he walked away feeling like worse about himself. Maybe he did. I don't know. But I don't think the mission was accomplished when it came to that. But, you know, Tank definitely won the press conference for argument's sake, being with just the control he took. He did what he was supposed to do, and I was really happy for him. He really did what he was supposed to do. Like he said, this is my show. This is my show. You know what I mean? This is what I do. And that's what he was supposed to do, and he did it well. JPC, I didn't know Frank's first sport was wrestling. I learned something new this weekend. Yeah, JP City, I'll be real with you. I didn't know it was wrestling either, but you know who else shares a similar background to Frank Martin when it comes to that? Terrence Bud Crawford, right? Terrence Bud Crawford has a wrestling background. That's a good background to have to be an athlete, right? Most wrestlers have very strong cores, right? And, you know, what people were thinking that Errol Spence was going to be like way stronger than Terrence Crawford, you saw that wasn't the case when they got in the ring with each other, right? You saw that Terrence Crawford was actually able to handle himself very well. And, you know, points in the fight was handling Errol Spence physically, right? Yeah, JP City, right? So that's going to be a factor in this fight is Frank Martin's ability to translate physically in a dominating way against Tank Davis, right? So that's something I'm eager to see too. I didn't know he was wrestling either. I'll be honest with you. I didn't know he raced it. Oh, you did? I didn't get it, but I'm gonna tell you, yo, Rachel, I'm gonna send that to you right now, though. I was supposed to send that. You see my new background? I've been working hard putting all this together, and I've been a little preoccupied. That's why we didn't have a live last night. I'm working on my studio a lot, but definitely I'm sending it right now. I definitely want you to. I really want you to come up here. I don't know why I didn't send you the sick. the link. 1 second here. Let's get this out the way. Rachel, check your email. I need you to come up here. I want you to come up here. I mean, you know what I mean? Pause. You know what I mean? Salute to no need. I mean that way. You know what I'm saying? But definitely come up here. I don't need it for that, and it doesn't look like that. Yeah. As I was saying, it's going to be interesting to see. Is Derek James the right trainer to prepare Frank for the fight? Man, great question, Sonny. Sony Augustine, great fucking question, brother. This is a big fight in many different ways, right? In many ways, people are going to say, I know me personally, I am looking into that way a little bit, as far as this is a big fight for Derek James. This is a redemption fight for Derek James. Is he the right trainer for Frank Martin? I gotta say yes, Sonny. Sonny, I gotta say yes, because at the end of the day, you know, I always quote the saying that Mike Tyson says, and I'm sure he got it from somebody who's smarter than him, that you leave the party with the guy who brought you to the dance, right? And at this point, no doubt, Rachel, no doubt. At this point, making any crazy changes in the game for Frank Martin would be detrimental to him. He needs that consistency. He needs somebody who knows him, somebody who's been working with him for the longest. And I think Derek James brings that element to the space when it comes to the conversation of Frank Martin competing at his highest level, right? So Derek James, I'm hoping that he's because I was about to say I'm hoping he's taking this as seriously as he's supposed to be taking it. But at the end of the day, I know he's a serious trainer. I'm sure he's taking all his fights seriously. But this fight right here does hold some significance to it, right? Him coaching and training Frank Martin into a victory over Tank Davis and Calvin Ford would literally, in my opinion, reignite the fire and the momentum that was behind him when he was 2 years in a row trainer of the year. Especially when you look at the idea of his relationship with Errol Spence right now, how strained that relationship seems to be over money. And you look at the fact that Frank Martin is Errol Spence's fighter. He's got a lot going on right now. And a victory would really speak highly of his skill set, of who he is, what he brings to the table. Now, I'm sure Ryan Garcia brings some light to him. That victory over Devin Haney was a good victory, but I think it's been tainted a little bit with all of the Ryan Garcia antics, and now with these performance enhancing drugs accusations and all the things that come with Ryan Garcia may have possibly tainted the whole entire respect that Derek James really, in my opinion, earned even in that fight, because I love the corner work he did with Ryan Garcia. I thought he really took control of that situation, but once again, just overshadowed by a lot of nonsense, in my opinion, right? So with this Frank Martin situation, this really puts him in position to take advantage. Actually, I have some. Nope. We solid, TR. We ready for that. We're gonna talk about that a little bit later too. You know what I'm saying? We solid in that area for sure. This is me. You know what I'm saying? This is what I do. This is what this was heading in anyway. So, but great question, TR, for sure. But Derek James, this is going to be a big move for Derek James. You know, him and Frank Martin together, they get to, Frank gets to do some redemption as well, right? Because a lot of people look down at Frank Martin for the way he handled the Shakur Stevenson's negotiations as well, right? So this is a big deal for Frank Martin as well. A lot of skin in the game for this fight. A lot of skin in the game for this fight. The little things claim more of the adjustments when the heat is around the corner. 100%. Salute Larry Lopez. Salute. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of skin in the game. Salute HLD in the building. You know what I mean? A lot of skin. In the game for Derek James and Frank Martin in this fight. A lot of skin in the game. what about Tank? How much skin is in the game for Tank? Because although everybody can say how they feel about Tank Davis and how sure they are about Tank dominating Frank Martin and what he's going to bring to the table, there's a lot of other moving parts in the Tank Davis story that are coming to fruition. This is the next chapter in Tank Davis's career right now. This is the Money Mayweather chapter of Tank Davis's career, right? From the pretty boy Floyd to the Money Mayweather. He owns his own promotional company now. He's in the space to speak his mind, to move in and push his narrative and his agenda forward. We get to see what Tank Davis does with the ball when he gets the ball, right? Because although a lot of people argue that Tank Davis had the ball his whole entire career, being that he was such a superstar and the way he became the face of boxing, he looked handled. Is that fair to say, guys? Tank Davis has always looked handled. He's always looked like Floyd's had to say, Leonard's had to say, Tom Brown's had to say. And Saturday night, we got to see him have his way, right? Everybody stayed out of his way. I actually saw Tank Davis tell Tom Brown to fall back, and he did. I was like, oh, Tank, damn. Like, we got this, man. We doing something right now. I saw Leonard Ellaby sitting in the background with his hands over his stomach, like playing his position. I'm like, oh, all right, I'm seeing Tank, you know what I mean? Tank really took control of that press conference. Every camera on me. Every camera in this building get on me. I'm running this. I'm about to sell this fight. I'm about to tell you how this is going on. I'm back. I know y'all miss me. I'm here to take all my respect back that you guys thought you took from me. I mean, it gets deep. Shout out to Tank Davis. He really showed out. I'd like to see Tank get knocked out just because. Salute to you. A ton in the media getting exposed today. More to come. Media subversion is real. Really, HLD? You got to school me to that. Who's getting exposed in the media? Am I part of that? I hope it. I don't want to get exposed. Please, guys. I don't want to. HLD, if you have any say in that crew, people who's exposing people today, if you could let them know I'm a good guy, don't expose me. I appreciate it. I'd like to see get knocked out just because. You know what? I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about the advantages of the faces of boxing losing, right? When the face of boxing losing, as bad as it is that the face of boxing loses, in some weird way, boxing seems to benefit from that. You know what I mean? Mainstream, no doubt, HLD. Well, no doubt. I'm not mainstream yet, so I'm clear. But when the faces of boxing lose, does that, you know, in some weird way, that like it just like it revitalizes the space, right? The boxing space. Like, because everything becomes more competitive now. People are fighting for the spot now. You know what I mean? That guy who lost, the face of boxing lost, he's looking for his redemption. So he's looking to get in the fights that are gonna fulfill that. The other guys who weren't the face of boxing start seeing opportunity for themselves to potentially do something. So they become a little more bold, a little more audacious with their approach to fights, and the respect level goes down enough to where everybody becomes human, right? So TR, as kind of messed up that is, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? To say you want to see him get knocked out just because, I could kind of see, you know, maybe your direction a little bit of where you coming from with that a little bit, right? With the whole idea of just that one guy sitting at the top, running the show, fighting who he wants to fight, not fighting who you want him to fight, you know, getting, you know, being the face of boxing, carrying that arrogant energy that usually leaves us as the fans in the dark, right? We get pushed to the side because they don't need it. Yeah, checks and balances for sure, TR. So I definitely understand that. If you guys saw me Saturday night, you saw me cheering for Jaime Munguia, right? I was definitely cheering for Jaime Munguia. I wanted Jaime Munguia to win that fight, and I did because, like TR just said, I wanted to restore balance to the super middleweight division. I wanted belts to become on the line. I wanted, you know, when you look at the fact that David Benavidez and David Morrell left the division and went to light heavyweight division, they did because of the dictatorship, right? The inability to move up. They hit as high as they were going to hit, and they didn't want to continue fighting for nothing. So they ended up leaving the space and going to a division to where they can get those accolades. And in many ways, that's a shame, right? But it's all good. But, you know, from time to time, it's good to see when the greats stay too long, when they sit there with the face of boxing, you know, jacket on too long, that crown on their head too long. Boxing seems to kind of get real placid. The lakes get real placid when that happens. And every now and then you want to see one of these faces of boxing fall so that we can see, you know, the excitement of boxing kick up again. So I understand where you're coming from. J Pitt City says Canelo carried that fight. He could have knocked him out. Man, J Pitt, I see a lot of people are saying that, you know, and I don't know, man. I think Jamie was just game, man. I think he was going to be hard to knock out. I really never seen, you know, at one point I'm like, he's going to walk him into something. I knew that Jaime Munguia was going to get sat down, but him getting knocked out was going to be hard for me. It was going to be something that I had to see. I don't know if I would agree with you on that. I don't know if Canelo carried him to that point. There was a lot of respect in that ring, though, without a doubt. I'll give you that. There was a lot of respect in that ring, and that may have influenced Canelo's aggression a little bit. But also, we saw Canelo Alvarez standing in the corner a lot in those fights. Why do you think he was doing that? That's that age. You know what I mean? It's a lot easier to just stand there than to constantly sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up. Before you know it, you wake up one day, they saying you're old. You know, and Canelo doesn't want to get old in the ring, right? He wants to get old at home with his family and his kids. So he was doing everything he could to contain the energy. To keep the momentum moving in the right direction, especially fighting against a volume puncher like Jaime Munguia. He didn't want conditioning to be an issue in this fight. So in many ways, it's fair to say Jaime Munguia just held his own. He was really a threat like that. He still kept, you know, he stayed in the fight. He's throwing punches in bunches. He still had bad intentions on his shots. He wasn't pity-pattying or playing around in the fight. He stayed there in the fight the whole entire fight. So at the end of the day, I'm not too sure if I can really co-sign Canelo carried him. I think we're used to seeing Canelo be Canelo, and sometimes people become superhuman to us, and we don't never really take into consideration the fact that, yo, this man's getting older in the ring, 60-plus fights in the ring. You know what I'm saying? There does come a time where we're going to anticipate that Canelo is going to slow down, and maybe Saturday night was an example of that. Let's see here. J Pitt City says it was target practice. Munguia got to work on defense. I respect his high output, though. 100% J Pitt. You know, there was no hiding the fact that Munguia was the young guy in the ring, right? He was the guy who needed the work. You saw it. You know what I mean? That was an opportunity that he just couldn't pass up. Oscar was going to let him pass it up, and I don't think he would have let that opportunity pass him up. You get a chance to fight the face of boxing, you take it, not to mention the payday that comes with it. But there was definitely a difference of experience in the ring. You saw it. Canelo Alvarez being the experienced veteran who's been there before, who was able to just weather the storm, stay in the paint. Timing was there, taking advantage of his opportunities, you know what I'm saying? And Jaime Munguia, who's just doing the young guy thing, who's just throwing 4 or 5 shots, hoping to land 1 or 2 of them. He didn't really have the accuracy. He wasn't really placing the punches. The shot placement wasn't there for Jaime Munguia. So, yeah, definitely has a lot to work on, but he's a young guy, and that's what he's supposed to look like. How many young guys are going to give that kind of performance against the Canelo Alvarez? What do we expect to see from Edgar Berlanga if he's the one supposedly? That's what the rumor is. Is he going to do better than Jaime Munguia? I mean, you know, Canelo is getting older. He's not getting younger. So maybe Edgar Berlanga gets that right Canelo that is there to be stopped, or there to be, you know, to get that best performance against, right? Let's see here. J Pitt City, Mr. Big Play says, Clay, if they give Devin back his O and Tank lose against Frank, it would be crazy. Right? So this is what TR is talking about when he's talking about he hopes he sees Tank get knocked out for whatever. It's because of those conversations become more realistic. Now, me personally, I don't operate under the triangle theory, right? I don't believe because Ryan Garcia performed at such a high level against Devin Haney, whether he was under the influence of PEDs or not under the influence of PEDs, I'm not into him and Tank shouldn't fight each other. I do take away a little bit of the steam and say that, man, it looks like Devin's going to have a real hard time with a Tank Davis, but it's not enough for me to not want to see the fight happen. So, but you know, when you're dealing with this space where there's this one face of boxing, and the way that the casual fans approach it, it makes it a loss with Ryan Garcia makes it so difficult for Devin Haney to coordinate a fight with Tank Davis. But a loss by Frank Martin makes that conversation a lot more real, a lot more tangible, right? So, yeah, I definitely understand it. Yo, salute the pool porter in the building. Salute. All right, let's see here. Bob Canelo, no doubt. JB City, Claymore. Okay, we got on that one. So let's move along a little bit. Yeah, so guys, that press, it seemed like that Canelo Alvarez event before the actual fight, it seemed like it was a whole family reunion going out there, right? So many people were using that opportunity, knowing that there was going to be so much media out there to put themselves in situations where they could be brought back up, to bring their relevancy back up. So you got to see Edgar Berlanga. I want to see a blue light one day, sir. A blue light? Okay, we'll talk about that. You let me know what the blue light thing is. Or like a blue light on me? I don't know, you're distracting me right now with your blue light. So they use that event to really make them bring their relevance, right? When a Canelo Alvarez events come, when that Cinco de Mayo event comes around, this is an opportunity for the world to see you. If the world hasn't seen you, which is why I say this was a great day for Tank Davis and Frank Martin to do their first press conference. When Canelo Alvarez comes out, there's money in the building. Background instead of green. Okay. There you go. How about that, TR? So it's the time to show out. Make everybody put their eyes on you. So Edgar Berlanga came out. You saw Caleb Plant there. David Morrell was there. Rayo Venezuela was there. What other fighters did we saw there? We saw a whole lot of fighters come out, and just anywhere there was a camera, they were there. They were trying to get that attention there, and we got to see Caleb Plant and Edgar Berlanga confrontation a little bit, right? So if it's a secret, I'll put the secret out. Cat's out the bag. Edgar Berlanga wants to be the next fighter that Canelo Alvarez fights in September, and he seems very confident that that's what's going to happen. He seems very confident to the point to where you have to wonder if there's already a conversation that's been started on this with them, right? Are they going to take Jamal's belt now? I mean, they might as well, right? Because Jamal's actually in the news. Jamal, I'm sorry. I was thinking about Jamel. Jamel just got arrested. I believe he just got arrested recently. I think he has some things going on. So, and then he had a seizure a few months back. We don't know what's going on with the Charlo brothers, to be honest with you. Don't even know if they should be brought up in the conversations when we're talking about things like this, because they just haven't shown any relevance, and they haven't shown any interest on being relevant, right? So God bless them. Hope everything works out for those guys. But as far as Edgar Berlanga, he seems very ain't ready. He got a prospect level resume, 100% anonymous, but it doesn't seem like that's getting in the way of ambition, nor does it seem like it's getting in the way of these promoters putting together these events, right? You got a lot of people even hearing about Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez potentially fighting in December, January. Turkey Al Sheikh seems very interested in that, but the boxing space, I'm seeing a lot of pushback on that, right? They don't feel like that fight should happen. It's not going to be competitive. I don't, co-sign that. I'm a Terrence Bird Crawford fan. If Bo wants to fight Canelo, I'm excited to see him give it a shot and go for greatness. And 100%, I think he can win the fight. You know what I'm saying? But that's my personal opinion, right? But at the end of the day, as far as Edgar Berlanga is concerned in the Canelo Alvarez conversation, it seems like Edgar's very confident. Edgar was confident about this win when he fought. What was the gentleman that, guys, if you could put it in the chat, I can't remember. Who did Edgar Berlanga fight that night? The dude from England. He fought the guy from England, and he seemed like at the end of that night, he didn't want to take any other fights. He wasn't interested in any other conversations. He knew he was going to fight Canelo Alvarez. Eddie Hearn seemed confident that they were going to put that fight together. And they've always been confident about it, right? Clearly, we saw there was one point in time when I thought the fight was going to happen, to be honest with you, especially when Canelo said he was going to be definitely fighting an American, because I never really drank the Kool-Aid on Jamal Charlo being the guy that Canelo was going to fight. I thought it was a good chance it was going to be Edgar Berlanga with the way I saw them pushing the narrative out here. So now Edgar Berlanga's back on the scene at this fight between Canelo and Jaime Munguia, and seems very confident it's going to be him next in September. Edgar gets into it with Caleb Plant, right? Caleb Plant is a dog. Me personally, I think Edgar should take a couple of fights before he considers fighting Canelo. But at the same time, time is of the essence. When opportunity strikes and hits and knocks on your door, you got to answer the door. And this is the time that the opportunity is there for. Then Edgar has no choice but to take it. You know what I mean? Let's see here. We need Plant versus Berlanga. Yeah, I agree with you, J. Pitt City. If not Plant versus Berlanga, Plant versus maybe Charlo, you know what I mean? Just because of that slap of that story. But once again, even Caleb being asked that question reacted to that situation like, I ain't even trying to. He knows that's nothing to count on, right? He knows that's not really a topic to be kept up with. So I think Caleb Plant and Edgar Berlanga is a great fight for Edgar Berlanga. I think Edgar Berlanga needs a Caleb Plant fight to be legitimate in front of a lot of the fans' eyes, me being one of them. I just don't think he's ready for that big show. I don't think Edgar Berlanga is ready for that big stage. You know what I mean? Like you said, who said it? The resume conversation. Yeah, Anonymous said it. He don't got that resume that makes me feel like that he's going to be able to compete on that level. You know what I mean? I don't see who he's fought that would have me putting him in the ring with the Canelo Alvarez. I know when Edgar Berlanga first came into the space, we had like 16 straight knockouts, first round knockouts. I said to myself, oh, this kid is going to be a big star. I wanted to see I did have conversations in my mind when I talked to myself and my full sane self, saying, man, him against Canelo Alvarez would be an interesting fight. But I always knew he had more work to do. But, it seemed like once he got inside of the ring with somebody formidable, somebody who wasn't there to just go away, somebody who's going to see him in the second, see him in the third, see him in the fourth, and all the way potentially to the end of the fight, it didn't seem like he dealt with that well. It seemed like he dealt with that with a lot of frustration. We know Edgar Berlanga has a little bit of a history of biting and doing dirty tactics, and those all represent frustration. And if you're going to be frustrated with the fighters, with the B level fighters at the, that's optimistically speaking, but let's be honest, C and D fighters, or really C plus fighters, let's say, let's be fair to Edgar. If you're going to let those guys frustrate you, what are you going to do with a Canelo Alvarez? What are you going to do with a Canelo Alvarez, right? That fight doesn't seem realistic to me, but I'll tell you what, a dominating performance over a Caleb Plant, or even him against Jaime Munguia. You know what I mean? What about Edgar Berlanga versus Jaime Munguia? You know what I'm saying? That would be a Mexican versus Puerto Rico fight. Like he said, Jaime Munguia has a big following right now, a lot of popularity. That could even be a pay-per-view event right there, potentially, especially when you're talking about dealing with, especially if you're talking about dealing with the PBC, being like, wait, hold on. Let me reverse that. None of those guys in the PBC, so maybe they wouldn't be involved in that conversation. But I think that those fights legitimize Edgar Berlanga. I think Edgar Berlanga needs a legitimate fight, a fight with somebody who we want to see him against, who we think is top 5 in that division, that represents that energy, before I could even picture him being in the ring with a Canelo Alvarez. Me personally, Edgar Berlanga shouldn't be in that conversation, but once again, salute to Edgar Berlanga and his team. If opportunity knocks at the door, I expect you guys to answer it. Exactly, Big Sarge, and get your payday. You know what I'm saying? We already know. You know what I mean? Andrade, maybe RC, but once again, even with Andrade, I don't know if Andrade would necessarily check the boxes for me. Andrade's a great fighter, that would get him closer. Yeah. But it just seems like Andrade's a small 168er. Seems like he comes with some disadvantages. Some of the things that he brings to the ring that makes him the A side, or the favorite in the fight, seem to be neutralized pretty regularly at the 168 division. Looks like he's more effective at 160 or 154. But yeah, a fight with Andrade would be going in the right direction, but he just not in the conversation. I'm factoring the fact that Edgar Berlanga is looking to be relevant. He's looking to do something that's going to bring light to him and sell himself as somebody as must-see boxing. So I don't know if Andrade necessarily checks those boxes, but definitely one of the better fighters, that probably would be the best fighter he's ever fought up to today. You know what I'm saying? Be the best fighter he's ever fought if he fought Boo Andrade. Let's see here. Teach in the building. Salute. Teach says, I don't think anyone cares where their career is at when there's a potential Canelo fight. Much like Tank and Inoue, people jump to fight them, even if the odds are against them. 100%, Teach, you're 100% right. Like, so I said, if Canelo comes knocking at your door, you're going to look dumb telling him that you're not ready. Go on to the next door. It ain't going to look right. I'm going to call you dumb. I ain't going to even hold you. Well, I ain't gonna call you dumb, but I'm definitely gonna be like, I wouldn't have done that if I was you. I would have took the opportunity. The payday's there. You got to take it. Let's see here. That's another cherry pick from Canelo if it happens. Without a doubt, J Pitt. If Canelo picks Edgar Berlanga, he's just taking advantage of his face of boxing privileges, right? And this is why fans start to want to see these guys lose, because it seems like until they lose, everything's going to be at a standstill. We're not going to see no great fights because they're going to continue to pick these fighters, and that's the sad part about it. But that's the advantages of the greats being dethroned, is that it revitalizes the whole conversation, right? Texas 16 says they must had promised Edgar that fight when he signed for him to know or have all the confidence in him getting it. Something's going on, Texas, without a doubt. Something is there's definitely a conversation, in my opinion, going on as far as Canelo Alvarez and Edgar Berlanga is concerned. Edgar Berlanga seemed very confident in that fight happening. He did, once again, taking that same stance he did after that fight he had with the guy from Scotland, and basically saying that he doesn't even want to talk about anybody else. He knows him and Canelo is going to be the next fight. He's very confident in that. Let's see here. Even if they were freestyling, next time you give wrenches out, put Teach on the list, Rain. 100%. You're right. You know what? That's funny you said that, because I'm looking at Teach and I'm wondering how come he don't got no. Let me see here. Let me find him. Yeah, Teach should have been got one. Teach done got money. Done got money and didn't get a wrench. Let's do it like this. There we go. Salute Junior, Jr. Spock or Junior Spock. Salute, brother. Salute. Never Texas. He's always in line. Teaches that guy, man. One of my favorite guys on the panel. I'm just bad. It's just my fault. I didn't give him a wrench, right? So that's what's Edgar Berlanga. There were other questions that came up, but so let me ask you guys a question here. I don't want to get into that conversation. Let's leave that out. Let's go to David Morrell. I was gonna bring up something else. We'll bring it up a little bit later. Maybe when we get a little panel going on, we'll bring that up to the table. But David Morrell, and look, guys, I want to have this whole entire PBC, Turkey Al Sheik, cross promotion conversation that's going on right now. When you look at this August 3rd card coming up, it's no secret that you see there's a good amount of PBC fighters on the card. And when you look at David Benavidez right now, who's just been confronted with just nonsense, right, with the politics of the sport. If you guys aren't aware, the WBC has put a 10-day timeline on David Benavidez to make up his mind if he's going to go ahead and leave the 168 division officially, and basically just trying to take that mandatory privilege that he has away from him if he's going to stay at 175. I find that to be pretty hypocritical, being that he's waited about 3 years to, fought to get in that position. He's not fighting the champion out of his own free will or of his own volition. This is Canelo Alvarez, who's obviously sitting here and putting his foot down, using his face of boxing privileges to prevent that fight from happening. To see the WBC react that way, right? To see the WBC say 10 days after his fight with that he has at 175, they want to know what he's going to do. They're going to give him 10 days, or they're going to go ahead and take away his mandatory. And now seeing that David Morrell's also went up to 175 pounds as well to go and compete for an interim WBA title and get in that conversation. The PBC at this point, I don't know what kind of fights that's up there for them to make for those guys at 175 pounds. Rumor has it that this fight coming up with David Benavidez should be his last fight on his contract with the PBC. If not his last fight, his second to last fight, right? At what point does he have to start taking consideration if he's not coming back to 168 pounds? Because he said the only reason he's coming back is for a fight with Canelo Alvarez. We saw how the crowd reacted to Canelo Alvarez, making it clear that, just basically not confirming and basically saying in his own way. I think the crowd took it that way. I might have taken it that way as well, that David Benavidez is not on the right. He's not on the list of to do. He's not on the to-do list. So where does David Benavidez go at this point? Does he stay with the PBC and the PBC just cross promotes him all the way to the top, just constantly cross promotes him with Matchroom and with Top Rank and with all those guys who have fighters there? Or does he just take his opportunity and, get a bag with a Matchroom or something like that, where with a Turkey Al Sheik there to back up the big fights? Turkey Al Sheik is already offered him a winner of Better Biev and Bivol for an undisputed opportunity to become undisputed champion. So, we got to see what that looks like for them. David Morrell as well now in that conversation, being that he's going up to 175. What do they do? Do they stay where they're at? Do they stay home with the PBC? Or do they move forward and run to their opportunities? Let's see. Salute Andrew Charles in the building. Texas 16 says he's 6'1" with a 78.5-inch reach. My homie is 6'4" with a 77.5-inch reach. David Morrell, 100%. But whether people want to admit it or not, these fighters, I don't read into or subscribe to the idea that championships don't matter. I'm sorry, guys. There are some fighters who fall into their own category. They are the exceptions to the rule, right? Where that doesn't matter for them. But 9 out of 10 fighters are coming into boxing with aspirations of becoming champions, undisputed, unified champions of the world. And when a company is not able, or a promoter is not able to provide that to you, it's time to consider some other things at that point. For a lot of fighters. Let's see. Big Sarge teach WBC not trying to lose out on that Nello money. 100% J Pit City. That's a fact. they're not going to lose out on that Canelo money. So they're going to leave those belts right where they are, especially that WBC belt. Big Sarge says, I don't have a problem with the WBC making these fighters make fast decisions on divisions. It forces them to remain active. Yeah, but, Big Sarge, I agree with you on that. Sometimes I can see what I can. Sometimes I can subscribe to that, but David Benavidez has gone his own way to become active, right? They didn't have him active. He's a mandatory, right? So if he can't get the fight at 168, it's only natural that he goes up to the next weight class if he can make that weight class, which clearly David Benavidez can, and he is staying active. So, and going after a WBC interim title in the light heavyweight division. If it's bothering the WBC that much to the point to where they want to put pressure on David Benavidez to either vacate the mandatory spot at 168, or I would assume the other decision would be activate the mandatory, which I'm sure David Benavidez will do in 2 seconds, but we see that the decision has to be Canelo's. Canelo's decision as to who he's going to fight. So naturally, David Benavidez is going to look for opportunities elsewhere. How fair is that to David Benavidez to put that pressure on him to give up his mandatory? And how weird is that going to be? Like, who's going to be the mandatory at that point? Is Canelo just going to fight that guy? I mean, that at that point, it just looks like a lot of duck sauce, right? Just looks like a lot of duck sauce. Let's see here. Let's see. J Pitt City says Morel is scaring these boxers. Yeah, a lot of them. Salute Jonathan 97 in the building. Yeah. Texas 16 on Cam. He looks a little taller than 6'1". He does. I was actually shocked to hear you say that when you said that David Morrell 6'1". I'm like, wow, I thought he looked like he was a solid 6. He looked like he was a little bit shorter than David Benavidez, not a lot shorter, right? Dude, scary, and he's scary fast. It's sick, LOL. 100%. David Morrell's that guy, man. David Morrell's that guy, and the light heavyweight division is about to get very interesting. The light heavyweight division is about to become very interesting, to say the least, with David Morrell and David Benavidez up there. A lot of great fights to make. And let me tell you something. When we're talking about both of them, really, but when we're talking about David Benavidez, he really can just go up. He can go cruiserweight. He can go heavyweight. He definitely can go cruiserweight. So there's some big fights out there that can be made. We talking about like Jai Opatai fighters. Big fights can be made for David Benavidez. So I'm all on board with David Benavidez letting go of the whole Canelo Alvarez dreams. If Canelo Alvarez is not looking to activate anything in the direction of David Benavidez, he should move on. And unfortunately, that it seems like that's going to involve him vacating his mandatory spot at 168. But so the ball bounces. That's what it's going to be. Let's switch the topic a little bit. Let's head in the direction of Bill Haney, Devin Haney a little bit. I've had some questions and concerns about the whole entire relationship with Bill and Devin. Everybody's talking about Devin's loss against Ryan Garcia, and right now with the Ryan Garcia PED accusations, it seems like the world is coming down on Devin Haney. You lost, and which is true. He did lose the fight, and I can concede to the idea that the reason he lost the fight wasn't necessarily because of the PED usage, but at the same time, I could push back on the idea a little bit just to say that him getting knocked down and clipped and hit with those powerful left hooks were the biggest factor in him losing that fight. And whenever we're talking about performance enhancement and that in strength and being stronger and things of that nature, people get knocked out and sat on their pockets. So arguments could be made there one way or the other, right? But as far as Bill and Devin is concerned, they have to move forward, right? Devin has to move forward. He has to jump into his next opportunity. He has to rebuild his relevancy in the game. He has to earn his pound for pound status, even though I still think he's a pound for pound fighter. I know people want to just throw him away, but you don't still throw out fighters because of one bad night. The man was on a mission. He's the youngest undisputed champion in the four belt era. He's earned a lot of accolades. You guys could say it was easy because of Cambosis or whatever, saying all those different things, but he still is who he is. But regardless, he has to earn back a lot of that respect. Even for himself, he has to have a fight that's going to sit there and revitalize his confidence in himself. Because when you take a loss like that against Ryan Garcia, it's got to do something for your own ego, right? It has to do something for you. So at the end of the day, the question is, how does Devin Haney look moving forward, right? And specifically, how does he look moving forward with Bill Haney? Because things have to change, right? I don't think he needs to get rid of Bill Haney, but he definitely needs to consider adding a permanent emphasize a permanent element into his into his team, right? Because Devin Haney's done a lot of staying permanent with Bill, but rotating trainers for different. He didn't work with Snack this time around. You know, he worked with Freddie Roach a little bit against the Regis Prograis fight. He worked with Mickey Bay for a little while, and then he switched it. I think at this point in the game, he needs somebody permanently added to the team. You know what I mean? Somebody permanently added to the team. So I've been thinking, what trainers do you think, if Bill Haney were to consider stepping back for a moment and just, you know, occupying the space of manager, promoter, you know what I mean, CEO of or president of DHP Promotions, and let's say he took a step back, who would you guys like to see Devin Haney with right now? Who do you think might make a good fit for Devin Haney that would bring something? Yeah, Mickey Bay would be a good TR. That's a fact. I like Mickey Bay. I think Mickey Bay has a relationship with Devin. He knows Devin really good, and I think that would be a real good look for him. I also considered some other guys in there who I would consider putting there, but I think there might be some conflict of interest there, but I'll bring them up regardless in a moment. Let me see. Big Charge Wade again. It's a decision on mandatory, not what be guaranteed that position of May 1st. I got to catch up. I got to go back in the feed here to see where that conversation is going. But what do you guys think about Bozy Ennis? I know it sounds crazy because of Jaron Ennis and Jaron being at 147 and Devin potentially having to go to 147. But I think that, and even with Andy Cruz there, right? I like what Bozy did with Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz was kind of like was a similar fighter in some ways with the Devin Haney. He shared some common characteristics as far as him being a good boxer, but not really a puncher. But it seems like Bozy Ennis was able to help Andy Cruz turn his punches over a lot better. Dare I say, he's punching harder now, right? He's bringing that element to the game that's going to get respect from the fighters that are in front of him. So the strong fighters that he fight, he's able to neutralize a lot of that power with his own power. And then you add on that boxing pedigree that he brings to the table. It makes him a huge threat. You know, Andy Cruz is like 3. He's also going to be fighting on that crazy card up there on August 3rd, but he's like 3-0, right? 3 or 4-0. And he's already being brought into the conversations of, you know, fighting for belts, and, you know, they're trying to give him potentially that Lomachenko treatment, right? Just put him right in the spot, because that amateur and that Olympic pedigree he brings to the table just kind of separates him amongst his peers. I got to attribute a lot of that to what Bozy Ennis was able to do with him. What do you guys think about Bozy Ennis potentially rocking with Devin Haney, or Devin Haney going over there? Not to mention Devin Haney does have some Philadelphia roots, you know what I'm saying, in the things that he's done out there. He gets love out there in Philly, believe it or not. Or another one, which also has conflict of interest, maybe a Bomac. No, I don't think Bomac. I think Bomac will be good. I know Keyshawn is over there, and there could be, once again, some conflicts of interest, but I think they can stay out of each other's way. I think that Keyshawn is on his mission to do his thing at 135, and he could wait Devin Haney out to finish whatever he wants to do at 140, go to 147, and then gradually move. They should be able to stay out of each other's way, but there is conflict of interest there. That fight could happen one day, right? Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney could happen. That could put Bomac in a bit of a quagmire right there, dealing with that. And then, like I said earlier, you got Freddie Roach, who came into the conversation during a Regis Prograis fight. We saw Devin Haney do a great job against Regis Prograis. A lot of people felt like Devin Haney should have stopped Regis Prograis, and there were opportunities there. A lot of people blamed the lack of stoppage to Devin Haney's killer instinct, right? His inability to go in there, see the blood in the water, and, you know, like a shark, you know, go on a feeding frenzy. He didn't do that. He allowed Regis Prograis to skate out of there. But some people might credit him sitting on his punches that way, and him getting all that confidence he brought into the Ryan Garcia fight from Freddie Roach's influence into what he brought to the game. But once again, just a temporary influence, right? Didn't carry the tried true effective approach that Freddie Roach brought to him. He didn't take that into consideration and bring that into the Ryan Garcia fight. He went back to training with his father, which is why I think he needs to have somebody who's really going to permanently be there. He needs to find somebody who's going to rock with him all the way through these fights and put himself in position to be a factor in that division again. And I also thought about Sugar Hill as well. I thought Emmanuel Lewis's nephew might be able to bring some elements. Salute to G-Man King in the building. Were they able to bring that? But you guys let me know in the chat what you think about that. If you guys could think of any. I like Mickey Bay right now. I ain't going to lie to you. He's my front runner. I think they should bring Mickey Bay in there. I think he's affordable. I think also Mickey Bay is very motivated. Mickey Bay has a lot of love for Devin Haney. You know what I mean? And they have that personal relationship. He really knows Devin probably more than anybody else outside of his father who's trained him. So I think Mickey Bay's a really good permanent, and I emphasize on permanent because whatever they bring into Devin Haney's camp at this point, Devin Haney, in my opinion, needs to be entertaining permanent staffing. Somebody who's going to be there for all the way, for the most, at least more than one fight, right? At least the next 3 to 5 fights, somebody who's going to be there in that space, occupying that space as his head trainer, right? Will he do that? I don't know. That relationship that he has with Bill Haney is a big relationship. So we got to see how that plays out. Me personally, though, I wouldn't mind seeing him make some changes in the building. Let me see here. Like AJ's trainer, Ben Davidson for Devin, but he can't enter the U.S. Ben Davidson can't enter the U.S.? You got to share with me on that one. That's interesting. But, yeah, I agree with you, Big Sarge. I'm definitely saying on the same level of AJ's trainer, Ben Davidson. AJ found that trainer that he can work with. He's staying with him, and he's getting the results. The results are showing up, and I think a lot of those results are based on the fact that AJ's not jumping all over the place. He's not coming up to Texas to come train with Derek, then come back up and train with Ben Davidson, or go to Texas or California, wherever Robert Garcia trains out of to get work there, and all the other trainers he's worked with. So, yeah, man, just like Ben Davidson. Let's see here. They should bring Ben Davidson full time. So you guys, Ben Davidson he's a young and upcoming trainer, man. And in many ways, tried true. You know what I'm saying? Very effective. Has done a lot of good work, has good experience with champions, working with the likes of Tyson Fury and now Anthony Joshua, and also being successful with them, right? Had Tyson Fury undefeated until, that draw decision he had with Deontay Wilder, and then obviously bringing Anthony Joshua to the point to where he's revitalized a lot, with that knockout over Francis Ngannou and Adewale. And now about to move into his next chapter. Ben Davidson brings that pedigree, but once again is that traveling thing, right? What is Devin Haney going to move to England? Is he going to move Ben Davidson to the States? And if he does that, what about Anthony Joshua? I don't know. Robert Garcia trained Anthony Joshua for that fight against I can't remember his name, Jermaine Franklin, possibly. Yeah. But I don't. You think Robert Garcia for Devin Haney? Is that what you're saying, J.R. Spock? Clarify. Garcia for Devin Haney you're talking about? You'll let me know. All right, let's see here. Like AJ's trainer by Davidson, they should bring Davidson full time. Yeah, I don't know. Mark Ramsey, Benavidez's coach. Once again, those stars, right? I'm thinking whoever goes with Devin Haney has to be somebody, especially in the beginning, has to be somebody who's going to be able to give Devin Haney that full-time energy, that attention that he's going to need, and that he probably wants, being who he is, right? He's going to want somebody who's going to be really hyper-focused on him. He's not going to want to split his time with a big star. So, Better Biev is, he looks like he's about to be undisputed soon. Outside of Bivol beating him. Mark Ramsey might have his handful right now. I would also love a reunion with Floyd Sr. Wow. But Anonymous I think Floyd, I'm hearing rumors that Floyd Sr. might be, I don't know. I'm hearing rumors that he might not be all the way present, as he used to be. So but that would be great, man. It would have been great if Devin stayed with Floyd Sr., right? How do you guys feel about that? Seeing how Devin Haney's career is gone. He's been successful, guys. Let's give him his flowers. He's been successful. He's made a lot of money as his owning his own promotional company, having his own fighters. Bill has helped him, put him in position to make some money. But one of the biggest decisions Bill Haney's ever made, and Devin Haney as well, if he was involved in that decision, was removing him from underneath the Mayweather banner, right? Moving him from Floyd Sr. specifically, right? Was that a big mistake? Do you think he would have benefited a lot more staying over there? Would he have developed in a more organic, realistic way that might have put him in a position to not look the way against Ryan Garcia? I mean, today Floyd Sr., like I said, I'm hearing he's not fully present. So So I wouldn't consider putting him in that position. But Floyd Sr. was definitely a big change for Devin Haney. Leaving Floyd Sr. was like I remember at one point I really thought Devin Haney was the money team. When he was really young and he was training with Floyd, I thought that's what he was going to be. When I heard he just decided to go left and go do his own thing independently, I was like, wow, okay, let's see how that turns out. Let me see. G-Man freaking flyer salute. Isn't he with Ben Davidson? Isn't he with Ben Davidson? Who, Jonathan 97? Elaborate for me. Mickey Bay and Jermaine Ortiz, first fight back. Okay. Ben Davidson helps them with the film study and breaks down, but he's not there because he can't enter the U.S. for whatever reason. Okay. Jonathan 97, Devin provides Ben footage and he gives him advice, but he can't enter the U.S. right now. That's interesting. I did not know that Ben Davidson couldn't enter the U.S. Does anybody know why? What's behind that whole entire Ben Davidson not being able to come in the U.S.? That's a very interesting. I did not know that, but I did know that Ben Davidson was doing film studies for Devin Haney. I remember him speaking on that. So in that way, Ben Davidson does have that relationship with Devin Haney. He's been monitoring fights for Devin Haney and helping Devin Haney to come up with strategies. In some ways, he's kind of been part of the team, like a silent trainer in the team. So he would be a great trainer for Devin Haney. But once again, with the restrictions of him not being able to come in the U.S. right now, and outside of those restrictions, even if he wasn't restricted, his loyalty and his responsibilities with Anthony Joshua, I just see that as being conflicting with Devin Haney getting the most he could out of a Ben Davidson as a trainer situation. Let's see. I would love a reunion with Floyd Sr. Yeah, I hear you, Anonymous. Yeah, let's see. Rachel Donay on the PD testing process and Ryan's idiocy. LOL. Virgil Hunter. I don't know about Virgil Hunter. I don't know if I'd put it. I don't know if him and Devin Jonathan. I don't know if Virgil Hunter goes with Devin for me. I don't know. Because when I think of Virgil Hunter, I think of Andre Ward. That's it. I'll be honest with you. And Andre Ward was a great fighter, but he was also a unique fighter. He brought physical attributes. He had power. He had things that he brought that helped the game plan come together. I don't know if he has that foundation to work on with Devin. With Devin, it's really fundamentals. It's really keeping him out of danger, really capitalizing on his boxing skill set, and then also, helping him develop some power, some honest power. Virgil could do it. He's a top level coach, but is he the best option? I don't know if I would say that. But I know he can give Devin that time because I don't think he's really busy with any. He doesn't have no face of boxing or a side fighters that he's really responsible for. So Anonymous, why I got banned in March? Oh, I don't know. That sounds like another conversation. Let's see. Ronnie Shields would be one. Mr. Big Playberry. Ronnie Shields would be one. Robert Garcia is a bad style matchup for Devin Haney. 100%, Big Sarge. Doesn't make sense. Ryan likes to fight with those guys who got that power, who can do the work. He likes that. I don't know if he's really into he does a great job with Bam, but Bam, once again, he brings some power to the table. He brings that as well. So yeah, I don't like Robert Garcia for Devin Haney. Let's see. I was gone for one recent lives. What's up? I'll mention it. I'm not completely in charge of that. Okay, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. We're about to move on. Okay, Joel Diaz, Bivol's head coach for Devin's new coach. Once again, with Bivol, it's just conflict of interest. Not conflict of interest as far as he's training anybody that Devin, would have to fight, but just Bivol requires that attention. You know what I'm saying? I think Devin's gonna want that attention, man. He's gonna want that attention. So I don't think so. There's a lot of them that are in the chat. Okay. All right, so let's move on from that conversation right there. Frank Martin, Michelle, and then we got Shakur Stevenson, obviously, coming down to his last fight on his top ranked deal, and he'll be looking for a new home as well. As far as Tank Davis is concerned, after this Frank Martin, does Shakur go to the PBC or does he stay wherever he's at? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. As a wise man said. What I'm going to do, though, Roy Jones, TR. Roy Jones does have that history with Devin, right? Like, he worked with Devin before. He has loyalty for Devin. Maybe, TR. Maybe. Roy Jones, quite possibly. Maybe. And now I'm letting you know I genuinely don't know, bro. That probably happened when I wasn't there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Roy Jones, maybe Roy Jones. All right. But look, we can get a little bit closer. Okay, you guys are going through it. Maybe we can go a little bit deeper into the Frank Martin, Tank Davis conversation a little bit as well, right? Tank Davis obviously back in rare form. Looked like he was in great shape too as well, walking around damn near on weight. In my opinion, I was also like, damn, is he like over? I hope he's not overworking, right? I hope he's not working too hard in the gym. He doesn't come in overtrained. You know what I mean? I don't know. But as far as Tank Davis now saying that he wants to fight, he knows who he wants to fight, right? And dare I say, it feels like he involved Floyd Mayweather in the conversation a little bit, right? Like he wants to get a fight with Floyd Mayweather too, which I thought was kind of crazy, but not crazy at the same time, right? But he seems like he has no friends in the game no more. He's ready to fight everybody. And the list seems pretty defined. He has 6 or 7 fights left, he says. After that, he's done. He doesn't want to hang in the game longer than he needs to hang. He's got this new deal supposedly with Amazon Prime. I don't know. And does anybody in the chat know about this new deal that he has with Amazon Prime and what that looks like? I'm hearing he's got a new deal, more money than supposedly Floyd Mayweather's deal that he had at the same age as Tank Davis. So he's super motivated. Money's not a problem anymore. It's about making the fights he wants to make happen. Nonito could fix Devin. Maybe. I don't know. I have to think about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Who's Nonito trained that you know, like, is Devin going to adapt well with a Nonito style of training or Nonito style of approaching fighting? Is that really Devin's? I don't know. If when I get a chance to speak to Rachel or Nonito, maybe I'll ask him about that. Maybe that'd be interesting. I don't know. Salute Charles Edward Cheese in the building. Maybe. I don't know. Salute D-Town Funk in the building. Salute. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that, you know? I don't know about Nonito. Rachel, you in there. What do you think about Nonito training Devin? Is that realistic for you guys? Nonito, a busy man too, man. He got all types of sports commentating things that he's doing, and he's doing training overseas from time to time, and working with MMA fighters, and he's a busy guy. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know about that. I don't know about Nonito for Devin. I don't know if the styles, you know, melt or mesh well with each other. Yeah, right. Rachel said, right. I don't know about that. You know what I mean? Leon Schmo. Hey, Claymore, big fan. Who do you favor in the Tank Shakur matchup? Lean Schmo, right now, I am leaning towards Tank Davis for the win in that fight. You know, I think the experience he brings to the table, you got to count it. You know what I mean? Tank is an amazing fighter. And listen, there's a certain amount of excitement that Tank brought back for me in his return into the space. I love this energy that I'm seeing right now. I love the fact that he seems so goal orientated, that the mission is so clear for him, and I just think that's going to manifest into great things for anybody in 135 and 140. We're going to get a lot of questions answered, and it just looks like he's bringing that intangible factor to the space right now. He's bringing the heart, the will, and that Tank Davis energy into the space. It's hard not to lean his way, but at the same time, wait, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm answering the question correctly. Lean Schmo, please excuse me for my ignorance, because I was definitely about to go into a Frank Martin, Tank Davis conversation, and you definitely asked me about Shakur Stevenson. My apologies, brother. Let me stay on the topic. As far as Tank Davis and Shakur Stevens is concerned, I think Shakur Stevens presents Tank Davis with his biggest is the biggest competition for Tank Davis. Shakur has some boxes to check as far as what kind of fighter he's going to be, because I do think he needs to be a certain kind of fighter to beat Tank Davis. In his last performance against Edward De Los Santos was, you know, lackluster to say the least. I know he had an injury going into that fight, but going into that fight, we also had questions that we wanted to get answered. We wanted to see him in that ring with a puncher, and we didn't get an opportunity to see that. So although he might have a legitimate reason as to why he performed the way he did, he still needs that fight that's going to speak to this topic for us. So I'm gonna keep it 100. And I gotta, right now at this moment, I'm leaning towards Tank Davis to win that fight. I want to see what Shakur looks like against this next fight he has coming up. I want to see if he potentially might fight a Mariaga. I can't remember his name, but I can't remember his name right on top of my head. I'm having a brain fart. But I want to see him against some punchers. Right now, I got to lead towards Tank, but I'm also thinking, and I'm standing on my soapbox to say that I think Shakur presents the biggest threat to Tank Davis's right? I think he presents the biggest threat. So I hope that answers the question for you. Teach Artem is who he's about to fight, but who's the guy who he's supposed to fight? Who we thought he was going to fight, but it ended up not being him because of top ring politics. It starts with an M. Mario. What's his name? I done said it close enough, chat. I done got close enough to name somebody should be able to help me out now. You know what I'm saying? But I'd like to see those guys fight each other as well. And also, I don't know if Shakur Stevenson is he shows me lights of 140 from time to time. I feel like he's talking about going to 140. I don't know. You know what I mean? So where's that fight going to happen as well? Is he going to stay at 135 and wait for Tank? And how long is he going to stay there? How long will Shakur hang out at 135 waiting on Tank Davis? Tank said that he wants to fight him, but and who's the advantage for at 140? Does that give Shakur Stevenson a better opportunity to beat Tank at 140 than 135? I think probably, right? If you can get Tank Davis out of 135, because I think 135 is that sweet spot for Tank Davis, right? 135, yes. Raymond Moore, yes. Will Bigelow, salute Will Bigelow in the building, yes. Right? Salute. Yes, Raymond Maritaga, something of that nature. Yeah. So I want to see him in those fights, but I also want to know where he plans on going. Does he plan on going to 140? And if he, what does he plan on even doing with his top rank contract being over with? Where is he going? Those boxes have to kind of get checked for me to kind of get more of my finger back on the pulse of Shakur Stevenson's career trajectory to see what he plans on doing. Not Navarrete, Moritala, Raymond Moritala, Jonathan 97. That's who I was talking about. But Navarrete would also be another great fight to kind of put Shakur Stevenson back in that conversation, because Shakur got to be able to deal with punches. When you're dealing with Tank Davis, you're dealing with a puncher. The interesting thing that Shakur Stevenson always brings to the table is his ability to pick shots, be good on his defense, and with somebody like with Tank Davis, I've always been interested, and we're going to see what Frank Martin does with him, but I want to see his patience through somebody who's just as patient as him. It seems like he's been blessed to fight against fighters who will overcommit, right? Who always trying to push the pace or trying to out Tank, and they always fall short. So Tank is going to have patience with Shakur, because Shakur is going to be just as patient as he's going to be. That's the element he brings. But once again, a puncher. So if Shakur is not ready to fight a puncher, Tank Davis is the last guy I think he needs to be playing with. Let's see here. Oshaki versus Kanseki out. Is that going down, Texas? You got Oshaki versus Kanseki. That'd be a great fight. I don't know if that fight is realistic, or is that a fantasy fight, or is that a fight that's coming up? That's a great fight if that fight is getting put together. Tank Davis said that he would fight Ryan Garcia at 140. Big Sarge says, interesting, right? That's why I said this is one of the great things about Tank Davis coming out of his hiatus, right? And also you see that the chains have been broken, the muzzle's been removed. He's a free man. He's in charge of his career. He's taking charge of his career like I thought he should do. And those are the moments that I appreciate. The moments like that where he says he has no problem fighting Ryan at 140. And if he has no problem fighting Ryan 140, who's a big puncher, he has no problem fighting anybody at 140. Leave it to the Tank Davis fan base. He's not leaving 135. He shouldn't leave 135. Why should he leave 135? One of the advantages of having an outspoken Tank Davis is we get to know what's on his mind, what he's willing to do. And that, for me, that's all I ever wanted, was just to understand what he wants to do, what he plans on doing. And now that he's free, it looks like we're going to get a lot more clear ideas of where he plans on going. You know what I mean? Oh, it's on the Shakur card. Sweet, J Pit City. Salute to my ATP Combat Media family. I definitely need to take a look at that card, because I'll be honest with you, him fighting Artem didn't do it for me, and I haven't really looked into that card yet. I didn't even know that card got put together yet. So I got to see who's going to be on that card. That's going to be a good fight right there. I'm assuming that's going to be a co-main event between Consekiao and Oshaki. So I'll definitely be looking out for that fight. I think that's a great fight. Stylistically, it's a good matchup right there. Definitely interested in seeing that happening. Big fight for Oshaki, huge fight to be able to take out a Consekiao, even though Oshaki's a champion in that division. To me, this is a Keyshawn Davis. What's my man's name? Who Keyshawn just fought just recently? Pedraza opportunity. For him to get his name against somebody like that on his way out the door. Probably Consekiao is a little, past his prime a little bit, but he's still there. He's still there. Big fight for Oshaki. Is it going to be at is Oshaki coming up? Is it going to be a fight at 130, 135? I mean, it's going to be at 135, or hold on. Did Consekiao stay at 130? Oh, he did. My bad. So it'll be a fight for Oshaki's WBC title. Okay. That's something. All right. Let's see. Same card. Let's see here. What are we looking at here? Gerald Spark, Frank Martin won the fight against Artem, in my opinion, after the knockdown, for sure. But Artem, let me tell you, another topic of conversation is these Eastern European boxers, right? These Eastern European boxers are great boxers, man. And it's like people sleep on them, and they're a wave coming into the boxing space. Their fundamentals are tight. They're good fighters. When you look at obviously Triple G was one of them, but when you look at Alexander Usyk or a Vasily Lomachenko, or even the fighter that Terrence Crawford's about to fight right now, and Ismail Madrimov, a good fighter. I think people sleep on how competitive that fight could be. It's a big fight for Terrence Crawford, because this is somebody who's fundamentally sound and packs a punch, right? We think about Balchuk, whatever his name is, in the welterweight division, in the super welterweight or junior middleweight division. When you think about Stanionis in the welterweight division, these guys bring that fundamental. They have great amateur backgrounds, really good fighters. So I think Artem presented a big it provided some good adversity for Frank Martin, and people sleeping on that fight and thinking that Frank Martin just wasn't who he was. No, he was fighting against a great boxer, and that's going to be, and I think that guy's going to show up in the Shakur Stevenson fight. He's going to show once again that what happened between him and Frank Martin wasn't a fluke, that he's a good boxer. I think he's going to lose because Shakur's just a better fighter, but I think people sleep on him because they don't know his name. Let's see here. That's one. The card, Oshaki versus Consekiao. Okay, Tank coming out of the closet, if you will. TR, what do you mean by that? Come on, man. I'm being honest with you, man. I can get into conversations that are a little deep about that when they're talking about this feminine energy. The community is affected by it. I mean? This is we can get into those conversations about the lack of the father in the home, and a lot of the uncontrolled emotions and uncontrolled anger, and how that's manifesting into these young boys who are growing into men, and how that's looking. It gets deep, you know what I mean? So once again, we get to see Tank Davis speak and be outspoken. We get to get an idea of who Tank Davis is. Shout out to Tank Davis and his team, Calvin Ford. Tank Davis now being a Muslim brother, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully he's tapping into that Islam, and he's allowing that to bring some patience to him, and some poise to him. But it's all in the ball's in his park right now. He gets to shine and speak his mind. And there's always been a saying that I've always also respected since I was a young guy, when they always said it's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt, right? So we don't know who Tank Davis is in this space. And at the end of the day, maybe there was a reason as to why Floyd and Leonard Ellaby and TGB was very restrictive with Tank Davis. They didn't allow him to speak. He was very media trained. He never said too much. There was always somebody there to kind of speak for him, and we don't know the reasons why. Some people would speculate into the direction of maybe Floyd was just trying to grab the limelight, and they didn't want all these other things going on. But at the same time, maybe they were trying to protect him from himself. We don't know. We don't know, right? But we're going to get to know Tank Davis over the next few months, especially in the build up to this fight and to the fights that he's going to be trying to put together in the future. I'm hoping that he doesn't do nothing like, to embarrass himself. I'll be honest with you, with that confrontation he had with Devin Haney, I wasn't too excited about that confrontation. I thought that was kind of pointless. You're not fighting him. You're not in the same weight division as him. You have a whole fight that you already have lined up. I don't know if you need to be in the streets in Las Vegas, fresh off of probation, you know what I mean, of your charges, getting into it, into the streets. I don't know what that helped. Obviously cameras are on him. There's attention on him. And, you know, in the space that Tank Davis is, maybe all publicity is good publicity. Maybe, right? Ryan Garcia kind of put some context to that idea that all publicity is good publicity because it did make him big, and his followers just went up. All those things were happening, but at the same time, you know, there's a thin line between love and hate. Yo, salute. There she is, big sis in the building. Rachel Donaire, what's good with you, sis?
What's going on? How's my mic?
What'd you say, Rach?
I said, what's going on? How's my mic?
You sound good. You on your computer? I mean, are you on your phone?
No, I'm on my computer, but I have like this little USB mic. I actually want to try it on my phone to see if
you sound good right now. I can tell you that right now you sound good. So I don't know how you sound. So you sound good right now.
Hey, did you see my thing when you asked me about training Devin Haney?
No, I just saw and I didn't see nothing after that. Did you?
Oh, I said, but I do believe that it would have been beneficial for Devin to tap Nonito for sparring as far as for the Ryan Garcia fight.
Okay. Yeah. Nonito does that well, right? Like he's a good, like he'll come in the ring and give you those looks.
He's a hooker. He was fighting a hooker.
Right.
Like that would in the game, you know? Like, so I think, I mean, I don't know who he sparred with. Like I kind of heard a couple names. I don't really know the guys that he sparred with very well and like their styles and how big of a hooker they were, or they were just, they had a good hook. Right. So, I can't really say either way, but I just think like with that being said, he should have, you know, tapped Nonito a couple times maybe. And just said, I just want to see the look. I just want to see the speed and like of what what can I work on as far as fighting a hooker. So
right.
Anyways, what we talking about?
Man, we got so much to talk about, right? Like we really do have a lot to talk about. So many different topics. And, you know, obviously we had a big presser with Tank Davis and Frank Martin. We got to see Tank Davis, you know, get his element. And like I said a little bit earlier, I was excited to see him be a boss. That was something that I was just always hungry to see Tank do, is be a boss. Because ever since he left the money team and you know, just went under his own GTD promotions, I wanted to see him kind of get into his bossdom, right? And take control of his career and move in a direction that he wanted to move into. And I thought it was a refreshing to see him do that. And he did it, right? He did it. I don't know. What do you think about the press? Like, what do you think? What did you see the press conference? What do you think about Tank Davis's approach to it? What did you think?
I mean, I think it was fun. I mean, like, you know, the little jabs here and there. I think that that Frank lost on opportunities to spit back. You know, and I mean, and it's hard. You never know, like, what's your opponent really gonna come and say to you that is gonna rattle you. And I'm not rattle per se, but just like kind of left field that you're like, oh shit, I wasn't expecting him to say that. So I legit should have been prepared for kind of a side comment like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. And I mean, to me, like it was more so the fact that I've seen Frank Martin in person, but I don't believe I've seen Tank in person, like next to me. So for me, I just didn't know the size difference of, you know, when they stood face to face, like until the presser. So that was really interesting to me.
Right. Did you hear that Frank Martin has that wrestling background, that he actually started his athletic career, his career in sports actually started in wrestling? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Do you thought? I mean, did you know about that before that came out? Did you hear about that before that was brought out in that press conference?
Yeah. I can't remember who told me, but yeah, I've heard it before. It's not the first time I've heard it.
Right. I mean, when you think about like Terrence Crawford also brought that that intangible to the ring with Errol, right? People didn't acknowledge how strong he was. They underestimated his strength. And I always said that, man, he comes from that wrestling background. You know, wrestlers are really strong. They don't look it. Like, you ever see the Instagram thing with that Anatoly guy? Like, there'll be guys deadlifting all this weight, and he'll come like with a beard, and he's like a smaller guy, and he's always like, "Oh, can I move?" You ever see that guy?
Yeah. He pretends to be a janitor.
Right, exactly, right?
Yeah. And they're like, "What the hell?" Yeah.
Right, exactly. They're looking at him like, "What the hell?" And he'll be like, "I think you guys are moving fake weights. I don't think they're real. Let me look." And they're like, "You crazy?" But once again, just kind of using him as an example of like that strength that you don't see coming. You know what I mean? And Terrence brought that strength with Errol, right? When they fought, he brought that intangible that they thought was going to be the biggest deal breaker in that fight. They thought that Errol was just going to be too strong and too big. And that's why I say, also, not to segue out of the topic we're talking about, but as far as Terrence's ability to compete with Canelo Alvarez, I think that a lot of people just think that Terrence is like this weak, small guy. And yeah, maybe, but it makes me optimistic about the fight being competitive. I don't know who's going to win the fight. I know Terrence in my mind can win the fight. And I think people sleep on how strong he really is. Bringing it full circle to where we're at as far as Frank Martin and Tank Davis is concerned, that wrestling background he brings, those guys are strong, man. Do you think that's going to make a difference at all in this fight between him and Tank?
Well, I don't think it's more so of the wrestling background and the strength of a wrestler. I think it's more so the fact of the weight distribution in what they've learned, right? Like, you don't see wrestlers standing straight up. And they use a lot of the ground to either to throw their opponent. They use weight distribution to play against their opponent, things like that. So when you have some type of other background that does play on those factors, like, you understand your foundation. And I've talked about it time and time again that I believe that one of the biggest things that the old school boxing trainers for some reason didn't hound on their prodigy boxing trainers to the new age is foundational training. Like, you see a lot of these boxers today really failing with their footwork and weight distribution. And when you ask them, like, how do you do this? How do you set up a foot trap? How do you blah, 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 blah? Like, these boxers can't tell you. They just, because of the fact that we live in such a high-paced world, most of the boxing trainers today teach you a jab in, at least the first two classes where you haven't even established, your foot placement and foundation and weight distribution, how to move left, how to move left, how to move right, how to move back, how to move forward. If you don't know how to do those things, how are you going to learn how to punch with them effectively? So I say all that to say that it can play a factor, because we do know that, again, Tank loses on the cards. This is not something new to anyone. And the fact that, he allows that always gives a fighter the opening to continuously move, set up traps, and then leave again without really getting themselves in danger. But the problem is, hey, this is boxing. All you need is one. All you need is one. And Tank is one of those guys that he could just hit you in one, and that's it. That's all he needed. He doesn't need, no boxer technically, okay, how do I say this? If you land the fight with one punch, the fight's over. It doesn't go to the cards. So that's, what Tank is not, I'm not going to say betting on, but he's looking for, right? He's looking at your timing, your speed, your distance. He's looking at the flaws that you're making and the repetitive movements. And then when he sees it, he's going to see if he can capitalize on the faults that you're making. And when he capitalizes it, it's going to be something that he's putting all his weight and power to, because he knows that you're going to be there.
Right. And that's what I think, earlier, I don't remember. I think it was, we had a new guy come to the channel. I don't remember his name right now, but he asked a question a little bit earlier about who I thought would win between Shakur and Tank. And I said, listen, Shakur has some boxes to check, right? We were looking to see some things between him and Edwin De Los Santos that we just didn't see. But I still believe, I still need him to check those boxes, but I still believe Shakur presents the biggest complications for Tank Davis is because he's not going to overcommit. He's going to be just as patient as Tank, if not more patient. And walking Shakur into something is not going to be easy for Tank to do. And Tank kind of bets on that a little bit. It seems on a surface level that he kind of gambles on you overcommitting in one way or the other and him being able to land that difference-making shot. If Frank Martin's able to tap into that and really show his patience, him and Derek James are willing to just allow the fight to, I don't want to say come to them, but I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, don't just chase Tank all the way around the ring and allow him to get your timing down to where he walks you into something. I think this fight can be way more competitive than people think it's going to be.
Yeah, 100%. I just, whenever we're looking at these fights, like I like to, sit down on a nice easy day and then start looking at more Frank's fights. The last Frank's fight I saw was, of course, the July card, July 15. But that was ringside. I don't feel like I ever really get a good view of the details that are happening in the fight, and I would have to replay it over on, to find out and then see what kind of things that he does repetitively. I don't know why I'm losing my words today, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand what you mean. We need to see more from Frank. We haven't seen, and I gotta definitely agree with you and try to help add on to what you were saying as far as if you're losing words, just to say that we've seen so much from Tank and we haven't seen that much from Frank Martin. And what version of Frank Martin have we seen before that we're going to see be effective against Tank Davis, right? Like where did we see Tank Martin fight? Who did we see him fight? And we don't want to use the triangle theory too much because that's been proven to not really make a difference. But still, you want to see like some kind of confirmation as to what you could look forward to seeing with Frank Martin and Tank Davis in his abilities.
Yeah, it's not so much of the triangle. It's just so much more so of like the things that he does consistently. And you'll see that like with certain fighters, like once if they throw a jab and they throw a jab bow and arrow style, if he throws a double jab, right? If he can throw a defensive jab and step back, if he likes to angle or if he likes to dip to the right when an attack is coming and what angle he dips in. So there's certain nuances that each fighter has that no matter what the training is, there's habits that they'll always fall back into that should be decently consistent in all the fights that we're seeing, regardless of who the fighter is. So we take those kind of basic blueprints and then you compare and contrast it and try to find also a fighter that he's fought that's as close to Tank. It might not be, of course, like a double of Tank, but at least closer in style.
No doubt. Let me salute to the OG Echo. Salute. I don't know how long you've been in here, but really appreciate you coming by. Yeah. Echo says it's all about pattern recognition, right? I thought that was a good statement. It's kind of like why I shouted him out. Like we're trying to see the consistencies in Frank Martin that we can kind of like, okay, he does this, and this is something good against Tank. He does this consistently. This is something that's going to help him. Or on the opposite side of the conversation or the spectrum of the conversation to say that, oh, these things right here are things he needs to put a Band-Aid on these things. These things right here, Tank's going to take advantage of a lot of this, and this is going to make it difficult for him to be effective in that fight.
Yeah, I feel like my boxing IQ has gotten more retarded considering all I've been doing is talking about the stupid testing.
Right.
So right. I'm like lately it's been all about testing and what evidence I have and prove those evidences and stuff. So no one's talked to me about stylistically about fights for some time. And that's why I'm like, wait, where's the word? Where's the word?
Right. I definitely understand. Testing is definitely the topic du jour, right? Right now. I think that conversation, and by the way, that video you and Nonito did, I watched it, and that was a very information concentrated something you should watch again and again and again because there was just so much information in that video.
Did you watch the first or second one? Which one did you watch?
The first one, the one I only watched one, so I haven't watched
Oh,
two.
you didn't watch the second one. So the
Oh,
second one, I sent it to you when you started your live because I noticed I didn't send it to you. So the
okay.
second one I dropped yesterday, and in the beginning, it's a 1 minute cartoon because I'm like, how kindergartenish can I explain this? So I stopped explaining it over and over again. And so I made an animated cartoon, and the voiceovers were, the only four people I have in my house. And we all played different roles, and we showed the roles and the responsibilities of each and
Okay.
how it all works. And then after that, after the 1 minute cartoon, I really explain it with like evidences. Like here's our doping control test, and then like here's the form, and here's who has access to the form. This is what a testing authority is. And if you don't believe, like, this is VADA's, okay? Now here's UCAT's. I looked through my records and I had UCAT's freaking one that they requested. They were the testing authority, but they didn't test us. It was USADA who tested us. I mean, who came and collected and then sent it to the WADA lab. So I, tried to give as much information as possible again this time around to show chain of custody on the video I sent you.
Right. I got to watch it. I'm definitely going to watch it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the topic is there. I think people don't understand, like, and like I said, I was so happy you guys highlighted the significance of how how serious the testing process is, because people really took it so lightly to believe like somebody could just kind of walk by and like drop a little powder and you know what I'm saying, in a sample and run off and contaminate it and do these things. And it's like, no, this is like a serious high level operation when it comes to collecting the specimen, getting it to the lab, having it tested, you know what I'm saying, protecting it, having that B specimen, how it's taken, and how unlikely it is. And it's not impossible, right? Things can be compromised, but the unlikeliness of it just being compromised as easily as you guys think it is, it's not like that,
Yeah.
And you really broke it down the way where you just showed like the way, like that first video that I watched was just like, all right, so where in this process did the contamination happen? Like, if it happened somewhere, if it did happen, where do you think it happened? Because now that it's been broken down to the whole entire process, where do you see this time gap for the process to be compromised?
It would have to be compromised by the athlete himself if he had if maybe he didn't wash his hands or something, and he had those substances on his hands, and he was handling of course his penis and his
Kind of pause,
collection.
but not really. Pause. Go ahead.
Yeah, because guess what, the doping control officer especially does not hold that for you.
Right.
It's made
That's
that
all on you,
clear.
buddy. Yeah.
I mean, damn it, Claim. We're like, at this rate, I don't know what people know about P tests anymore. So I feel like we have to say weird things like this just to, be very clear.
I'm be honest with you. I agree with you. I just think I don't think it's people. Listen, throughout this whole Ryan Garcia situation, it's not about people's ability to comprehend. It's about their determination to
not
find a hole, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're so determined to like disprove. And to me, it's become an awkward situation, because what does it come down to? It comes down to, in my opinion, there's a real hatred for Devin Haney, right? And whenever I get on this topic, it turns into, man, you're such a Devin Haney fanboy. And I keep telling you guys, I'm not even a Devin Haney fan like that. I'm a Terrence Crawford fan, but I'm just saying, I'm going to call out what I see. Like, you guys are so drunk with hatred for him and his father and his team, that you guys are missing in this particular conversation. You're missing the point of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? You're getting too caught up.
And for me, like, I feel like, it's more so, okay, here's this video I put out of this collection sample. Sorry, I didn't want to ignore your question. You said, where could another contamination happen? The only other contamination possibility is the WADA lab, WADA. And the person who was testing it, was their table clean? Was the test instruments recalibrated? Did they make sure there was no trace elements from the previous test that was on there? Right. So, and that's why the B sample is there. So, okay, well, now there's going to be a bunch of people to make sure that it's on May 22nd, there's going to be a representative from Ryan's, NYC, the New York State Athletic Commission, VADA, Golden Boy. And I don't know if Devin gets to send a representative. I know the four and possibly WBC can send a representative because they were CC'd on the email chain as well. So I believe there could possibly be 5. They'll all be present. All the representatives will be present, and they'll snap open the B sample for the first time in front of them, show them that it's sealed, blah blah blah. Show them the control number. All 5 get to look at the control number and confirm, and then run the test. And they'll run the test in real time, right in front of all 5 of the representatives. And by the time they walk out of that lab, they'll know what the B sample came back at.
So they're gonna
have to do 2. They're also I forgot about that. They're gonna have to do 2 because it wasn't just one test. Remember, it's 19th and 20th.
100%. It's 2 tests, and then exactly.
Yeah.
So they'll walk out of the room that day with the results of that test.
Correct.
That's interesting. Let me ask you a question on this one right here. I've got my own personal opinion on it, but definitely you'd be more of an expert on this. As far as the controversy about the time, like we showed the documentation that VADA put out there, as far as, well, actually it was Ryan Garcia who put it out there with the letter coming from VADA with the collection sample that was done on February 26th, I think it was. And then the results came back March 14th, I want to say it was. Don't quote me. But people feel like that was a large amount of time, right? Like you heard Tank Davis at the press conference say that Eddie Hearn was a snake because, and the Ryan Garcia situation, and he's saying that it takes 72 hours was the main thing I wanted to get to, that it took 72 hours for the results to come back normally for something like this. And, obviously between February 26th and March 14th, that's a 2-week time span. And when you look at even with this April 19th, April 20th situation, the results was coming out recently. That's like 12, 14, 10 to 12 days. I don't know how many days. Don't quote me on the math. Is there anything suspicious about how long it's taking for these results to come around, especially with you saying that they're going to walk out of the room that day with the results? Is there anything suspicious about that?
No. And I beg, you know what? I'm going to challenge any boxer that says they get their results back in 72 hours, calendar hours. I mean, and that means like including the goddamn weekend, since you weren't being specific. So I'm going to be specific for you. I challenge you to post your VADA results and when you got it, because all of these athletes that keep on talking have them in their goddamn emails. Stop playing with me. Like the only reason that this is being first of all, look, they're scheduling it. What day is today? It's the 7th. When do they even have it scheduled? For the 22nd. So that means to say that they have to actually make an appointment with the lab, and with possibly 2 different lab techs and 2 different machines, just to be damn sure, right?
Right.
To allow and this is not a stat. This is what they're saying. So a stat is something that comes right in, like it gets on your desk. First of all, you're hand walking it or super jetting it from wherever it's coming from all the way to the lab. You're hand walking it in. It's stat. You hand it directly to the lab tech to test it right then and there. Right. Now like I keep saying, for them to do that from New York, and they tested Friday, guys. They tested Friday, April 19th. And if any of these fighters are saying, well, they can get it back in 72, let's try this. 19th of April plus 72 hours is what? Still after the fight.
Right.
So, I mean, that in itself. Now, again, so we got 19th and 20 sent on.
Do the math.
Oh no, you don't have to do the math for this one. 19th and 20th of April, they're gonna send it normal, because what's the stat for? Are we going up against a deadline? No, the fight already happened. We already know. So what's the stat for? Why are you gonna pay extra for a stat? So
100%.
It's just going to go biohazard box over to the WADA lab. And when it gets there, I'm assuming same day or next day delivery for a biohazard. Gets there, and then wherever it is in the pile of the tests whatever, it's just lined up in the back.
100%.
That's it. Because whoever's paying for stat for their tests are going to go faster than your test because your test wasn't stat.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and I'm glad, that was a question I want to answer because, when you hear professional fighters obviously speaking on this, talking about 72 hours, it does, inflame the fan base. The casual fan base especially is going to get inflamed by it, right? They're going to be like, oh man, it is something suspicious then because it's only supposed to be 3 days. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever the math is for, you know what I'm saying?
Well, can the fans tell us like when Alicia fought and when her test results got back?
Probably not. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's about the same or even longer.
Right, exactly. It was
I
like,
thought
damn, was real?
Longer. Yeah, hers was longer. And any of these other fights that we've had, it's always been the same. Like they'll tell you on a test that was taken on this date and it was like 2 weeks ago. Like, so, I mean, I say that to say this. All you VADA people who have taken your test, and Ryan and Tank did testing during their fight. Bud, I mean, Devin, all of them, like, well, I guess I better just say the ones who are saying that it can come back in 72 hours, please show me one of yours that has come back in 72 hours, because I really think it's funny that no one's showing their results right now.
Right. They seem to be very hyper focused on discrediting VADA, and like I said, there's one part of the conversation where I see the fans, I know that they're hyper focused on discrediting Devin Haney, right? So when they hear anything like this, they get very defensive because now that they finally have something tangible that they can bring to the table, they feel like it's being taken away from them, right? The way they're reacting to it. Like, no, you're not taking this away from us. We've been told you about Devin Haney. He was exposed. We're not trying to hear. And it's like nobody's really trying to take away the discredit from Devin Haney right now or the credit from Ryan Garcia necessarily. We're speaking about PED usage in boxing, and this is one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous sport in the world. This is where PED usage is like borderline attempted murder, right? When you're fighting somebody and you're not being clean about it, you're not coming to make it a even playing field. Somebody could lose their life in the ring. So we're just trying, me personally, and I'm gonna say me personally, I'm trying to highlight how significant this is. Nobody's trying to discredit or bring Devin Haney's 31-1 record or 30-1 record, whatever it is right now, to a 30-0 or 31-0 record or one no contest on it. It makes no difference to me, right? The reality is this is really a heinous crime in so many words for him to compound it with the 3.5 pounds that he had that day that it looks like he strategically did. And if he strategically did that in combination with taking PEDs, this is a serious topic. And he's a huge face of boxing right now. So boxing is on a platform right now where the world is looking at boxing to see how the world feels, to see how boxing feels about this type of topic. And the fan base doesn't seem to want to entertain that because they're more focused on the Devin Haney part of it. Or like somebody just said right here, Big Sarge said, the focus is actually to discredit Victor Conte and Snack by way of VADA. I think that's also part of the conversation. I think the Victor Conte relationship that they believe, if you don't mind commenting on that, as far as the relationship between Victor Conte and Snack is concerned, Victor Conte and VADA is concerned, how deep is that relationship as far as you know it? Is Victor Conte like on some sort of like, is he like an investor and a part owner of VADA? Does he have some vested interest in VADA in any kind of way that you're aware of?
No. And let's just put it this way. If he was, why did 2 Snack fighters pop 30?
Right. That's true.
Don't you think if he was, he would have been able to sweep Andre Berto's positive test under the rug? And there was another fight. I can't remember who right now, but I don't remember. But I know there's been Snack fighters that have tested dirty. So if it was in his best interest he would do everything in his power to make sure that never comes to light. Because of course he's in it, like people are gonna blame him for
Right.
that.
Right. They're really and that's two elements of this conversation where it just seems like misdirected anger and focus. Like VADA is a very, I mean, would you consider VADA a reputable source and a reputable test taker in the space? Like, do you have any, Nonito's is dealt with VADA. You guys are still in the space dealing with your own fighters that you help manage and train. Is VADA a reputable source still to test fighters? Is there something wrong with VADA that you're aware of, that, or questionable about VADA that you're aware of?
Well, here's the funny part. At the end of the day, VADA is a testing authority, so they're just a messenger. I think that they've done a great job in changing the scope of boxing, as far as wanting to push boxers to do 24/7 365. It's been since Nonito started VADA that all of a sudden other boxers are doing it. Nonito was the first one to do 24/7 365 and push. Then it became, these other boxers didn't really want to go on 24/7 365, but what they did is they did agree to 8 to 12 weeks, possibly more, 16 weeks. It depends on what they agree on, for at least their fight. So, maybe Nonito's was really like, I'm going to step in, with 2 feet and make a splash, while the other fighters might be like, I'm just going to do it for the fight and only have 1 foot in. But at least we're making that progress to have this testing authority to push this for the boxers. And being that it's voluntary is a huge thing, because listen, at the end of the day, Ryan Garcia, the quote unquote A side, could have said no when he signed that fight contract. He could have also said no to signing the VADA contract. And yet he did for both, because he believed it to be, like you said, a reputable testing agency. And at the end of the day, like I keep saying, VADA is just the person who delivered the damn message. So if anyone's going to try to sue VADA, they're going to just point you in the direction of the chain of custody. Okay, well, they took your test. We didn't. And WADA's the lab that did it. So you have to go and sue them for where you think it was. The only way, and I'm going to say this, the only way that VADA can be held liable is if WADA gave VADA Ryan Garcia's test and it said negative. And instead, VADA changed the test result that they emailed out to positive. But as far as we are seeing now, with the appointment that was made with the WADA lab, WADA is confirming that they tested positive and will be testing the B sample. They're not going to just take that appointment and ruin everyone's time if they're like, what are you talking about? It came back negative. Why are you saying that it was positive? Do you see what I'm saying?
100% see what you're saying. 100%. It just taps into the likeliness, and as for the fan base, and this topic just always puts me on the side of the conversation of trying to defend Devin Haney. No matter what I say right now, I'm defending Devin Haney, which I don't understand, but it is what it is. I've learned to accept that these YouTube streets are undefeated. If they're going to push their narrative, they're going to feel the way they want to feel about it. But what I hear you saying at the end of the day, more and more as you explain this process, is just that the likeliness of this being a corruption issue or a undermining issue, that this might just be a walk like a duck, talk quack like a duck situation. It's a duck, right? It might just be what you see it to be on the surface level may actually be what it is, right? And
well, it is surface level though. Like we
right.
forget way before the Devin Haney fight was even presented to us, way before there was any talks. Ryan Garcia was on camera saying that he was like, we should just have a league where all the boxers are on steroids. Who the hell says that? There's a video that he said that.
I saw it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay,
I thought
so
that was
why would you say that? What reasoning would you have for saying that? When especially PEDs, they're harmful for your body.
Right.
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 So I mean, it's been walking and quacking like a duck throughout this whole process, and yet people want to play, bandwagon jumpers is what I'm going to say. Want to all of a sudden, just because they hate Devin, want to jump on that side. Ryan didn't have this much support before the fight. Let's be honest. If he did, then the odds would have been changing a lot. They would have the bettors would have seen how much people were backing Ryan, and they would have changed the odds because like, wait, there's something happening that maybe boxing knows. The fans know that we don't know. We need to make the odds a little bit closer, right? But that wasn't the case. It's just all of a sudden, all these people are like, everyone was on YouTube was just talking about how crazy Ryan was. They weren't saying like, hey, Ryan's gonna win, Ryan's gonna win, Ryan's gonna win.
Right.
They just got ammo at this point. Well, they got a spokesperson, I guess if you can call it that, to be the anti-Devin.
Right. 100%, Rachel. And this is a great conversation, by the way. Really informative. I really appreciate you having the conversation with me, you know what I'm saying, on my platform. Salute to ATP Combat Media. But but yeah, no, seriously, all jokes aside, it's just a lot of non-practical, poor critical thinking skill antics happening amongst grown people, in my opinion. Like, guys, get out of your feelings, right? Get out, use some logic. Just bring some practical thinking into the space. It doesn't have to be extreme. Don't choose conspiracy when you have facts in front of you and you have credible facts in front of you from credible sources, right? Don't let somebody fool you all of a sudden into convincing you that VADA is no longer a credible source. That, you know what I mean, that something abnormal is happening. Like I said, with the whole 72-hour conspiracy theory at this point, because as far as you understand, that 72 hours is just unlikely unless, like you said, some sort of stat element has been put into the situation. And once again, use your thinking skills to why would they make it stat in the way this scenario panned out. The fight was done with already, right?
Yeah.
So let's not get, we don't have to jump to theories. You jump to conspiracy theories when there isn't enough facts in front of you. You know what I'm saying? When you don't have.
Well, let me tell you this, and then I'm going to address HLD in the comments.
Okay.
There was a theory that someone threw at me yesterday on someone else's channel, and they're like, what about the CIA? I'm like, I can't right now. You want me to defend? He's like, he was talking about sex trafficking. I was like, okay, well, I mean, he's not the first one. He's not going to be the goddamn last one. I was like, but the CIA is established for their intelligence, mostly having to do with terrorism and war. And the fact that we are in wars that we're not in, right? Like in wars that we're not in. What wars we're funding, but we're not fighting them ourselves.
Right. Right.
And who wants to come at us at this point for our alliances? I'm like, you honestly think that they're going to take the time and send some agents to go and tamper with Ryan Garcia's test? Like, I can't with you. Like, I'm not going down that. I'm going to show you evidences and facts I have, whether you can read it on the internet and or the paperwork I'm presenting. And if you want to say that the aliens, you know what, which one I'm waiting for? For anyone that's saying that, that all the stuff, and you're looking for another conspiracy theory because I'm debunking all of the other things that you're saying, then why don't you guys say that Ryan Garcia's clone peed for him? I'm waiting for that one. Because people are always like, that's not him. That's his clone. Not Ryan. I'm just saying other celebrities, right? Where's that conspiracy theory? I'm waiting for that one. Y'all are not that creative. Because I came up with that one and you guys haven't come up with it yet. Since you guys are talking about the CIA, this one's at least a better one. They cloned him, and the clone peed positive.
Right. I think the likely. Well, I know. Did you want to address whatever HLD said? I don't know which. He's saying a couple of things in the comment section now, but you saw something that you wanted to respond to.
He said at worst he has trace contamination with zero performance enhancing efficacy. Problem is, HLD performance enhancing efficacy has nothing to do with how they sanction why it's in your system. And I swear to God, I hope this is going to be the last video I'm doing on it, but I'm doing a whole video on the supplements and ostarine because you guys keep going on search engines on Reddit and saying like a no-name athlete had trace contamination because of a supplement that he was taking, and there's a supplement that mimics the metabolite of ostarine. So just wait for that, because there's certain things that he had to have done, and I swear I told HLD this already, that if he said that there was a trace contamination due to a supplement that he was taking, that supplement, that bottle, had to have been listed on his test. For some reason, I don't believe that whatever bottle he's going to present, he wrote on his tests.
Right.
Okay, that's huge, because Nonito barely remembers all the supplements. I bring a list with me and I show it to him, and then he writes it on his paperwork.
Right.
Okay. So for it to be put into evidence, it has to have been on that testing form. You can't just bring in your whole damn medicine cabinet. And then second, as far as the ostarine, I actually have a notice from WADA, as far as the lab, already advising their labs on how to change their testing protocol for ostarine and their mimicking agent, or the mimicking one, so they can differentiate the two. So, those two things are really key, and I'm going to list those all out, and then I feel like I'm going to be done with this, because then I'm like, what else evidence do I have to show you guys? Like, they've been doing this since 2018. They already knew about this in 2018, that was a mimicking one, and so they put in the protocols to make sure that they weren't popping athletes positive when it was just a metabolite of another supplement.
Not confirmed urine sample that was ostarine urine present at the later test. Urine sample proved April 19th. That was. I'm gonna pull this up actually, so that we can see the third paragraph. Sean S. Phil sent a article here by looks like Daily Mail from the UK, kind of confirming that it doesn't, like, I saw HLD said that they said it came up negative about the PED 19. I can never say that word, norindisterone. However, it says upon further testing. Let me pull it up first of all. Let me do that. How about that? You know what I mean? Let's do it like this. Share screen.
Admit he tested negative for synthetic 19. I mean, that's what they said.
Share screen. Easiest with two monitors. Okay, something is going on with this. Hold on, let me just do it one more time. Maybe I'm bugging. I'm trying to pull it up. It's not working. All right, it's not working. I don't know why it's not working. So
do you want me to try it?
Yeah, if you want to pull it up. Let me see.
I got it. Let me share screen. Logan. Sorry, my son keeps sneezing. That's not me.
Sure.
Can you see it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't even know you could do that.
What do you mean you didn't know you could do that? What did you
I didn't know you could share a screen. I know you could do it.
Oh, yeah. You have to approve me to. I mean, I can't just share whatever I want to, but.
All right. Yeah. But I think my. I don't know.
Do we want to read it together, or we want to go to paragraph 3?
I don't know. I'm having like some complications here right now. I'm assuming you can hear me and see me, right?
Yeah, I can see you. What happened to the screen?
Why? Did I disappear?
No, the screen share disappeared.
Yeah, it's like blank right now. I don't know why.
That's weird. It was there a second ago.
Something weird is going on here in my system.
HLD, they're not VADA DCOs. Bro, if you're going to keep arguing about this shit, like, come on.
HLD becomes...
They're Chloridium DCOs. There you go. Good job.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you go? Okay. You
Yeah,
can
but it's
take it
still,
off the screen if you want to. Like put hold on. Shit, I'm not controlling your streamer. So there should be a box where you know how like you change where we want to be and stuff like that. There should be a box to just make that full screen on the box itself.
this is
Do you
weird.
see it? No?
No. Something is, what's this saying? Orientation sends a disable while live. Portrait, is this what it is? Audio, avatar shift, automatically add shared screen videos to the stream.
It should be a layout button.
Okay, let's see this.
Like how you have us side by side, where then you could make a split screen really closer and zoomed in. There's a button where you can actually just put this on the screen.
That's weird right now.
I think this is, I'm guessing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think this is, if he said third paragraph, it's this one. I think.
Yeah, I mean, we can read it. I'm assuming you can see. Can you see it?
I can see it, but we can read it too.
You can read it because I don't see it. That sounds crazy. I don't see it.
That's weird. Okay, so the sample, and whoever dropped this, if I'm reading the wrong paragraph, Svil?
Third one. I think it's the third one. Yes.
Yeah. So if it's wrong, just let me know. The sample also showed banned PED-19 norandrosterone. However, upon further testing, VADA's results show that the second substance was not confirmed in the urine sample. Nevertheless, the ostarine traces remain present after the latter tests.
So to me, it's just saying that it's unconfirmed, but I don't see in there where it says it came in negative. Did it say that it came in negative for the ostarine?
So basically, what it is what happened is they do like a screening. The screening shows like, you know, a substance for PD-19, and then they have to run a different test because it was detected, but it was unconfirmed. So, for example, the ostarine thing that I was talking about, like if they didn't already know the chemical composition back in 2018 from these false positives of ostarine, right? Then it would show ostarine positive. And then they'll do the chemical composition breakdown and realize, oh, it's not ostarine because it's if we look at the chemical composition of ostarine, it's and we're only looking at the metabolite, then it's actually this compound B, which is actually legal. So, okay, how do I explain this? Ostarine and compound B, I don't remember the other name, so we're just going to use it compound B. Compound B, their metabolites show the same. Okay?
Right.
But so WADA turned around and said in 2018, listen, these are too similar. We can't base it off metabolite. We have to base it on the parent drug, the actual chemical compound of ostarine and of compound B. You can't base it off the metabolite. So basically what they're saying is they had found a possible metabolite of PD-19, and upon finding looking at the chemical composition of that said substance, they're saying that it wasn't PED-19.
Right. Got you. All right. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't say he wasn't. It just says they can't say he was. So,
and still saying no. It didn't say it was negative.
Right. Exactly. Now,
wait, when was this? Hold on. When was this article posted, though?
Right.
Okay, this was posted today or yesterday. So not confirmed.
May 7th.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Upon further testing, the VADA results showed that the substance was not confirmed in the urine sample. So they couldn't confirm that the metabolite for PED-19 actually came from PED-19.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it says he's innocent. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the main thing, right? Like, he's not saying he's innocent. And at the same time, look, my thing is Ryan Garcia is doing whatever he needs to do to he's doing whatever he needs to do to establish his innocence. He's hiring a legal team, investigators, things of that nature. And I'm willing to allow him the space to do that, right? I don't think he's that's his due process to be able to defend himself. But as far as the fan base is concerned, you know, I've never seen so much emphasis on disproving something like this before. I've never seen it happen like this, right? Normally it's the fighter's responsibility to defend themselves, and the best anybody can say is, I hope it's not true, but if it is true, he needs to be dealt with accordingly. Whereas in this one, it seems like the fan base just wants this dismissed. Like, this is clearly a conspiracy. This is all BS. We can't take this seriously. And I don't think there's understanding of like, well, okay, what you guys are basically saying is, and I was about to say something else, but that would be controversial on this channel, so I won't say that. But I'll say that you're discrediting the reputable source that the sport has been using to keep the sport clean. And if you're successful in discrediting this without allowing the process to play itself out to a certain degree, it's going to open up a Pandora's box to allow a lot of other things to happen in this space. And the argument was good for the goose is going to be good for the gander. You open up the door, everybody's going to come in through the door, and it's just going to make the sport a more dangerous space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can. Can you share my screen again?
No, I can't. My screen is frozen. Something's going on my computer. I don't know what it is. I have no answer.
Okay,
for it.
so Dan Rayfield is saying that 19 Narandrastone did not confirm. He gave the analysis, no EPO bans of blah, blah, blah. Osterine detected, 19 Narandrastone did not confirm. Okay.
Right. He's not saying negative. Right.
Okay, so here's it. This is IRMS results do not confirm exogenous origin of the urinary metabolites of testosterone-related steroids. So this is what I'm saying, the metabolites. I keep telling you guys this, but no one's listening because I don't know. You don't understand what metabolite means or something, which I get. That's okay. It's a byproduct, right, of when you're taking these things. Mm-hmm. And so that's something that they were looking for. And then they have to, again, look at this, like, and we're talking about, you know, I know we're talking about 19 nano, but look at Osterine in 2018, that and a compound B metabolites the same way. That's why they were getting false positive for Osterine. So this one, they had a metabolite. They said, we think it's 19 nano. We need to confirm it. When they go in and look at the chemical compound, they're like, nope, not 19 nano. So it's something else that's, you know, that is a metabolite of, and it's not on the banned substance list. And HLD is saying I'm wrong. Yeah,
he's pretty confident in the way he stands on it. Salute to Marco. Salute Marco. Salute. Listen, man. Like you said a little bit earlier, there's only so much we can we can communicate here for it to make sense. At whatever you want to believe is clearly going to hold precedent over what it is or it isn't. I just, like I said, I can't believe how determined the space has become to disprove something that we've been using with all athletes for the longest time. And I've never seen this much emphasis on disproving something that I feel is a tried, true, proven system that works to keep sports clean, from my opinion. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like it's been efficient. It's worked for the UFC. It's worked. I've seen it work in boxing. And some people would credit and say that VADA is actually gotten in the way of a lot of bad things happening to people and catching people more than a lot of other agencies are concerned with the way they handle it. I don't know, though. You know what I mean? I don't know. It is what it is. Marco said, what's happening? Oh, no, Marco, we're just tapping into the conversation just a little bit into the PED situation with Ryan Garcia, where we're at with it right now. And Rachel was just sharing her personal experience and understanding of how the process works, and just, just showing that the process is really a complicated process that is not easy for anybody to just compromise it the way people would like to think that it's there to be compromised. That's all.
I sent you a message in the private chat.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
Gabby said, really, everyone hate Devin, then explain why Ryan's guilty for proven innocent. Was he guilty of a negative test? And I'm asking you that, Gabby, because if he was guilty of a negative test, right? Like, no one questioned the negative test? We believed in 100%? I'm just asking. You believe the negative test. And that, I mean, apparently, so are you saying the negative tests were he signed the contract believing that it was a great testing system, and he knew who Victor Conte was. He was wearing a Snack t-shirt back in the day. He knew about VADA. Claymore, you are frozen. Oh, crap. I'm here by myself. I don't know what to do. Hi, guys. I have no access to even let anyone up, so I don't know what to do. Gabby said we want to keep boring boxing as fuck. Gabby, I don't know if you're a guy or girl, but Marco, I can't let anyone in. I don't have do I have access? Can I do that? I don't even know how to do that. I'm a guest. I don't think I have whatchamacallit. What is it called? I can't let anyone in. Anyways, so I don't think that just because Ryan popped dirty, that boxing's boring. Listen, 2024 has been a year of bingo cards or bingo spots that weren't even on my bingo card for this year. So, I mean, at that point, it's been pretty. Hi, you're back. Now I can't hear you. Nope. It's my show, Claymore. Just give me the producer's link so then I can run the show for you.
There we go. We good now?
Yeah.
I appreciate you so much, Rachel.
HLD wants to argue with me. Jesus Christ. I don't
know if you guys want to do this. I know you down. It's that time of the night where it could be what it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly, right.
Let me see. Hold on. Cat Williams.
I think while you're setting that up, or if you're gonna drop it for him or not, whatever.
I'm gonna drop it.
Boxing has been a really interesting space, guys. Like, I think like everyone's so, micro focused, hyper focused on one situation. We're in May. We've had great cards. We've had upsets, and we have cards that we're looking forward to. And like I said, there's been, so many things that we could be focusing on. I think that this actually took away from a lot of the Canelo fight week. There was barely any talk about it. I mean, I know Vegas was crazy. And we refused to go to the Strip until Saturday night. But even Saturday night was, of course, madness, right? And the Mexicans were happy because a Mexican won. Either way, a Mexican was going to win on Saturday night. Like, you couldn't be mad at that, as a Mexican. You had Munguia or Canelo. Both of them were Mexican. One was going to win. Mexico was winning that Saturday,
Big fight.
Yeah. And honestly, for me, I talked to some of Golden Boy's guys, and they're like, it's not what we hoped for. And I'm like, dude, like, who cares if he lost his O? He gained experience,
100%.
Jaime's he's not old. He's young in the game. Hasn't gone through a lot of battles, so he's not old in as far as boxing, boxing ring age either. And I feel like he's in the position that Canelo was when he fought Floyd. Canelo learned from Floyd. And I feel like Jaime fighting Canelo, he's realizing, okay, I need to work on this. I need to work on that. And I need to come up and fix these things. But I do think that one day we will see Jaime Munguia as a champion. And I do also believe that I honestly think that Canelo might need to move down in weight because these dudes look huge. If Munguia look huge, Benavidez is going to look even bigger, I think.
Yeah, when you take into consideration that Jaime Munguia came up from 160, right, to compete in that super middleweight division, he came in really, you know, he was really way bigger than Canelo Alvarez, which, you know, that gives Canelo Alvarez a lot of respect as well for his ability to even stay in that space and being an undisputed defending champion in that space. But yeah, I have to agree with you that he, you know, he's obviously already taken into consideration when it comes to talking about him fighting David Benavidez. He's already taken that into consideration. But yeah, it don't get too many. None of the guys are really that left for him to fight are really that small. He might take a consideration of either leaving and going down to 160, or maybe consider retiring at some point before, you know, his O. Well, he doesn't have an O, but before his the momentum he's built gets stifled by somebody knocking him out or putting him down. Hold on one second. HLD's in the backstage. Let me bring him up to the building. HLD, what's good, brother? Salute. How you doing, family?
What's going on, my people? What's going on?
Stop yelling at me in the chats. You don't need.
I am not yelling at you. Like,
whatever you are.
You're traumatized by me for some reason.
We can hear it, bro.
Yelling.
Yeah, we can hear all that yelling.
I'm the most assertive person probably in the YTVC.
maybe. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shout out to Marco too. Hey, Marco, salute, brother.
What's up?
I wouldn't put that, Marco. I would not put that earpiece in. HLD is about to start yelling, and then your eardrum is going to be blown.
Oh,
yeah, wait, hold on. Before HLD goes off,
I'll turn it down.
I wanna thank you for inviting me for the fight the other night. I got it late and I started doing my own thing. But in the future, definitely feel free to invite me.
No problem.
Do that with you.
Yeah, no, but it was kind of a last minute thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I saw it and I was like, oh shoot. I was like, Marco's and I felt kind of like, damn, fuck. You know what I mean? A little bit on the low. But I'm just saying, next time, taking into consideration, I hope I didn't burn my my bridge and my opportunity to break a fight down with you.
Strong Island's in the house.
So you already know I'm from Long Island, right?
That's why I just said it.
Okay, yeah, salute, brother, salute, definitely.
About nothing but 45 minutes from me.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's not where I live right now, but it is. Ray, where you been, man? You out there, man? You out there playing around in them streets?
Something like that, a little bit. Didn't mean to though. Didn't mean to, though.
It's all good.
Yeah. I had to run into or something. So we good though.
No, yeah, I'm sure you'll let me know later if it's something that you want to let me know. So
absolutely. Hey, Rachel. Great talks. Great talks.
Quick question, guys. Ryan, I don't know what's happening, but I'm seeing posts. It came back that it was negative for everything except small trace amounts of one thing. Is that true?
Exactly.
No, it said the analysis details that Dan Rayfield posted was ostarine detected. It didn't say anything about small traces.
Okay, so
no, Ryan Garcia said that.
HLD.
Ryan Garcia said that, and trusting that fat man Dan Rafael, the snitch of the party, it's a little bit. It's a little bit that I can trust.
He's a snitch, but he gave you the information that you're.
No, he's giving it. He's giving it at incrementals while informing everybody a lot of wrong information.
Wait, real quick before you guys start screaming at each other. What's ostrogene or whatever? Because that's not what initially they said he had.
No, Ostrin is a SARMs. It's a poor man PED, if you will. It's not an anabolic steroid, but it's in the subfamily of it. It's
garbage. It not the first thing that they said they found?
No, the 19-androsterone. See, everybody keep on saying it's a PED, and that's false. Your body naturally produces that. Now, when they test it and they screen and it shows a little bit of high levels of it, that's why they need to say, look, it tested a bit high. We like to see if you're taking nandrolone, which is a synthetic version, and that's what the IRMS testing is for, is to find out if it's based from a synthetic or was it your own body that produced it. And that's what today's test result declared, that the levels that he had were naturally produced. But 19-androlone is not a PED.
Okay, wait. So one of it was naturally produced, so there's only one foreign substance found.
There's only one foreign substance, that's ostrin.
And what does this one do?
It's supposed to help maintain protein synthesis of your body for the most part. If you're like cutting weight or something like that, it's what it's intended for.
Okay,
It's
so it
a drug that's
wouldn't
used for osteoporosis, I think it is, something like that. It's in
Okay,
clinical
so-
trials for
it
that type
wouldn't-
of reason.
It wouldn't affect performance. It's more for cutting weight.
It could be a little bit of both if taken at high dosage, but the efficacy of Ostrin for performance enhancing is trash. Just
Okay,
put it that
so-
way.
Okay, so it's looking like the win was more. It wasn't based on the substance, correct?
It's gonna be. It's to me, my personal is gonna end up being a trace contamination of a supplement. Because the levels are going to show that even if let's say he had, it's not going to be of anything that you're going to substantiate any type of performance
Do they
enhancement.
do that though? Do they take it and talk about how much is found, or is it just? If
Yeah,
it's
they will.
there-
They'll break it down. Dan Rafael has. This is the problem. Dan Rafael already has those results of part 1.
And tell Ryan to fucking post it.
He's not going to post it.
Why?
He knows what he's doing with the media hit job.
So Ryan wants to talk about aliens and CIA taking.
Yeah, well, why don't we
his
focus
back,
on the
and he
crazy
doesn't
stuff?
wanna
He's
post
trolling you guys with that stuff. And anybody who doesn't understand 72 hours, let's say I don't know nothing about this, and I say, hold on, he tested on the 19th and the 20th, and you guys let him fight. A person who doesn't know, that's a common sense question. Now educate them. No, it's because they take it, and then it takes up to 3 days to get to the lab. Then they got to test it. Now, after you explain it to them, and they still want to say conspiracy theories, then that's different. But at the initial thing, I think that's an everyday person common sense question. I don't think it's
Okay,
it's
so let's be educated about this one, because I don't know about this. So I would have to look on the website while we're discussing. There's certain ones on the banned substance list that are quantitative, and there's ones that's qualitative. So quantitative is what you're talking about. If there's trace elements, then it has to be above or below a certain threshold, almost like your blood alcohol level. It has to be under 0.08% right here in Las Vegas.
Right.
So the question is, do any of us know? And I'm going to tell you right now, I would have to look it up on WADA to see, is this a quantitative substance that's banned, or is it qualitative? And no matter how much you have in your system, you're done.
He's done either way. Let's say if it's a trace contamination or whatever. He's guilty on that. He's guilty on that respect. But then it's not the same type of penalties as if it was that he was intentionally digesting.
You're not understanding. If this is something that's on, there's 2 lists. One's qualitative and one's quantitative. So if it's an alcohol BAC type that you have to be under 0.08% not to test positive, and he has 0.07, then okay, he didn't meet the threshold to be completely positive, but it's there, right?
No, that's
then
not the way they're going to do it, Rachel.
Guys, sorry, real quick. So this is what initially they said was found in him. It's the same thing.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. It builds muscle. A lot of cancer patients take it who are withering away.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
And fat loss.
so that is performance enhancing then.
It doesn't work that way. No. I don't know. I'm not. No, it's not.
How does it not work that way?
It's trash because it's trash.
Oh, so you're saying it's just not a good one, but it still is.
It's trash. And then for you to accumulate any levels of performance enhancing, it takes a buildup of at least 8 weeks of it, taking amounts that, let's say he was negative on the 3rd.
Okay.
He was negative on the 3rd. He was negative all throughout the whole months.
I get you. So
and only 2 weeks that he tested, you're not going to get anything. This is not like Viagra that you pop it in and you get a boner.
You're saying that the way it was used, it wouldn't be conducive for him getting benefits. Okay.
No, not at all.
But still, that's in his system.
Right.
So
that's what he would be guilty of.
Why would it be in his system? You think a supplement was cross-contaminated?
More than likely, trace contamination, or who knows, lab. But we got to see what the B results say. We don't know if the B results are going to be.
Let's say they say it's there. Do they then go into traces? Because I agree. I think if something is that, does the rule say there can't a trace is okay, or the rule?
I'm actually verifying that as Rachel doing too right now.
I'm looking up on WADA to see the.
Because I'm assuming if it's there, you're fucked, right? That's what it seems like, no matter what.
I would think that.
No, I mean, it's there. That's the thing, that if it's there in the B sample, now there's the other question, we haven't answered it. What does the independent test of the New York State Athletic Commission that they did their own urine sample test on Saturday?
And what I'm saying is this: I see my man Jay Pitty, and they're saying he cheated, but he might have not willingly taken it. 1, 2.
Yes.
What if it was accidental and there's not enough in there to even provide any kind of benefit? Then,
it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter legally, but in the court of public opinion, to me, it would be like, okay, if it was accidental and it didn't even help him, to me, it doesn't matter technically. But obviously, officially, it has to be a no contest. No
I think on rules, it may not matter, but legally, it might be a different matter.
Wait,
he'll be held accountable if it's in his system and it's on a banned list and he's not supposed to have in his system.
Right.
Legally, he'll be held accountable.
But in the court of public, in this jury right here, all of us, it makes a difference. Intention makes a difference. How much was in there makes a difference.
100%.
Was it his left hook or was it the Juice's left hook that did this? You know what I'm saying?
That type of conversation. I agree with you 100%.
That was all that left hook and a man blind by it.
Yeah. Well, HL, listen, at the end of the day, right? Like, I'm going to tell you guys, right? The conversation isn't, for me, whatever it turns out to be, he's hiring his legal team. Whatever it's going to be, it's going to be, and we'll accept it for what it is. I'm just more so, from my position, just shocked at how much the space has. I've never seen a space jump into defending somebody who was, you know what I'm saying, accused with scientific data.
You know why I think
like this?
Because it's
to like jump on it like this.
Claymore, I think, I'm sorry to cut you off. I think it was such a shocking upset. I feel like a large part of the population doesn't want to let that go. People love upsets. It's exciting. You know, Devin Haney fans obviously don't like this, but in general, most of us neutral boxing fans, I feel like we like upsets. I feel like it's exciting, and I think that's why maybe people are holding on to it. I don't know. Just
the fact that Dan Rafael is the one who broke it before everybody, because he got it from one of those 4 people connected to, and I'm gonna say probably Victor Conti.
Victor didn't get it.
Well, he got it from one of these 4 people on that list.
Oh my God! Why don't you go look back at Ryan Garcia's test that he decided to leak, which I got in trouble for from Golden Boy because I posted it on my Instagram, and all of the people that get that test. The results is a WBC, and there's 2 people in the WBC that get it. And then there's
Kim Sabler from the New York State Commission, Eric Gomez, president of Golden Boys, Mauricio Suleiman, and Mike Mazzulla from Associate of Boxing, who's on the letterhead of the VADA letter and Ryan Garcia.
And does it say Devin Haney?
There's that scribble scrabble in the middle, so God knows what's.
It doesn't say Devin Haney. You cannot get your opponent's.
Yeah, you
result.
go to conspiracies again. Like now, you're gonna put Devin Haney underneath the scribble scrabble.
I didn't put it. I didn't even mention his name.
No, I'm saying she asked an upfront question about was Devin Haney's name there, and you said I don't know what's underneath the scribble scrabble. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. About. So is that conspiracy? Is that a fact? Do you know what's under it?
I don't know. Are you talking about Ryan's?
Right.
Are you a Boricua?
I'm looking up Ryan's right now.
Because I hear that shit. You're a New Yorican through and through. I hear that shit.
You hear it. You already know, right? You already know it.
I grew up. My neighborhood was Puerto Rican, man.
I told him that.
My neighborhood.
I told him that. Definitely from here.
HLD is 100% that guy. You hear it in his voice, and he gonna hold that down.
Yo, man, I'm from Alabama, man. Stop it.
Yeah, you're from Spanish Harlem.
Right.
Yeah,
you're from Alabama, and I'm from Wisconsin.
What part are you from, H? So I'm from
I'm from around the way, as they say.
He's from Jersey. He's from up north.
No, he definitely from New York because he definitely went into we on the internet. What you think?
I'm from Hell's Kitchen, so I don't know if.
I know he's from New York. I'm trying to get him to spill the beans, Clay.
Oh, you just want to tell? I mean, I don't want your address.
He's from Jersey and New York, and I feel like the Bronx isn't far fetched at all. Where he might be from.
I don't hear the Bronx accent, but I definitely hear Manhattan.
Hey, can we not? But I'm here for the education.
Right.
19 Nando androstenedione is something that your body produces naturally. It is not a PED. Can we get that understood? The only time that it's a PED is when it's confirmed that it's a synthetic by an IRMS analysis.
Let's not mislead the people, right? What you're saying has factual basis to it, right? But
absolutely,
let's not act like what they found or what they the red flags that were put up in the air by what was in this what was in his system isn't referring to a significant amount or an effective amount to call it a PED. We're not talking about the natural the body's ability to naturally build these different agents. We're talking about something that shows that something was added to his system in the spirit of enhancing his performance. We know that.
Underneath the scribble scrabbles are actual emails.
The truth
right.
is,
It's not. Come on, Rachel. He just said that just to deflect. That was a deflection by HLD.
I see a .com at the end. You're right about that.
Yo, guys, the truth is we'll
I
never
have
know.
the same fucking test result stuff. So I mean, of course I'm right. Y'all are basing it off of whatever other people were posting. I have like 50 of these in my email.
Yeah, so all in the 24-hour time, Dan Rafael, Victor Conte on TMZ, Devin Haney on ESPN. Oh, it's just all a coincidence. It's happened like that before.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah, of course not.
Dude.
Wait, hold on. Do you know who's the one that? So first of all, Dan Rafael reports a lot of stuff.
There is no third test failure.
What? Huh? No,
That's
I was
what
talking.
Dan Rafael tweeted saying there is no third test failure.
Oh, because like some people in X were saying that there was a third test running.
Well, yeah, like your guy Nestor Gibbs, he put out a thing. He was on it talking about that it was 3 different substances that he failed for when it was only 2 tests that he failed for only 1 substance.
He said, "My guy."
Well, yeah, your guy that you on with Nestor Gibbs.
I'm cool with him, but I don't know. I mean, he's not. I don't date him. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. Right. Listen.
Unless you're talking to a gay man, I don't have to say no Diddy, none of that stuff, bro. I mean, I'm not. You know what I mean by my guy.
What's
listen.
Claymore's my guy. It doesn't mean you know.
Let me comment on something somebody said in here, right? And I just want to put some perspective on this. Shout out to Rolling with the Punches. Welcome to the channel. I hope you subscribed if you haven't subscribed yet. He says, dude, Haney said himself he didn't feel anything special in the ring. WTF, shake my head. Y'all want to hate, right? It's not about hating, right? And a lot of people are doing this thing where their eye test is superior to science, right? So they want to go into the clearly when you see them fight, this man was not on PEDs, right? People lose on PEDs. People take PEDs, go into a fight and lose the fight, right? So this is not about his performance in the ring per se, right? This is about him taking scientifically, did he take performance enhancement drugs? And then once we've confirmed that he's done that, anything he did in that fight, we have to that has to do with performance. We have to consider that performance was enhanced. Correct. If it's okay, we just have to do that because if it was in his system, right, and with the purpose of enhancing his, forget the purpose. If it was in his system as a performance enhancing drug, we have to assume whatever performance we saw him do in that ring, that the drugs that were there to affect that performance legitimately, reasonably did affect.
I disagree with. We have to assume that we can question it. We can question it, but we don't know how much was in his system, and that's we're never going to know for sure if this was done on purpose or not. If it was done on purpose, obviously that's fucked up. But if it was an accident and it might have not even affected his performance at all, depending on how much was in him, but we're never going to know unless they're testing for levels. Do they do that? Do they test for how much? You know
I'm sure they could, but I agree with you, Marco. I actually agree with what you said, and I'll reword it to say that he didn't do it on purpose necessarily, but we're going to say that whether he did it purposely or he didn't do it purposely, it's reasonable to argue that it enhanced his performance.
Yes, agree.
You know what I'm saying? And therefore, he has to be held accountable for that because he's as a boxer and an athlete, he's responsible for what's in his body, whether it's by accident or whether it's not.
Let's not forget the greatest fighter of all time.
There's no enhancement in 2 weeks with that stuff.
Roy Jones also got caught doing PEDs once. People make mistakes. It is feasible that it could be a mistake. People just he's acting crazy think automatically, no, he definitely did it on purpose.
If we're saying that we're critical thinking, you got to understand that means that there is no efficacy of performance enhancing that's going to happen on that garbage PED of SARMs in 2 weeks window.
All right. I
Okay,
have a
so
question.
I looked at the. Oh, sorry, Ray.
Well,
No,
that would
it's
be part
okay.
of the rule. If that was true, that would be part of the rules. It'd say
Right.
you could take this as long as it's under, you just can't
Right.
take it.
Right.
So, for example, like there's a couple ones of these that are on here, and it says notes at the bottom of them, and it says that presidents in urine can exceed an excess of 4 ng per milliliter. But then when it goes to the anabolic steroids and the anabolic agents and the androgenic steroids and the SARMs, it does not say.
And you know what, Rachel?
You're
right, because testosterone is found in all men. They test for the levels, not if it's present, for the levels. So it comes to reason that they test for the levels with all this other shit.
Correct.
Right. That's why he failed that initial test of 19 nano, because the levels were just a little bit higher than normal.
He never failed it.
No, they posted it was Better BF who had elevated levels, but not.
No, he had that's why he tested positive screen on that first one on the 19th.
I don't know what it was, but I remember them just saying it's a little too high, but we're not sure, and it's not
right.
enough.
And then you got to test to see if it's synthetic or not, and then that's what happened with him with the IRMS.
So
test.
it seems like
that's Phil, man. I hope you come back, bro, because I really wanted to tap in. But after Marco's done, I definitely want to tap Ray in because he's been sitting here waiting. I don't want this to get carried away.
You can only have 5 people at once.
No, that's not what it is. He just left. He just left for something. Well, I'm inviting him to come back. No, I love these channels. These are some of the best people in the game right now.
So what's the? It seems like there's like a difference of opinion here. I don't get it. What's the difference between like Rachel and H, or is there not?
Well, HLD basically is his whole point is he's trying to, in my opinion, HLD is dismissing the severity or the importance of what's happening right now with Ryan Garcia and his PED.
Not like Haney. Because I'm getting a strong vibe here.
He's here to speak for himself.
I'm following the science. I'm following the science. Just like anybody who dares say that Berlanga test bottles are tamper-proof, that's bullshit. Because it's not. Even Water themselves have proved that they're not.
But don't front. Be honest. Do you dislike?
Oh, I can tell you, I don't like boring Haney. I mean, what, want me to say that? I don't like his boring style. No. I think he's a good kid. And his father is what it is.
Get that out. This is Marco.
Okay. I mean, if you want to hear, but that's not. But to use that's like the same thing trying to use. But he was 3.2 pounds over. So if he did that, he must be that's the stupidity argument people are using. That's a false equivalence.
I agree with
it. Has nothing to do with it.
Weren't you saying that Devin took the fight at 3.2 pounds over? He signed the contract, and we should take it as is.
Did he not? Did he not sign it?
Did Ryan not sign the fight contract that said he was going to go into VADA testing and sign the VADA testing procedures?
And so he's going through the protocols. Is he rejecting the B sample testing? I mean, I don't get the point.
Did he not invalidate the testing and say
that's him invalidating? I'm talk about me.
I'm asking.
I'm not defending. You think I'm defending this young kid with all the TikTok controlling stuff he does? No. I'm not on that.
Dude, I just told you, like, your whole point was that it was trace elements where no one said it was trace elements. And it said it on the one that you told me to go to Dan Rayfield. Then you tell me Ryan Garcia said it's trace elements, where he's the kookiest one to even listen to as
you understand when he's trolling, like he said earlier today, steroids, yummy. You know he's trolling.
And then you talk to me about, well, we need to see what level of ostarine, when that's not an actual quantitative test that they're testing for. Any trace, it could be 0.01%.
It's going to fail. That's true.
No, it's not going to fail. It's in once they see it, that's it. They don't care how much is in there. That's it. It's not a qualitative. It's a quantitative. It's a quantitative substance. So, I mean,
I know that's the same thing Victor Conte's been saying. The thing is to test for failure. Now, can we test to see how much is in it?
No, you can't just test you can't just make up your own fucking rules, bro.
How is it making up when that thing is garbage PED and we got to test for levels of real anabolic steroids? How does that make sense that we're going to test for levels of a generic garbage PED, but when it comes to anabolic steroids, we got to find out what the levels are?
Okay.
What are you talking about? The anabolic steroids aren't tested for numbers.
I think the argument that it's a garbage PD doesn't really hold up because it's still
no, it's not about holding up. But my point is, you're gonna tell me out the blue because we're looking for it if it's quantitative or not, only to see if it was cross-contamination or not? Because they have to figure out if this is trace contamination. There has to be a way to find that out. And I'm on the water last.
The problem is
Guys,
like they might not.
Wait, guys. Everybody calm down for a second. I really want to tap Ray in and give Ray an opportunity to go ahead and put his 2 cents in. Shout out to 2 cents.
So I'm definitely hearing two things here. The first thing is, let's question ourselves when we talk about steroids and how they affect the body. Did not Victor Conte, before he went to jail, test blood samples to find out what helps the body? Because everyone's different. These steroids attack people, or enhance people rather differently, based on blood samples or whatever the case may be. That's why he actually did what he did to give people advancements in the sports at the time, right? So we're missing the point that Ryan could actually accept this garbage steroid differently than someone else would, like you or anyone else that uses it, right? Because it seems that you just keep calling it garbage because maybe, you like something else or somebody else likes something else. And I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just saying generally, like, you just keep calling it something else, but we don't know what his body accepts. There's other scientists besides Victor Conte that can take a blood sample and dissect it and say, hey, this is good for you. This will help you. This won't be traced in your bloodstream based on this, this, and this, because your body has this level of this. It has happened. That's why it was so hard to catch all these athletes in baseball, football, and other sports for so long. And this is the reason why, even track and field and bicycling, this is the reason why. And I think a lot of people miss the point is the testing has been put out there for all these different types of drugs. Doesn't matter if the level is 1%, 0.5% above. It's above what a normal level is of what somebody takes. The side effects, let's not forget the side effects. It doesn't matter if it was, like you said, it was what, 4 weeks? The side effects point to every single thing that Ryan was doing. You can say it or not, but if you go read the side effects of this drug, he was acting just the way that the side effects said that it's supposed to act. But again, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to debate. I don't have any evidence, hardcore evidence, except for the testing. So I'm not going to go there until everything's said and complete, because I don't like to assume things. But I am going to say that we have to understand that the steroids attack, or any drug, it deals with people differently, just like anything else that they take.
That's true. And I think if it's in him, I think that maybe is all the sanctioning bodies or athletic commission, whoever the fuck is testing this, that's all they're looking for. I don't think they care if it's trace amounts, or am I wrong? They just want to keep it there.
No,
I mean, they would have to care, because why is Baumgartner not stripped of her belts? Because Mauricio Suleiman said, well, we don't know how she got impregnated by this. So,
that's okay, but that's the belts. We're talking about a no contest.
Well, you mentioned the sanctioning bodies.
Right. But what I'm saying is, right, but they don't. It's really the athletic commission who determines, is this a no contest or is this staying a W, right?
I think that's what they're only fighting for. They really don't care if they suspend Ryan. They we know there's millions of dollars involved in having an O, even though no matter what they do with it, they ain't going to erase the ass whooping we all saw. So but it is what it is. If anything, that's what it is. The marketing of an O means money. In
Devin's mind, it might erase it. Because taking your first loss is a huge thing to deal with, and then suddenly, and it's a huge psychological thing to deal with and to adjust to, but then suddenly when you find out that somebody cheated, it could save Devin's career mentally. It goes from him being like, fuck, what just happened, to like, oh, nah, this was bullshit. I still am the best. It's a huge change mentally. So that matters, I think.
Yeah, I think there's always going to, because I promise you, most of our conversation is going to be based off of perception of something, right? But there's certain things that don't require perception. And I think VADA's is not dealing with perception. When we're talking about results, we're not dealing with perception. We're dealing on facts. We're dealing on scientific data, right? Everybody can process it the way they want to process it. They can say, oh, is this effective? It's not effective. It doesn't mean anything. It does mean something. Whatever they want to say, but what they shouldn't be saying, what I think is a dangerous thing to start saying, is that the system is so corrupt that we're going to go with our eyes what we see as far as performance is concerned inside of the ring, in comparison to or in reference to how much we're going to value the results of a test, right? The results of the test remain consistent and should be consistently there. However you want to process the results is up to you. That's your personal preference on how you want to process the results, but to try to discredit the results or discredit the process is dangerous because it potentially opens up a Pandora's box for a lot more severe and heinous crimes. Because it could be considered a crime as far as I'm concerned. This is boxing. This is like attempted murder if it's applied in the right way. It's attempted murder. This is a serious topic in a combat sport. So no, nobody's hating on Ryan Garcia, right? It's not about hating on Ryan Garcia. If I have any pushback to give, is just the people. Shout out to HLD. Shout out to everybody in the chat who agree with him. But it's just like, nah, man. Ryan Garcia has to prove his innocence. He will prove his innocence until I see him prove his innocence. I'm going to sit back. I would never have said nothing about this if I didn't see so many people seem like they want to dismiss this. Like, yeah, no, don't do that.
You can't dismiss it.
You guys are just trying to help Devin.
But we also can't milk it either, which is what the media's been doing.
I'm not milking it. If I'm responding more so to a conversation that's across every content creating space right now in the boxing area, where people are split in half as to whether or not, in my opinion, this should even be taken seriously or not. Right?
What if the New York State Athletic Commission testing comes out negative?
Why did you say New York State Athletic Commission?
Because they did their own testing independently from VADA on the 20th.
Theirs is not as comprehensive.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm reading. I've read their entire PD thing that they do, and it is as comprehensive.
But again, is that on their list? Is which I think
I read it on their manual and I read it on their banned substance list.
Okay, cool. So let's just let me ask you this question.
I mean, I've been hearing that a lot. We want to diminish that the state lab is good enough for criminal courts, but it's not good for PEDs, you know?
Because they test for other things.
Their ban list is so everything that
I can tell you this, HLD. I've heard this spoken about by a couple of respectable analysts in the game who was very interested in this topic. As far as people want, first of all, people hold VADA and WADA. WADA specifically at a higher level than all these other sanctioning or athletic commissions or whatever have you. They always have. So they're interested in seeing exactly what the results are going to be coming out of the New York State Athletic Commission, because they want to know if they've been allowing. Because listen, man, WADA's science is tried true, bro. Right? So they're trying to see, like, damn, have their testing been as comprehensive as WADA? In actuality, they should be picking up the same thing that WADA is picking up. And if they're not, how many fighters have slipped through the crack and been inside the ring causing damage to people, and they haven't been testing these people properly?
If it's good enough to send you 30 years to life, I mean, I would think it would have to be good enough for PED testing.
We would think and we would hope so, but I'll tell you this. If we're talking about corruption with WADA or VADA, or the way these tests are being done or whatever have you, then the New York State Athletic Commission is not held above anything. They're going to be held to the same criticism, and if they can be compromised as far as VADA and WADA is concerned, New York State can definitely be compromised. The question is going to be, how long has this been? Because look, everybody, I'm not saying everybody, let me not say everybody, but there's a large percentage of athletes, boxers know it, you know it, HLD, I'm sure Rachel knows it. Everybody's playing around in this field, this performance enhancement field. They're all pushing the limits, and they're all trying to get that edge. They're all doing what they can to be better than the guy who they're going to be fighting against that night.
Right.
But the question is, has it been being regulated properly up to this point? You know what I mean? So there's a whole, like I said, this conversation is a huge conversation, and I'm telling you guys, this is beyond Ryan Garcia. This is beyond Devin Haney. It doesn't need to be constantly brought back to the center of the stage of Devin Haney, you're making excuses. It's not about that. This is about PEDs in combat sports and how seriously it should be taken. And I would have thought that this would have been like, oh, let's see what's going to happen. I'm more so shocked at how the space has been so resistant and so quick to discredit and bring in conspiracies and for what? It seems like just to break Devin Haney and to raise up Ryan Garcia. And I think it's bigger than both of them.
Yeah, but the opposite holds true, because everybody has seen that what the hell is going on with this media hit job between Dan, Victor, Chris Mannix. Do I need to keep on going with the mainstream people that have been just the one doing the hit job on this thing?
Dan
I mean, that's what everybody's
literally has
seen.
done stuff for
Everybody's
Golden Boy.
seen the coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences.
Dan Rayfield does a lot of stuff for Golden Boy where he's leaking shit that Golden Boy said, aka Ryan versus Rolly is happening next, and was wrong.
You know that's
because it was leaked by Golden Boy's side. So what are you talking about?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? What happened in the last week?
Is on this like one, you know, he's
that guy is on the lonely level. He got casted by ESPN. So yeah, that man is gonna do whatever it takes to survive, I would say.
Yeah.
He's not is he on the network? Who's hired him?
Okay. I mean, he's doing his own thing, but damn
exactly.
There's a
lot of people doing that.
There's a bunch of experts that have been casted out because there is no spot for them anymore.
Right.
They didn't want him at ESPN.
Yeah.
Do you know that, or are we doing?
They didn't give him another contract, did they?
They got rid of a lot of
they hired Coppinger.
But
so did freaking what's his name?
Right. Max Kellerman. Max Kellerman's going.
Max Kellerman was on a different trajectory.
Doesn't matter. He's still going. He was still talking about the same thing we're talking about, and he'll produce it the same way because of the evidence that's breaking news. I think people are really confusing the fact that, like Clay said, it is scientific evidence right now that has brought the facts to us, that has said what it said. It doesn't matter who broke the news; it is brought there. Right now, it's there. We have to excuse the fact that Devin Haney approached the fight differently. That's different. That was Devin Haney. He lost that fight on his own, fighting a fight that he didn't have to fight. Okay, let's go there. Let's excuse that out the way. Let's just move that all the way over to the left. Move it. Our problem is we're just trying to blame the PEDs on, and I'm not talking about fans of Devin Haney, but I'm thinking the fans of Ryan Garcia or people that just don't like Devin are trying to use PEDs as a fact that people that like Devin Haney are using to excuse the fight. No, we're talking about a man failing a drug test, point blank. That's what it is. And now, like Clay said, if that is a proof of that, then we're going to go into the other part of, did it enhance the fight, his performance in that fight? We have to go with what step one, and everyone's excluding step one and going straight to step two or step three. We don't know everything past step one yet. We're only in the highlights of it. Let the whole thing build. Everybody wants to jump to conclusions and have a voice on something that we don't even know yet, except for the fact that he failed the initial test. That's it.
And Dan shouldn't have released that. If Dan cared about any, he shouldn't have released something that's not concluded.
It's not Dan's fault.
Well, there's to smear this young man, which right now has proven he just proved that he wasn't on one. Everybody's saying steroids and PED. He just proved that he wasn't on it. But everybody for a week now has been saying he was on it.
Okay,
right?
HLD.
No, everybody was saying he was on PED of 19 and because half of everybody didn't even know that's naturally produced in your body.
HLD. The question is, who should release this information? Because it has to be somebody in media, right? Regardless of the sources.
Not when it's still in the process that we're on now. No, I don't think it should be.
Okay, so no one should know who's on steroids because when it was
no. You didn't listen to what I just said. They're still doing the B sample and testing of everything else. Until that is concluded, that's when it should be then released.
So Shakari Richardson, when she failed her drug test, they didn't do the B sample yet, but yet they pulled her from trials, right? For weed,
who's that?
Or whatever it was, right? Correct?
Oh
no. I'm just asking.
Right? I'm asking who you talking. I didn't even know who you said.
Shakari Richardson.
What for marijuana?
Right? Did they not do an international testing for Olympic protocol? Did she not?
Yeah, when it was determined that she was on it.
Okay, no, it was prior. She pulled herself out. I'm just asking because I'm looking at the situation where I want you to understand that we are a country, number one, that when we get information, we like to either neglect it or accept it. Okay, and some people are hardcore on neglecting it because they don't want to believe what they see. You know what I mean, or what they're hearing. Because I seen this guy just do this. I don't want to believe it. We're not asking you to do that. We're asking you to let the test results happen. Right now, it has been released that he's done it. And that's all that matters at this point. It doesn't matter where it came from. He's not going to release that information because I think there was a question asked to his father What happened to the other 4 tests? Was they valid? Right? Why didn't you complain about those? When did VADA and WADA become not valid? Right?
Because you got to use some common sense.
Okay.
So what happened? He failed 4 of them, and then he only going to fail on the day before the fight and after. Are we not going to use critical thinking, or are we just like, duh, we go with the flow? I mean, are we critical thinkers or not?
You know,
listen. Hold on. Let's jump into some critical thinking, right? Okay, so it doesn't seem practical for you guys to believe that he would do something that would put him in a space to where he's coming up clean April 3rd, right? I think April 3rd was that last result.
Right, April 3rd.
Right. So April 3rd, he comes in clean. And this is when the results come out on April 3rd, right? Not when he was tested or
the letters don't say. I don't think it says the sample date. No, because you know what they say they took samples on that day, because that's what like they do in this letter, right? They said that on this day is when you pass or you fail. So it had to be on the 3rd that collected the test samples.
So when did he get the results for April 3rd?
I don't have that in front of me for me to tell you.
Right. So that's my only confusion, right? To be like, that would make the biggest difference, right? Because if he received the results on April 3rd, that means that the testing was done before April 3rd, right? So now if we factor in if we just use, practical thinking to say that we already have an example of where Ryan Garcia was a test was collected for him on February 26th, and he received the result on the test on March 14th. So that pretty much puts 2 weeks and then you look at the results right now, the way they've come out, it's safe to say that somewhere between 10 to 14 days, or let's say 7 to 10, 10 to 14, 10 to 12 days it takes for these results to come out, right? So if Ryan Garcia is receiving his now April 3rd, right? That means 2 weeks before that.
No, now you're throwing a hypothetical and you're not throwing something with any science of it.
I'm trying to use a reference of what it shows as a pattern of how they do business. It seems like they receive the results somewhere between 7 to 12 days after the test has been taken. So what I'm saying is,
let me look up the letter here.
Okay, let's find it. Yeah, because on April 3rd, if the test was taken, that means around April, let's say 16th, right? Around 15th or 16th is when the results would have came in for that April 3rd test. Right.
By the way, I did find that they can test for levels of the aspirin, a liquid liquid chromatography, tandem mass spectrometry, which is capable of detecting and quantifying trace amounts of aspirin and its metabolites with a high accuracy and specificity.
Again, they're not testing for the levels, but actually, what's funny is you keep talking about New York State Athletic Commission. I can't find the lab that they're actually using, so I'll just call tomorrow morning and ask them if they'll give me the name of the lab that they're using.
I'll send you the
in addition to New York Athletic State is not going to test the B sample on the 19th because they don't have a 19th.
No, they only did the 20th, I said. Yeah.
So just to let you know, New York State Commission, and this holds true for VADA, WADA, and USADA, all state. The commission's policy is one of strict liability. The combatant is responsible for anything that he or she puts in their body. If the combatant takes supplements and later tests positive, it is the combatant's responsibility. The combatant should be aware that the supplement industry is poorly regulated, and studies have shown that some supplements are contaminated with steroids. If a prohibited substance detected the combatant sample, even if it was unintentional, will result in a violation.
Well, it's a violation. We all know that if it comes out, it's going to be a violation. But what type of violation and with what ramifications? It depends.
Yeah. Now, just real quick,
nobody's arguing that.
Just to revisit this real quick, just to kind of put a cap on it, right? To say that, and I see somebody talking about using common sense, failed test 419, 420. Why would they be different for the other tests? Well, number one, using PEDs, there's a manipulation of time and understanding of how long things come into your system, how effective they are when they go in your system, and how long they get out of your system, right? They're manipulating. They're working in between the spaces to get their opportunities to benefit off of this, but their goal is to also get it out of their system in a certain amount of time because they're anticipating testing as well, right? They're anticipating the testing coming. So they're going to, it's strategy, it's chess, it's not checkers. It's about moving at the right time, timing this out. Okay, I got a test that just came in. Boom, they tested me. I know they're probably not going to test me for let's say another 2 to 3 weeks, I have an opportunity in this window to use my time efficiently to do something of a short cycle, not the complete cycle to where I get the full benefits of it, but get enough of a benefit to where it's helping me along to the goal I'm trying to get to. Right. So if he takes his test on, let's say April 3rd, he gets his results, or he gets tested on April 3rd, however you want to look at it. And then he uses that date as a reference point to say, okay, now I'm going to take the test because they're not going to test me for a certain amount of time. It's reasonable to assume, or reasonable to entertain the idea that he took it thinking that by the time the test came again on the 19th or 20th, that's if he even anticipated the test coming around that time, which I'm sure he should have. Then it's reasonable to assume that he could have mistimed the amount of time it takes to come out of your system. Now, number two is, if he's not working out, a lot of people have put the argument out, including shout out to Cotto, and I believe HLD may have agreed to this or not, that Ryan Garcia wasn't in top conditioning for that fight against Devin Haney. That being said, if he's not in that kind of conditioning, he hasn't been working out properly, it's possible that some of the drugs got caught up in his fat cells, got attached inside of his fat, and that when he started working out, as we got closer, that things that came up clean in one test popped out because it came out of it disconnected from the fat as the fat was burning and caused his test to pop hot. These are just like possibilities, right? But it's not impossible for this situation to pan out the way it's been panning out. It's not so black and white. Maybe I'm wrong. You'll let me know.
Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. Because the thing is, the kid weighed in at 146.5 on April 8th. That's record.
Bullshit, HLD.
Was working out.
Bullshit.
Look it up on WBC.
I can't hear you.
Your mic's
hey,
bad.
no, your mic went left on us, bro. Something's going on over on your side.
Is he still there?
I think he's trying to figure it out. I think he's just trying to figure out.
You sound like he walked into the bathroom.
Yeah, you might have put it on mute. He might be handling some business. You know what I'm saying? Let's give him a minute.
He in himself.
Give him a minute. give him a minute. He'll be back around. But yeah, yeah, guys. Like, I'm sorry you guys feel that way, right? Like he said, thanks for clearing up the lie you was about to spread. Shushu, ain't no lies gonna get spread. You know what I'm saying? We're doing the same thing you guys are doing. We're entertaining things that could entertaining things that could happen, right? One thing that what I'm consistent on is that all these conversations is going to be perspective, all possibilities. Most of your arguments are going to be based off possibilities because you guys stay clear of the facts, right? You stay clear of the scientific, you know what I'm saying, of the science and the results. You guys jump into everything else. You jump into how he looks in the ring. You jump into how he performed. You jump into why would he think a certain way. You're trying to interpret his thinking process and how he's coming to his conclusions and why logically he would or wouldn't do something. That's what you guys do. So I just joined the party a little bit and added some possibilities of how he might have approached it to make it logical or practical for you to understand that it's not black and white. That at the end of the day, though, we can clear out all the woods. We can see the woods through the forest. We can move it all out the way, and we could just put our finger on one thing. VADA says he had something illegal in his system based on a scientific test. Now they're going to move to the next step, and they're going to go and test the B sample to see if it matches what they've already confirmed and found on the A test. We can keep it right then and there and leave it there and say that that's where the story begins and where it should end. But we're only jumping into these other conversations because you guys have a whole bunch of arguments that aren't based on the results of the test.
Right.
HLD back in the building.
Man, kick me out to win an argument. That's not fair game.
Whatever it takes, bro. Whatever it takes, you heard? Whatever it takes, baby.
You guys are on that Austrian, bro. I couldn't see that coming.
Knock you off your momentum. I hope we knock you off your momentum. We'll see how you come back. You know what I mean? Knock the momentum out. Now you got to get it back together. Go ahead.
Here's an independent person I would encourage everybody to go see and watch. He made a whole 33-minute video. He's a endocrinologist from More Plates, More Dates, Drew. He made a whole 33-minute video on this. He has nothing in this game, just to spit it out. Mm-hmm. Go watch him, and then you're gonna understand a lot of the stuff that's being said is bullshit. That's all I'm gonna say. Because since my word is not good enough, he's an endocrinologist. This is his specialty. He specializes in diagnosis of hormone-related diseases and conditions and all that stuff. He's an expert.
Right.
He's an expert, and I promise you guys will learn something from that.
No doubt.
Since my word is not good enough, he came out days after I was speaking on it. Aspirin is garbage efficacy, and the efficacy between April 3rd to the 19th is ridiculous. And just ridiculous that anybody would. The amount of time that even stays in your system doesn't even make sense to take it because it's highly detectable.
No doubt.
But go ahead. More plates, more dates, Drew, on YouTube. 33-minute video, Ryan Garcia full analysis. That man is going to cook everybody on this subject.
Okay.
But look, guys, you guys mind if we move the needle towards to some other things that's been going on? There's so many things that I would love this particular panel to tap into as far as what happened. So are we good? We agree to disagree, and I think we agree that we're all waiting on the B sample to come in so that we can come in here and either crush each other in the next conversation or you know what I'm saying? Come on next page,
hey,
right?
man, I agree to know that I'm always right. That's good to know.
Okay.
I know you are firm in your position when it comes to that. When it comes to that answer, I know you are firm.
What's the next topic, boss?
No doubt, man. So we talked about Canelo and Munguia a little bit. I don't know how deep we got into it, but I know Ray definitely wasn't part of that conversation. And I thought it was an interesting fight. Shout out to Mexico. That was a great showing for Mexico. Mexico showed up like they normally do for their fighters, and that was great to watch and see. But ultimately, outside of the results of the fight, we know Canelo won the fight. Munguia lost the fight. I don't have any disagreements with that. But was a new star born that night in Jaime Munguia? Did he show you anything impressive that you're looking forward to seeing him do in the future? And if and more importantly for me, we can get to this question first, and then we can break from there. Is Canelo Alvarez the best 168-pounder in the world? And if he is, what does the fight between him and Jaime Munguia say about who Jaime Munguia now is in the 168-pound division?
A loaded question there. First thing I tweeted on that fight, a star was born, and his name is Jaime Munguia. That's the first thing I tweeted right after the fight. And I'm not saying let's not confuse stardom with how good of a fighter he is. I'm not saying that, but I just learned today that it was the most watched fight in Mexico history. So it says a lot. But the kid is he put up a good fight. He did better than Charlo, I tell you that. So I mean, the man came to win. You could almost argue to say that Canelo was the merciful. He had mercy on them. I think he did. So but a star was born. I heard a little bit earlier that Canelo's perfect at that weight. He don't need to come down. He's been fighting guys a lot bigger for how long now? There's only one guy that's really gonna be and I think he's gonna beat his ass too. I'm not gonna say that it's gonna be a one-sided thing, but I see Canelo beating the shit out of Benavidez. I really do. That's what I saw from Saturday. If he's this Canelo.
Okay. What's up, Ray?
I agree with some of the sentiments you just said. Yes, I do think there's a star born out of this. Not based on anybody else's statement. I base it on. I think if with Benavidez, if he does continue to stay at 175, if Morrell goes up to 175, there's no one there. If Canelo retires right now, I think that can beat Munguia at this point, and I think he is the new or second right now in the division. Unless one of those other two guys come back. Remember, he just had trouble making 160. He's a 160 pounder. He just moved up. He had his, his fights going on there. He's doing what he had to do. I thought it was going to be trouble for him because I just thought Canelo was just too much, especially coming from 175 to one back to 168 and back and forth, and being able to balance that type of fight. Not only win the championship, but balance that the punches at 175 at a heavier weight and coming back down to 168. It was just him being able to take advantage of the guys at 168 and their power. And I'm not saying no one's as strong, but there doesn't seem to be anybody as strong. As far as him fighting Benavidez, to just tap in, I do tend to lean towards Canelo with a Benavidez fight. Only reason why I always base it on experience. I think punches and bunches does work, but with somebody like Canelo, he waits for the opportunity, and we've seen what happened with Caleb Plant. If he didn't tire himself out, we have a whole different fight. Benavidez, is he still undefeated at that point? It's just in many ways that can go. So, again, that's a hypothetical, but just basing everything on what I've seen, I think Canelo is king, and I think the star of that show was Munguia.
No doubt. It was kind of like that Isak Cruz Rolly fight a little bit. Isak really her. I think she disconnected. She'll be back. It says device not connected, so either her computer died or.
But was it a good fight, man? I thought it was a good fight, man.
It was a great fight. It was one.
Bro. I loved it. I loved it, and the young man. I agree. I don't think there's nobody right now at 168 who's going to be able to hang with this young man. He's only 27 years old. Let's remember that. So I think hopefully he learns from this. We did see that there's levels to this game. There's levels, and that's what Canelo showed him. But the kid was phenomenal. I mean, good. It was good for everybody, man. I had a lot of tacos, a lot of la comida, man. It was good, bro. It was good. Ain't no complaint.
No doubt, man. Now, the segue into the next part of this question is we've spoken about how Munguia effectively got our attention, and we got a chance to see, 43 wins and however many knockouts. We never saw him fight against that fighter that really was going to tell us what we wanted to know. And I think Canelo is the greatest barometer, right, to find out where he's at. And I think he performed well against the best fighter at 168. And, he got my attention from that last night. Now, Saturday night. Now, that being said, moving forward with Canelo Alvarez, he's got, options. Obviously, he's the face of boxing. Outside with that performance and what you saw from Canelo, what did you pull from it? Like, did he just re-certify himself as why he's the best? Did you see him slow down in any kind of way? What did it mean anything as far as your perspective on who Canelo Alvarez is the day after that fight?
My prediction of this fight, to me, it was going to be Canelo by 12-round decision. Mm-hmm. And with the caveat of to see where he's at, if the old lion is going to show his age. And many people throw out, but he wasn't so act. What I saw is that he used his IQ now more than ever. He used that to be efficient in the ring, decipher this young man and break him down with as little as needed. And that's what I saw. Other people think that he slowed down, and he might have. I mean, we're not going to say he hasn't, but I think he could fight at this level against anyone, and that's including Benavidez. At the way he fought on Saturday, he could fight Benavidez too, because Benavidez can't crack either. So let's just call it a buck. He's not a power puncher. He's a volume puncher like Munguia is. So I see Canelo busting him up too. Okay. If it happens. Okay.
Rachel, I see you in the chat. You pulled out, or were you having issues?
This is her mic died.
Oh, her mic died. Okay. Ray, go ahead, though. What do you think about Canelo? Would you walk away thinking about Canelo after that fight? How'd you feel about his performance? What is it? Did anything slow down? Is he just that guy? Did he revitalize some thoughts about him? Like, what you thought? Or just another day at the job for him?
Listen, yeah, with age, everything comes to a halt. I think he did take a step back. But not based on his performance. That's just based on age. I think he's still that guy. I think Paul's. I still think that Canelo brought with him the arsenal he brings. I think he just set up the fight the way he wanted to set it up. He wanted to go in there. I think I even called it before the fight. I said, I think he's going to attack the body and then chop the head off, right? And he was definitely looking for body. He was looking for the body work, pause, in the beginning of this fight and towards the end. He was trying to bring him down that way. I think Canelo did want a victory of sorts, but then I think he got to the point where he was just, you know what, I can win this on points, and I can easily show anybody that this young kid is not at my level. And he did. And he even said it at the end of the fight, like look, I fought the best. I fought this guy for, he started naming people. He was like, I'm not afraid of any of these guys. I can do what I want. I called that just like he said it. And I was like, yo, this guy is 100% right. When you're sitting at the top of that hill and you're telling people, when you're telling people that you're the king, guess what? You make your own shots. You make your own ruling, and that's what he does. He's going to fight Benavidez when it's time, right? Rather it's passing the torch, which I think the torch has been passed. I think Munguia is this guy, bro. Like, I think he can act. Only person I think gives Munguia trouble is probably David Morrell. But then he's just really like a bunch of power. Like, is he able to outbox Munguia? So that's a whole nother conversation. I think we're in a point where Canelo has proven that he is the best at 168. Yes.
Yo, Ray must be an Austrian, bro, because something's happening with him, bro. Me and him, we agreeing, bro. He must be an Austrian. He's boosting his.
Nah.
We are agreeing, man.
Listen, man. Let me explain to you, man. I'm about boxing, bro. Like, I'm not a huge Canelo fan, but I believe what I see, and I've never shied away from saying Canelo was the best fighter in the world.
I'm not a Canelo fan either. I mean, like in that regards, he's not my following. I really started following him more that the shit English talking Canelo, man. Payday. When that shit happened, I became then a fanatic more of it, right? I was like, okay, but before that, it was I respected it was done, but it wasn't like, oh, when is Canelo fighting? I didn't. It wasn't my thing. But
all right, guys. So an hour ago. Like about an hour ago, I guess Boxing Forum 24 is saying that Ryan Garcia was cleared of the banned PED. I can't say that damn word.
It's not a banned PED on the synthetic version of Nanderstone.
I mean, I'm just reading what it says.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, I'm saying, and Ostarine B samples is to be tested on May 22nd. So that's what they're saying. I don't know.
Oh, they gave a date?
Yeah, May 22nd is when they're going to test the B samples.
Well, they hired that company that's representing. I forgot the name of it. Sports something, and they specialize in violations and shit. It's a legal company. The Garcia's hired.
That's from some independent platform. I don't know where they're getting it from. I don't see anything else to back it up. So I'm not putting I'm just saying what I read, and I only did that because TR put out breaking news as per Dan Rafael. Ryan Garcia cleared this evening, and I don't see where Dan Rafael said that. So,
here, let me look it up for you. I can put it in the chat.
I know you're gonna find it in 2 seconds, but yeah. So that's what's up. I feel the same way about Canelo Alvarez. I think he's the best at 168. I do feel some kind of way about him not fighting David Benavidez, but it's not going to make me like delusional about the caliber fighter he is and what he brings to the table. It did look like like when I saw him standing in the corner. I've been seeing him doing that. I feel like I saw him doing that in his fight against Jamel as well. He's just preserving his legs. He is getting older. They say you can just wake up old one morning, right? Like the way it happens. A lot of people are worried about that for Better BF, right? They're like, man, I wonder if he's going to wake up one day and realize that he's not the same guy, and we don't get a chance to see a prime version of him fighting against.
You guys tell me this is not biased journalism. Why is Dan going at Ryan Garcia? Why is he he's not talking about it on his tweets, and he's coming up on him? You see what I mean? That's why I see they're on the defensive. Dude is on the defensive big time. That is funny as shit to me, because I couldn't imagine like Stephen A. Smith literally going at people and hey, I reported whatever and that's it. I'm not gonna keep on retweeting on top of all their tweets and trying to cook people and shit. And I mean, I don't see that. It doesn't make no damn sense. That's why I'm going to put him in the bucket of where I put him in.
Yeah, it looks like Showbiz dropped something too.
I just sent you a link for the Daily News, and
Daily News is speaking on it too.
Yeah, it's in there now.
Okay.
Is it Daily News, Daily Mail?
Shout out to Echo in the building.
I'm lying to you. I think it says Daily Mail.
Mail.
UK.
Yeah, Mail UK. Online. New Twitter results.
Speaking of UK, speaking of the UK, Echo.
Hi guys. How you
we
doing?
already seen this. Hey, how you doing? Echo, how you doing this evening?
Damn well, it's the morning for me, but
Right,
yeah.
Right.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say something about these drug tests or whatever. I trained a guy that was flagged for Austria. I did. He was champion as well, and he had the same problem that it was flagged. However, he gave his samples back to USADA, and it was cleared because it was a tainted supplement.
Right.
And at that time, around when that was happening, I'm not going to say who this fighter was. He was an ex-world champion, and there was around about 12 people as well within the sports world who was flagged for the same substance. And this happened. This was happening a lot. And USADA, WADA, UCAD, and VADA knew all about these tainted supplements. So don't be surprised if this is a tainted supplement thing. Because it's in a lot.
I won't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't never be surprised.
It's in a lot of supplements. It is.
That's correct. That USADA released a video on that about 2 years ago.
Yeah, I know about this before this was even out.
Yeah.
Because of my background in as a combat trainer. So also a lot of things that people have been talking about, a lot of things about weight advantages and hydration things. A lot of people don't realize that when people go in the ring 20 pounds heavier, okay, or whatever it is, if you weigh 10% more than somebody else, your aerobic threshold decreases by 10%. If you lower your weight by 10%, your aerobic threshold will go more, so you'll have more energy. So each percent of weight you put on, you lose that percentage of aerobic threshold. So it's no advantage to anybody to go in the ring at 25% extra, 25 pounds, really.
Right.
Because whether it's muscle, fat, or water, it doesn't matter. You're still going to lose that aerobic capacity. This is why, really, the best way for this is to have the same day weigh-ins. Then there won't be that, those gains.
I agree.
Because really, when you think about it, that's like running around the track with a bag of potatoes on your back. It's the same thing. It doesn't really increase, and you can't flex water and you can't flex fat. So when you've got these fighters fighting at 6% body fat, then you've got to dehydrate and you lose all that water. That is not going to be good for the brain for sure. Mm-hmm. But what happens? A lot of the guys are having fat camps, and what they're doing, they're losing all that water on the day before the fight. And really, the reason why a lot of them are doing that because they're not disciplined with diet up until during their camps. Right. And if you're weighing 10 pound, say you weigh 10 pound more than your fighting weight, that's a good weight to be all year round if you can stay around that weight. When you go up 2 stone, 3 stone, more than likely you're going to be doing a fat camp. And this is one of the problems with boxing now. When you talk about the old-time fighters, they were fighting people. I mean, like Sugar Ray Robinson fought Jake LaMotta with 10 pounds on the day of the weigh-in. He weighed 10 pounds less.
Mm-hmm. I still got to learn how much a stone weighs.
It's 14 pounds, by the way. 14 pounds.
14 pounds is 1 stone?
Yeah.
Okay. New for me. Thank you.
That's easy math now. We can just put it in the calculator and figure all this stone stuff out now.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, with the right protocol, right, you can lose 7 pounds in an hour.
Absolutely.
Through water. I got my fighters to lose 12 pounds in one day. And this has happened a lot. This happens a lot with a lot of athletes especially people like wrestlers and
Exactly.
people
I'm
like
in the
that.
wrestling world.
They do this all the time. They do.
Right,
You
right,
could
right.
you could easily go out one day and have a big meal and put on 5 or 6 pounds on without even trying to eat a lot of food. Just by one meal will put 5 pounds on because of the salt and the water. Because water, when it binds with salt, is about 5 times more. And carbohydrate as well. So when people do these refueling, it's not protein that they're refueling with. They're refueling with water, fats, and carbohydrate. And also you've got the glycogen as well, which all, and a lot of the boxes now are utilizing supplements like creatine and things like this, which binds with water as well.
Right.
So it's more. There's more to the weights and the weight loss and the weight gain that a lot of people think.
Gentleman knows what he's talking about.
It's
He
very
understands what creatine does. Exactly that.
yeah. It binds with water. Yeah, of
It
course.
just bloats you up. That's what it does, man.
It can do. It can do. That's why they do. That's why they do a loading phase.
Exactly.
They do a loading phase before.
My man understands some of the. I like that.
You know, and also I spoke to a guy with steroids. I did it for years online. We did this via email. I've learned about steroids and how they are and what they are, you know, from Primabol and Dynabol and all these Nilevar. You know, they've got so many different steroids, and a lot of them, like for instance, Ostarine, that will go out of the system through going to the toilet, and it doesn't stay in the system that long either. However,
It stays
things
in
like
his body for 10 days after one dosage.
yeah, but the thing is, with a lower dosage, it can release in 2 days, or it can.
Interesting.
Because it's usually about 25, 30 milligrams, around 20 milligrams, around the milligrams. But it can be detected by 1 microgram, which is very little. So, and all these little things that people are talking about, they don't really understand the protocol. The B sample will come back the same more than likely if it's not got the bottle that's or the container's not had the contamination, or it's not been cleaned properly.
Right.
And that's another thing. Because how many times have you used the plate and it's not been cleaned properly? This happens all the time. It's human error. And also, even if it's sterilized in a machine, you could put something in a dishwasher, right?
Right.
And it doesn't always come out clean.
Right.
You know,
Right.
there's so many ways to contaminate. There is.
Yeah, there's different ways for these things to pan out. You know what I mean? But one thing for sure is when the flag goes up,
yeah,
it's time for an investigation. Everybody gets their due process. You know,
right.
At the end of the day, though, until the due process comes full circle, you know, it's not about conspiracies. It's about treating every result the same. Oh,
yeah,
flagged. Let's go ahead and check into it. So I just found it awkward during this whole entire this process. Just the big huge defense of what it is and what it isn't.
But it will be flagged at one microgram.
Yeah, I mean it's flagged. I mean I don't know the science behind why it's flagged, but I know whatever criteria or whatever.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's been met, and that's why it's been flagged.
even if it were just the minutest, it would still flag. But that doesn't mean to say that it. You know, if it had been tested on what was it, on the day of the fight and
the 19th and the 20th.
Yeah. If he'd have had 25 milligrams of that in him, then obviously he would have been using.
And right, intentional ingestions for performance enhancing.
Yeah, because that wouldn't be accident. That wouldn't be a tainted supplement.
Right.
You know, there had been, would have been, because you can microdose, and it's possible that somebody could do this and know which one did it, but also take the actual thing. So take Ostarine, knowing fully well that the other supplement they've got has got it in anyway. So that's like saying, well, you know,
I've never heard anybody microdosing aspirin type.
No, there's no need. There's no point to do that. There's no point to do
there
that.
isn't.
No, there's no point to do that. And also, he doesn't know when people are going to come and test him either. So this is the problem with it's like all the other things that people have been found for, you know, like clenbuterol. Clenbuterol's that's actually in an inhaler for asthma, bronchial inhaler. Same as Billy Joe Saunders, that was in a nasal spray. But they're in a lot of things. Even the IOC, they've banned caffeine in their tests. So some of these things they're banning are really, I mean, they're quite negligible whether they're really going to help somebody become a better fighter. You know, and what they really need to do, I believe, is, you know, try to get as much information on the supplements that are out there and give them a list of things of supplements they can through different supplement companies, and just have it like that, rather than letting them, because the boxers go out and just buy everything. A lot of athletes do that. They'll see a new supplement and it'll say,
especially the broke fighters, you know, they don't really have the you know, I mean, if you're using good steroids, I mean, it's not cheap. Let me just tell you that. Underground shit might be cheap, but like if you're losing legitimate quality pharmaceutical stuff, you're talking, it's big time money, and you're into the thousands for a cycle. Now, if you're using some underground lab type of stuff, you might be able to get away with, you know, maybe a couple of grand for a decent cycle of just like regular tests and some other things in a stack. But one thing that I don't understand that they should be doing that would help prevent this is that I think that in the last month going into the fight, they should be testing the fighters randomly twice a week.
Yeah, I really believe that. I really think they should do
twice a week, and that we can have and hey, you're gonna get tested randomly twice a week, a month going into the fight. And like that, there, you know, we can catch stuff early, and like that, we can stop a fight before we go into a fight. You know, with a test result that says, you know what I mean. It should. So when people ask, oh, but how did he test? Well, you know, a lot of people don't understand the process of the 72 hours at least that it might take to get to the lab, and then whatever how many. I think they could prevent a lot of stuff by randomly drug testing these athletes twice a week, randomly leading up to the fight. And we could get those test results. And I don't understand really the 3 days to get to the lab, because I mean, overnight express exists. I mean, I don't get that part, but we can get these test results sooner, and we can at least, you know, we put the pressure on the fighters. You don't have a window, right? An athlete. I mean, that's not any athlete. You don't have a window where you can try to cycle off on or on a real anabolic story, try to do some micro dosing. Because it's just, you're gonna get caught. That's my
especially when you've got, you know, I mean, nandrolone, that can be in a lot of things as well, because people are putting it in supplements now. They are, and also that can come from meat as well, and the body will produce a certain amount of that metabolite itself through. Also, people don't realize that certain exercises, such as compound weight exercises, produce high levels of testosterone.
Man, he knows his stuff. Yeah, exactly. If you want to get men out there, you guys out there in the chat, you want to increase your testosterone level, start doing some squats, baby,
or breathing squats, and things like that. They produce high levels of testosterone, or they can, or at least elevate it. But bodybuilders have known this since the 40s and 30s. Yeah. But a lot of people don't understand these things. You know,
sir, what's your name? I didn't catch your name, sir.
It's Echo, the legend, bro.
Echo.
I'm a historian. I'm a boxing historian as well. Man.
My God, a pleasure to hear some rationale with some backing on it. I love it. Appreciate the insight.
That's why I'm able to tell you about certain things like boxers, like Sugar Ray losing his first fight to to Jake LaMotta, you know. But then again, 3 weeks later, he beat him. He beat him 3 weeks later.
We passed your time.
Yeah, Robinson. Yeah.
You said Durant, and he went all the way back.
Yeah, he did. Well, he said Sugar Ray. Let's keep it real. He said Sugar Ray. He meant Robinson.
Look, but I know about Sugar Ray Leonard as well. He won the world title in November 25th, 1979, Wilfred Benitez. I know he lost it in June. I know that Duran lost it in June 20th, 1980. I know that he beat Tommy Hearns in September 16th, 1981. I know a lot about boxing. I don't know just the fights. I know the dates. I know Roberto Duran won the title in June 26th, 1972 versus Ken Buchanan. Lost it. He lost in November 17th, 1972 when he first lost to Esteban de Jesus.
Hey guys, you got 3 seconds to answer this. What you have for breakfast? 1, 2, 3. Look at that. Can't even remember that. This man's spitting out dates.
I've had breakfast yet.
That's what I had.
I had water this morning. But yo, guys, like moving it along a little bit because I wanted some opinions on But y'all, yeah, whenever Echo comes in the building, I like these panels. I like HLD, even though you know what I mean he be pushing the limits. But the HLD, that guy, bro, I'm telling you, I done spoke a lot with him on Mill City. Shout out to Mill City, by the way. I know, you know what I'm saying, but I know when it comes to these conversations, if it's gonna be about Teofimo, if it's gonna be about this topic right here, he's gonna be on one side of this conversation exclusively. I don't care what he says. And if it's gonna be Devin Haney, also.
I'm on the science side. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, maybe I get.
Prove me wrong because right now all I've been hearing on the panels is like, no, he failed. He failed.
Yeah, it's unfair to do that when you've not had the proper testing.
Look,
and
even
the
Echo back up.
Echo, he's failed the sample A test. He's come up positive.
Yeah, I know. I understand that.
It happened,
but he's still got to go through the process of the reasons 100%. Why and whatever.
Okay, but Echo, right? It's not about nobody's trying to. I'm not trying to say get Ryan Garcia out of here. He's a PD. I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying that discrediting the value of the flag, of the red flag of that test popping positive is not productive. We need to take that result seriously and understand that it's a founded reason to believe, and that's why the B sample has to be tested, because science says something has raised a flag here. There's no the whole idea of trying to Victor Conti and then Bill Haney came in and it's corrupted and inconvenient that he came at this time. There's no reason to go that way.
Man is a criminal. That ain't changing.
But that's a toxic fans, isn't it?
Oh, listen, it gets crazy out here.
If he, to be honest, if he was going to be popped for anything, it would be the Nangelo. That's why.
Echo. That's what I wanted to tell you, Doug. Everybody for a week,
not the Austrian.
Right, everybody for a week has. Everybody for a week has been drowning this young man, saying that he failed for the PED Nangelo 19, and they're calling it I don't know if you understand. They're calling it a PED one. It's naturally produced by your body, and the only way we can find out if it's a PED if it's when they do the test to find out if it's synthetic, the levels that he has. And so for a whole week they're calling it that he's been failing all this stuff, and I'm like, we got to follow the science. Then why were everybody saying for a week, this and this and that, when then today it comes proof. He was negative for synthetic Nangelo. So he's only been tested for Astron.
Yeah, Linford Christie had the same thing happen to him as well with Nangelo.
All right, but guys, let's do this. I want to move this along because we're gonna stay on this round. At the end of the day,
man, it's holy shit.
We're all waiting on the B sample. We're gonna find out.
It'll be the same. It will be the same.
Exactly. Right. So so at the end of the day, we'll wait on that sample, and then at that point, once everybody gets the information they need, because they're putting a lot of emphasis on this B sample. So let's wait for this B sample to come full circle, and then we'll decide that one. We're not going to decide shit, right?
And the state commission sample.
The state commission and whoever's in charge of making that decision will decide what's going on with Ryan Garcia. Me personally, I'm more so just like, as far as boxing is concerned, I feel like this is a conversation where there's the boxing side of this, and then there's Ryan Garcia side of this. boxing is where we're supposed to stay at, which is we should want to know what these tests mean and what Ryan Garcia, if he was a straightforward, clean fighter on that night or made a mistake, or whether or not he was purposely trying to enhance his performance just to beat Devin Haney. That's where I stand on the conversation, because I don't care about Ryan Garcia as much as I care about the sport, and I want to keep the sport clean.
Let's make it clear. The man comes out positive on performance-enhancing levels. He gets everything that he deserves. That's there's no question about it. But if it's something of trace contamination at a level that I understand that is not,
that is well.
Nobody, I know for a fact you're not going to get no performance efficacy in a 2-week window with that garbage aspirin. You're just not going to.
I agree with you 100%. If it's shown that it was like a tainted supplement or was something that was just like genuinely by mistake somehow, just by a supplement he was using, I don't believe he should be thrown out the sport or anything like that. I mean, he should get whatever punishment is way. But I won't look at him like, oh, you cheating. You know what I'm saying? That's not how I'm going to look at him. I'm going to look at him like I looked at a lot of other fighters who've made mistakes and got caught up in certain things. But if it shows that he used it like a purposeful level, like he was purposely using this, he gets what he gets. But I don't make decisions. I don't care one way.
If Christina Leonardo didn't get a no contest on her and Bumgarner was able to keep her belts, whatever punishment Bumgarner got is what he should get. And there was no contest on that. She was able to keep all her belts, and she's fighting now in the next month or so. So I mean, like, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're right.
I agree with HLD completely.
Right. Wow. I agree with that. That's fair.
Great minds think alike.
So moving along right now. So we spoke on Canelo's performance and how we felt about the performance, and what that meant for the future. Now, I'm not sure if this is his final fight or, if that was a one deal and done fight with PBC. I don't know.
Who? I'm sorry.
Like. But as far as Edgar Berlanga and whoever he's going to be fighting next, it looks like Edgar Berlanga is going to be the fight in September. It looks like that's what everybody's pushing for. Is that?
But you said PBC. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were talking about. A one-off with PBC. Who had a one-off?
I'm saying Canelo. I'm not sure if that was a one-off or if he's got any more fights left in the contract with them. Because I know he renegotiated. At one point, he renegotiated because it looked like he was getting ready to leave and go elsewhere. Then he came back to the PBC, and for what I understand, he renegotiated a new deal.
Nobody asked him that question on the post fight, right? Like, what the heck are these journalists doing?
Right.
Good question to have asked.
Because that was like a 3-fight deal at first. It was supposed to be.
I heard it was a one-off when they did it, right? That they renegotiated for a one-off. But, we don't really, I don't know. No, has anybody said anything?
No,
I got to ask Espinoza, man.
And I think it makes a difference as to who he fights next, right? Like,
absolutely.
If he's staying with the PBC, I think that makes a big influence on who he's probably fighting next. And if he's leaving the PBC, it kind of opens it up a little bit more. But you guys, Edgar Berlanga, right? First of all, I don't know how you feel about Edgar Berlanga, HLD. But
well, the commission of the Puerto Rican Association, we have traded his card, and he is now Dominican. So just to be clear, he is a Dominican. We have until further notice
about that. I actually had questions about that, and I'm glad that you actually cleared that up. I'm glad we had a representation on the panel. This has been a long going. Like I just didn't know. I'm glad to hear that. That makes sense now. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna speak for a person that no, he's not here. Truth, who is Dominican and Puerto Rican, who says otherwise. Hell no. But
wait, we already traded them for some plátanos and
some arroz con pollo long time ago.
Nah, they don't do that.
Long time ago.
Man.
So Edgar Berlanga to me is just not proven, right?
No.
He just and to be honest with you, when he had opportunities to potentially prove himself, he failed, in my opinion. He didn't prove himself. He's still undefeated. God bless him. You know what I'm saying? Right. I think he has a lot. I think he just started his career. He had an unlucky start of his career. And what I mean by that, by him going 16-0, he didn't get the rounds in to develop properly and to be the fighter that he probably could have been by now if he'd have got those rounds in. But regardless, outside of that, it does seem like there's some money to be made. Or my question is to the panel, is there money enough to be made to where this fight makes sense for Canelo and Berlanga to fight in September? Being that
I hope not. I pray not. I hope not. I don't want that man because what bothers me mostly about Berlanga is that he's using the Puerto Rican culture to bandwagon this thing over, and I don't think that's right. You know, when we gather our champions that we know they're it's because it's naturally organic. You know, and I'm going to mention all our names. We know who our dogs are. And so Matias is on the brink of that, maybe, right? We know that Amanda Serrano is the one in women's boxing, right? We don't have to put that, you know, but this guy, he's trying to clamor it and on his own and trying to, like, you know, and no, bro, you're just a daddy Yankee fool, man. Just stop this shit. I don't appreciate it. Me personally, I don't appreciate it. I'm not saying he doesn't have a right to represent our flag one. I'm just saying the way he's going about it, it seems like he's milking it to try to, you know, call it for what it is. For those who are going to maybe be on code and whatnot, and just, hey, man, that's my guy. I'm going to root for him no matter what. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate it. I don't think he's skillful enough. I don't think he's ready for that ass whooping that he's going to get, and he's going to embarrass us. And that's not what I want. If he was the goods, let's do it now. Come on, Canelo, but he is not that dude, and I don't support it. I hope it doesn't happen.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, let me ask you that. Well, first of all, Echo, do you have anything that you want to contribute to the idea of Edgar Berlanga and Canelo Alvarez, or?
That would be a mismatch.
Right. What about Ray? How you feeling about it?
No contest, bro.
Echo,
like,
Kevin Simple, right? Yeah, I think we're
pretty
on the
much.
same page. We're all on the same page. One of those moments when we're all on the same page. Mark it on your calendar. It happened, right? Another one of those.
They're on Astron, guys. These guys are on Astron tonight,
tonight, bro. You know what I'm saying? Tonight.
The synthetic version.
It's the synthetic.
Passing around Astron on the panels when we start passing around. Everybody take it before we start talking. Everybody take it out.
I don't want to plant, bro.
Hey, side effects of Astrons. You cannot see left hooks.
It's in my Agawana.
Yeah, but Devin didn't take it. So look, so okay, fine. So do we have any, like, I mean, I think it's clear. Ideally, I would want to see him fight against a David Benavidez or David Morrell.
Rachel has a question for you.
Rachel has a question. Before you let HLD go, save this message for him. Nonito fought Rigo in NYC and was VADA tested. New York SAC stepped in. Athletic Commission, New York State Athletic Commission stepped in and let VADA test and didn't do their own. Yeah, we'll answer that later. Let's move along. We'll answer that later. We'll keep that. We'll mark it, Rachel. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it up here so we make sure we address that before we get off the panel. We're gonna let HLD answer that. So that being said, Edgar Berlanga, not who we want to see him fight against. He's not going to fight David Benavidez and David Morrell because they've both gone up to light heavyweight division. What would be a fight that you think makes sense for you to see Canelo fight in next? If not, taking into consideration that Turki Al-Sheikh has aspirations now of making a fight between Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez as well. But as far as you guys are concerned, what would make sense for a Canelo Alvarez outside of Edgar Berlanga?
And Billy,
no, Edgar Berlanga does not make sense. Let's put it out there. We got to pray. It does not make sense. Let's put it out there. What's really available for Canelo at 168? I really don't know, man. They're like, who is there? Like,
and Billy, man.
Oh, and Billy.
Rematch with Plant.
That's interesting.
That's a possibility. Yeah, that's a possibility. They were talking that too, but I think in Billy becomes that he's a threat.
I would rather see him Billy. I'll be honest.
But I think on Billy, who's a strong fighter, weakness is his endurance. Like he punches himself out a little bit, but I think he has enough power to actually stun and possibly hurt and beat Canelo. He has ability to. I mean, strength to.
So is it in Billy or Plant? Which one of the two would we prefer?
I would go with Billy. In my opinion, I think Billy deserves a shot. He's a WBO. What is WBO, right? Interim or WBA?
I don't know. It's not.
But
WBA,
because we haven't seen him fight with Canelo, I think I would rather see that. I think the outcome of a Plant would be the same. He's gonna get knocked out again.
Yeah, that's actually, and it's got to be the WBA because WBO because David Morrell was a WBA interim. Right. But that being said, so Edgar Berlanga is not the answer for Canelo. Nobody really wants to see that. He's really trying to sell it. I tell you what, he showed up to this to that event and he really was just campaigning, running around, really trying to campaign this whole Puerto Rico versus Mexico and how big it was going to be.
Dude, he was on Twitter doing some Mexico stuff with the flag and singing and acting a fool, man.
It was crazy. And did you guys see when he kind of put Caleb Plant on blast, saying, "What is he even doing at the event? He's not even Latino." I thought that was weird.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's the that's
when he did that. I was
that's that New York shit, man.
Yeah, I'm like, what is it? What does that have to do anything?
It had nothing because because the other side of that is he got into it with David Morrell. He couldn't say that shit about him, right?
Right.
You see, Big Poppy had you like, what you gonna do? But I don't know. I think that was weird that he said that.
It's all about the payday as well, though.
Yeah, it is. Right. It 100%. Is. Hey, but Plant didn't slap him, man. What's up with that? I think New York won that one. He didn't slap him, bro.
This was the big relevant tour, right? Like everybody who showed up to this fight knew that this was the spot to be in. I don't think there's no coincidence as to why Gervonta and Frank had their press conference that weekend in Vegas. I think Canelo's event is that event. Like if you haven't been relevant, if your name hasn't been out there enough, if you want to get a buzz, this is where you want to be. Right. All the social media platforms are going to be there. All the big ones. I mean, all the cameras are going to be running, and this is your opportunity to speak, which is why it's not coincidental why we saw Caleb Plant and Edgar Berlanga have their little conversation in front of the camera for the world to see. So that being said, and we brought up Caleb Plant potentially being a candidate to fight Canelo Alvarez. If it's going to be M. Billy, which I don't know if it's going to be or not, we don't know who it's going to be. But if M. Billy, let's say, is going to fight Canelo Alvarez, who would you like to see Edgar at this point for Edgar Berlanga to prove himself, right? To legitimize himself and to have somebody on his resume that gives him that recognition that he wants. Who do you need to see Edgar Berlanga fight for you to be convinced one way or another that this guy is the real deal?
Plant or Munguia?
Perfect person I have is Pacheco. I think they're on the same level. It's a Mexican-Puerto Rican fight. They're both, that will separate them and say who's at the next level.
I like the Pacheco fight too. It could be Pacheco, it could be Plant, it could be Munguia. Any of those three guys. But I like the Pacheco.
I think the real test would be Munguia because Munguia did very well, and that will be a benchmark for Berlanga because he's fighting somebody that Canelo just beat. So and he didn't knock him out. So
right, he ain't beating Munguia though.
Yeah, then that's what he's got to do. He's got to fight the people. See, sometimes the person that's the champion, is easier to beat than somebody that's 2 or 3. Sometimes it happens throughout the history of boxing. It's always been that way, and the Mexican Puerto Rican thing has been a big thing. That's why probably Berlanga's pushing for that. You've only got to look at some of the great fights that happen that way.
You have to be a great fighter. You have to be a great fighter.
Yeah, I know. But Puerto Rican, Mexican, Puerto Rican, they've always been big fights. We'll
put up our best champions versus your champions. That's not even a problem. It's you got to be a great. He's not even you got to be great. That's all I'm saying. If you great, let's go. I'm down for it. 100%. No excuses of anything. But
Canelo and Cotto, Puerto Rico versus Mexico.
That was a beat up Cotto though at that point.
It was. That
wasn't Cotto, and that was a shell of him.
But it still was Puerto Rico versus Mexico, and that's what Berlanga is going for.
Yeah, but it's again, if he's going to do that, let him fight Pacheco. Pacheco's, even though he's a Mexican American, he still brings that same type of, because remember, Berlanga's he's American too, but he represents Puerto Rico to an extent according to HLD. But and Lorenzo, my bad. Both of you guys.
But his true test would be Munguia, though.
Munguia, Plant. I think Plant is a good. Those 3 names are still good names to be tested for Berlanga. Pacheco, Plant, and Munguia being the highest threat.
I definitely agree with Echo though. That's where I was feeling as far as Berlanga's concerned. I feel like if you're trying to get into a conversation of fighting a Canelo, then naturally for me, a Munguia would be the test. Because if you can't get through Munguia, you ain't got no chance with Canelo. And we all already don't believe that you should even be in there with a Canelo. But I'll tell you what, I think a victory over Jaime Munguia would make a way more legitimate conversation for the ultimate goal, which is the big payday of fighting a Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying, and making that big payday. Now, if it's just about a practical decision as far as making him legitimate, I don't think of him winning against Diego Pacheco makes me feel like he gets in the ring with Canelo. I don't feel like winning against, you know what I mean? Those fights make sense as far as him organically becoming better. It makes sense for him to go ahead and take that next level up, which would be Diego Pacheco. But in the extreme case of trying to make an argument for him to get in the ring with a Canelo Alvarez, I think the legitimate test for that particular argument is Jaime Munguia.
I see what you're saying, Clay. I think a statement win versus Munguia makes that. Oh no, it does immediately. A statement type of a win. Yeah, but that's a big hypothetical.
That's a far-fetched plan, man.
I mean, if you want to do what they say, that the saying goes, if you want to get something you ain't never had, be ready to do something you ain't never done. He has to really take a leap. If he wants to take a leap into the ring with Canelo and prove to the world, if Canelo would force him to prove to the world that he deserves to get in that ring with him, instead of just giving him that payday and him being a sacrificial lamb to just go in there and get paid, knowing he's going to lose going into the fight, show us that you really believe you can beat Canelo Alvarez. Fight Jaime Munguia, beat Jaime Munguia, and we'll see that we need to see.
That would be a proven. Point. It would prove this point of view. So at least he deserves that fight.
Right.
I agree with that.
But I am ready. I am ready to see Canelo rip the head off Bud Crawford. I want that. Now I do.
I agree with. I think
I want to see that. I want to see that
and
knockout.
Into the next conversation, which is what I was going to bring to the table. So it's naturally working out. I was literally let's go ahead. Let's move forward with this part of the conversation. So Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford, Turki Al-Sheikh showing interest in putting this fight together. We know if Turki really wants it, he usually finds a way to facilitate it. So it becomes more of a legitimate fight for Canelo. Definitely an easier fight for Canelo than maybe a David Benavidez, right? Something that I think Canelo would entertain with the right dollar amount behind it. So it's a legitimate fight that can happen right now. You know what I'm saying? So that fight being put inside the crosshairs of this conversation, how do we feel about that fight?
I believe that Canelo would beat Crawford.
Yep. Right. I know everybody thinks who would win. That's an easy answer, right? But
so
my question is,
not everybody thinks that, bro.
Hold on. Let me listen to the question again.
I think Terrence could beat Canelo. I'm gonna tell you straight up right now. I'm one of those guys in the ring who thinks like, hold on one second, Ray. I believe that definitely can happen. I believe Terrence can beat Canelo Alvarez. Do I think he wins? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think it's as black and white as everybody wants to say it is.
No, it's not black and white. No.
Yeah, but my question is this a legitimate? I'm buying this pay-per-view. I want to see this fight. Yeah. This is a great fight. Money is there. It's gonna sell.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it because I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
I agree.
I'm ready for it.
Yes.
I want to see it. And not that I think that Crawford deserves to be going. No, none of that stuff. I just want to see. I want to see the broken head that's gonna be flying down the ring because that man is not gonna. There's nothing that Crawford is gonna be able to do to Canelo that's gonna make him flinch, and there's everything that Canelo is gonna do that's gonna break that man in two. That's what I see.
Young Ray, 168.
Yeah,
just answer that question. Okay, so I mean that was pretty easy and that was straightforward about that fight. I got stuff here, guys. I know it's been a long
149.99 if they want to do it. Let's do it.
No doubt. So moving forward now, so David Benavidez now put into the crosshairs of the WBC and the 168, who are trying to put pressure on him to vacate his mandatory spot. As far as the mandatory for the WBC title, 168 pounds with Canelo Alvarez, pretty much giving him 10 days after he's defeated or lost against his fight he has at 175 for that interim title up there, and basically putting the pressure on him to stay at 168 or move forward and relinquish his spot as a mandatory. Taking that into consideration, also remembering that Canelo's the one who's actually purposefully not taking that fight right now. is this fair by the WBC to put this kind of pressure on David Benavidez at this point, or is this out of pocket?
I don't think it is anything of the man went to negotiations 2 weeks before March that they were going to make him the mandated mandatory. He decided to take that fight at 175. He could have waited to go into March and let Mauricio Suleiman make him the mandated mandatory. The reason is that they don't want to do the mandated mandatory is because the split is different when it comes to negotiations. And second, the money is not there. PBC don't got the money for this fight just yet. So maybe they're going to involve the Saudis to get that money and make this fight happen to where because that's all that's needed. Pay the man and we get the fight. So I don't think there's any pressure, unrealistic pressure by WBC. I think he had an opportunity to stay at 168. March came in. You're now the mandated mandatory. That fight has to happen within 6 months, and that's it. But he didn't decide to want to do that, and so it is what it is. But I think as long as the money's on the table, it's really about the money, guys. That's all it is. Put the money on the table. We'll make this fight happen, and we should see it.
So you're talking about money. Do we not think that fight would generate enough money to make that payment? Because I think that's a big enough fight where every head is going to turn, and a lot of people are going to buy into this fight, including casuals. The casual fans do follow Canelo, and then a lot of boxing fans follow Benavidez, and they want to see that fight. So I think that carries its own weight. Now, as far as him being stripped or having to relinquish and make a decision, I think that's way too soon. I don't think that's fair to him, being that they put him on the back burner for 3 years, waiting as the interim. That alone says, okay, let's give this man some respect. Let's give him 6 months. Let's give him 2 fights and see what he wants to do up there at 175. Why?
You understand that the interim does not give you a mandatory spot, right? You don't.
Okay, but let me finish. So he might like it at 175 and want to do that anyway. Let him make that choice at his own, convenience. It's so quick that everybody dismisses the fact that Canelo does what he wants and Mauricio Suleiman allows it. And I mean, even to the point where they just gave him a franchise belt to make these moves where he could have been, where he avoided certain fights. That to its point says a lot, including taking a belt from the guy that was actually stripped because he was a champion in recess and never got the shot to fight for that title. So that is a lot to say for David Benavidez on his part. Now, if he chooses to do so, that's on him. Again, I have no dog in this fight, but I am going to say those points and be clear that it shouldn't be. I think they pressure him out so they can keep Canelo as they want or do as they want with Canelo.
No doubt. Echo, you want to contribute or tap into this topic a little bit as far as David Benavidez's situation, or to move on?
Yeah, it's all about money, obviously. It's all about money. It's all about money. And whether or not who's got the money, that's debatable who's got the money. But like what LCD said, LCD said that about, Turkey Al-Sheikh. I mean, he's the guy that's doing everything now. And these are probably the guy that will put the money forward or do it with somebody else. But I don't know. If people are saying that he wants 200 million, I don't think he really wants 200 million.
You shoot for the stars, and then hopefully.
But he hasn't given a price, really. I don't think
not publicly.
He's not going to get 200 million for a fight, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
This is what I say. He made $55 million guaranteed. That was guaranteed money versus Caleb Plant. Plus,
who paid him that?
Showtime PVC. And then on top of the pay-per-view shares, on top of the gate, that man versus Caleb Plant made in excess of $100 million. So is it far-fetched that he's asking for 150?
But who's going to give him that?
That's going to be the Saudis.
Yeah, it won't be the PBC.
So
no, they don't have it. They don't have it, which is why he fought Munguia.
I know, but I think the question is should Benavidez stay at 175, or is it fair to him that he has to get rid of his WBC at 168?
I think there's money if he goes for undisputed versus the winner of Better Beef and Bivol. That's a big fight. I think he needs to carve that. That's his path.
Yeah.
He should have left 168 years ago. The fat boy missed weight twice on that. He shouldn't have been at 168 anymore. Let's just call it a buck. He's a weight bully that needs to be at 175, and he should have been there. And now he has an opportunity to make a good. Hey, he can make legacy and a good check fighting the winner for undisputed at 175 versus the winner of Bivol and Better Beef. And I think that fight is still a great fight too.
I agree with that. I like that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what HLD said. And I was thinking, I've been thinking the same thing. I'm saying that's a thought pattern I've been on as far as this is a big guy, man. And although I also sit on the side of the damn, bro, you guys are gonna make this guy vacate his mandatory spot that he earned to fight against Canelo Alvarez. But at the same time, I'm not in agreement with him moving around too much in weight. I don't like those guys who, especially somebody like him who's really big. I don't know how healthy and how productive that is for him to go up to 175, come back to 168, go up to 175. I think he should.
What happened to Roy Jones Jr. when he should have retired after becoming heavyweight champion? He should have retired, and guess what? That man would have been the GOAT. The GOAT.
He's the GOAT to me right now, but I do believe he doesn't get the GOAT accolades because of that poor handling, the way he handled that situation in a poor way. He really got the worst case scenario of the dangers of doing that kind of stuff, right?
Roy's the GOAT.
Right. So, I think David Benavidez might consider, although I do think the circumstances is kind of weird for like the WBC to come at him that way, like to almost paint him as somebody who we got to put the pressure on him because he's, I don't know, it just kind of looks weird.
Well, that's how it is with any of the belts, though, Claymore. Like if let's say a guy moves up in division, he's got the belts, he fights and he wins the belt at the next division, then he has only 10 days to decide whether you're gonna vacate the ones that or not. That's kind of standard procedure. Is there a lot of selective process in this? Yes, because we got Charlo holding on to a belt for 3 years, been in prison or jail twice. Now he's you see what happened to the man today, right? I mean, it's bad news, but he's still the champion.
I didn't get the full story on that, but I know he definitely got.
Bro, it's bad, man. It's bad.
Yeah, I got to read up
car
on that.
chase, everything,
really?
Bro.
Yeah, they took it. They took his belt away from him, man.
The Lambo, everything, bro. It's just, man.
He just got stripped.
He OJ'd, like he got in a little chase and everything. Was it on?
Yeah, he didn't know. He crashed his Lambo and then he went on a hit and run police chase.
Oh wow!
Who's this? I don't know anything about this.
Jamal Charlo.
Jamal
or Jamel.
The big one, the big
Charlo. Big Charlo.
Oh, I saw an interview where he was talking about retiring, and it doesn't look like his heart is in the game anymore.
Oh man, he's
that's what I saw.
Charlo's
to be honest, guys, I don't watch the news about boxing.
I heard they put up Carlos comments. I heard they promoted him.
There you go. It's in the chat.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, but it didn't have to come to this to do that. They should have done it under different circumstances where it could have been a little bit more. I don't know, man. What a messed up situation for the man.
They should put him as a champion recess when he first went down with mental health.
That's exactly what I believe it should have happened.
Right. So guys, as far as David Benavidez, pursue Better Beef Bivol winner. Fight. David Morrell's already gone up there. There are fights to be made. It's not bad news for David Benavidez. In my opinion, it should have been part of his own decision making anyway. Naturally speaking, just if I'm not going to get the Canelo fight, I feel like he kind of said that already. Just if I'm not going to get the Canelo fight, I have no plans of going back to 168. Canelo's made it clear he's not going to fight you. It's I think it's pretty organic and natural to be like, he's heading in his direction anyway, but I think it was highlighted a little bit just because the WBC seems to have initiated it, and it made it kind of look like, yo, what are you talking to me about? Like, I was really probably about to do that anyway, but you guys is out of pocket coming at me trying to put me on blast. So I got 10 days when you know what I've been through in this damn division with your damn Canelo that you guys cherish so much.
Hey, would Canelo meet with him later at 175?
I think it's very possible.
I think it's very possible. I think that's going to happen. I actually on the record of saying that, Clay. Am I saying that? I think Canelo.
I wouldn't leave anything off the table. I
think Canelo is going to try to block that fight also, and I think he's going to try to move to 175 for the WBO once it becomes unified, and he gets that opportunity to go to undisputed. That's what I think he's going to do. He's waiting for the
Try to
opportunity.
do.
Hey, Claymore, any talk about the number one pound for pound fighter in the world?
I
Who,
know
the guy who got knocked on his butt.
Monster Inoue.
Right here. It's right here. You know what I'm saying? I must have sent you a copy of the paper. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you got the list of stuff.
What organic as it is, as this conversation has been, let's jump into it. Monday morning, Monster Inoue and Neri fought. And we got to see a different light of Monster Inoue, but we also got to see what it looks like for him to get up off the canvas and show the world why he is pound for pound. That, you know what I mean, he's not just beating a bunch of cherry picking you know what I mean, cherry sodas, that he's fighting people who can hurt him, and he did somewhat get hurt being sat on his pockets, and he got up and had a great performance, was able to stop Lewis Nori, I believe, in like the 6th round. Don't quote me. I didn't watch the fight completely. I just saw the highlights. But that to the panel, what do we think about this? And is he the pound for pound fighter in the world, best pound for pound fighter in the world with that victory, defending and still being undisputed champion?
To me, was always the number one pound for pound for the last 3 fights of his. To me, he's been the number one fighter in the world. I don't go with the pound for pound. I'm just saying, to me, this is his 22nd championship fight. Let me repeat that. His 22nd championship fight in his 4th division. This man is the number one fighter in the world.
I'll tell you this, and it's not because I disrespect him. I just look at it as, and I'm not really bringing this card up here, but it seems like every time there's a dominant black athlete that is, and there's no play on anything, as a pound for pound king, there's always somebody coming right behind him that they want to steal that spotlight and make someone else pound for pound king. I have no problem with it. I do think Inoue has deserved some spots, but think about the fighters he has fought. How many of these guys that he fought were on the pound for pound besides Stephen Fulton, who they just happened to throw on the pound for pound list right before he fought? He wasn't even a shot on the dartboard for pound. And don't get me wrong, Nonito was a great fighter, right? He fought Nonito. That was a great fight, and that was someone that he
salute Clay,
up?
salute Ray, salute the whole chat, man. How y'all doing, man?
Salute. What's going on? But go ahead, touch in. I know you want to touch in on this Japan.
Right,
Go
I
ahead.
was to say, Lorenzo, this is the first time you've been up here, man. So salute, brother. I'm glad you
Yes, sir.
on the panel. But I think Lorenzo lives in Japan. If I'm correct, I mean, he'll correct me. But he wanted to tap in.
I'm not Godzilla, right? Get it.
You already know, man.
I got some backup.
Salute to y'all, man. Salute to y'all. I just want to touch on a few things about Naoya Inoue real quick, man. That man put 55,000 asses in seats in the Tokyo Dome. That is crazy. That's crazy. That whole so I watched the whole thing from beginning to end, from the 2 people with 0 and 0 rank, 0 and 0. Sorry, I'm a little lit right now. My bad. 0 and 0. What's the word I'm looking for? Records. All the way to the main event, man. It was like a 7-hour thing going on out here in Japan. So I watched every fight, and that whole, it was like WrestleMania in Japan. Wow. Everybody had crazy entrances. Even the little people had crazy entrances. But Naoya Inoue, man, that man is he's the man. He's the man out here in Japan. We talk about the faces of boxing, and to me, the faces of boxing, it depends where you at, because the UK, Anthony Joshua was the face of boxing, in my opinion, in the UK. Japan, of course, Mexico, of course, we already know, and then United States, to me, is Tank Davis.
I was going there too.
Right. I just wanted to bring that up real quick, man. I'm gonna go back to just spectating, man. But salute to all of y'all, man. I'm gonna go back.
I gotta ask you a question. One real question for this debate here. When's the last time you got up at 4 a.m. and watched Bud
Crawford? Good point. Listen,
No, well, the thing is, there's a 13-hour difference. So I don't wake up at 4 in the morning to watch Bud Crawford. When he fought Spence, it was in the afternoon.
Oh, it was in the afternoon for you guys?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not for
Actually,
me,
you know what's funny about that, bro? You know what's funny about that? I have a picture of me. I was actually at the beach with my daughter, and I'm walking her in the water. And there's a picture. My wife took a picture of me and her walking in the water, and I'm holding my phone, watching the fight, and holding my daughter's hand at the same time.
Awesome. Hey, what part of Japan, my friend?
I live in Tokyo.
Oh, you're in Tokyo itself, my friend. Good.
Yeah.
Man.
Are you like military or just like what
I
you
used to be. I used to be military. I used to be in the Air Force. I did 6 years in the Air Force. I got out. I met my wife. My wife is Japanese.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for your service, my man.
So you out there?
Yeah,
we appreciate
absolutely, my brother. Yes,
And
sir.
thanks for tapping in
I'm gonna get back off. I just wanted to just say that real quick, man. God bless y'all and God bless the chat, man. I'm gonna go back to the chat actually.
Thank you,
Yes,
man.
sir. Yes, sir.
All
Appreciate
right, salute
you,
to
man.
all of y'all, man. How I get up? All right, brother. Yep.
Bye, my
All
friend.
right. I wanted to pass the
Can I
opportunity.
finish? What I
Oh
was
yeah,
saying?
my bad. You
Oh,
was
so
saying-
no. So
Yeah.
I was actually, and I'm actually glad that Ross Clark and Rachel actually stated what I was going to go into. They actually they beat me to the punch. Now I was actually saying that it's a shame that this happens a lot, but I have to tip my hat to Inoue, right, for doing what he's doing. He's been successful. He has beaten everyone. I was going down the pound for pound list. I think I was on Fulton, right? That's the only guy he threw up there. And I said, but as I'm saying as I was saying that, he hopped in. I think it is time for Terrence Crawford to pass the torch. And I think Inoue is that guy. I think inactivity, which Clay speaks on a lot, has brought him down off that list. That's where I was going with it. I just wanted to get into the point of, we see this too many times happening, but you know what? It is what it is. Let's pay homage to the guy that's the rising star, Godzilla himself. So he's proven it. Right.
50,000 seats is a lot. Yeah, Texas. Yeah, man, that's what it looks like. 50,000 seats.
Now
man.
we got to see him versus Tank
on a Monday night.
That's a whole nother on a Monday night.
On a Monday night.
You gotta give respect to that, bro. People got stuff to do, and they're making it time to go see him fight.
I'm just gonna say he's number one because of the 22 championship fights in a row, 4 divisions, and he is active. He became undisputed in 2 different divisions in a 12-month calendar year. Yes. That's why he's number one pound for pound fighter in the world. Then after that, I'm gonna say it's Canelo, and then I'm gonna say it's gonna be Bud. Bud needs to be more active, plain and simple. He's not active enough to earn that spot. That's just me. Canelo, I know he gives me 2 guaranteed dates a year. And Inoue is fighting. Look, he's already scheduling for September, bro. So that's why it's Inoue to me.
That's true, Ross Clark.
No,
I agree as well. With everything that.
Yeah, as much as that breaks my heart because I am a Bud fan. Facts.
The thing is,
it's the truth. What HLD said is facts. I gotta agree. Even with the order of the pound for pound fighters, the list, the way you did it, I can't push back on it.
And I don't really have a pound for pound list. I'm just saying best fighters in the world like that. And after that, I don't know, man. Maybe Usyk, if he beats Fury, he may, you know what I mean? But I don't really have a pound for pound list. It's just more of an eye test. And basic facts.
Yeah, let's tap into Echo. Go ahead, Echo. Tap in.
Yeah, I agree with everything everybody's saying about Crawford. He's not fighting enough, and he should relinquish the belts if he's not going to go there and fight. But people are saying about Inoue that he's not the greatest or whatever because he got dropped. I can name lots of boxers, great boxers that got dropped, in early careers, and knocked out in their early careers. They're legends, Henry Armstrong got knocked out in his first fight in the 3rd round.
Right.
Roberto Duran was dropped by Esteban de Jesus twice. It was. And he was the only person to drop to beat Duran before Leonard beat him in the rematch. Right. So just because you get knocked down, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It's what makes Inoue great that he got up.
Exactly.
And you're only going to be tested or judged after your career by your greatness, by overcoming things, by overcoming adversity. And all the greats have all done that. Wherever you meet, it doesn't matter. and it's about testing yourself as well.
He acted like a true pound for pound fighter in my eyes.
Exactly. Just because you've never
I didn't
been
see
knocked
that 2
down
weeks
doesn't
ago
mean
or
you're the
so,
greatest.
but I saw it 2 days ago. Got dropped and did what he had to do.
I agree.
Just because you never lost doesn't mean you're the greatest.
I'm gonna say straight up,
because you've not fought often enough and you're not fought enough people.
Him going down was the moment for me that made
that
made him great. Like without that moment, it would have been like types of arguments that could have been made. Like, he's doing what he's supposed to do. What's impressive? What's impressive is coming up off that canvas in the first round, shaking off the BS and getting right to business and stopping that man in the 6th round. That's what's impressive. That's
and you know what? It's only gonna make him better, man. Because he was reckless, bro. What it was is he just thought he was gonna walk through this guy, and and you know what I mean. That's what it was. It's more that I'm gonna walk through your ass. And you know what it was? It was like a Teofimo Cambosa's moment. You got dropped. You know what I mean? And then he like, okay. And then you got to get busy, go to war. And so what this guy did, he's going to learn from that. He's not going to be reckless now, you know, and he's going to understand that anybody at any given point, especially now at this weight, because these guys are 122, but they're coming from much higher weights, dropping to 122. It's not no more like where you were before, you know? So his punch is going to, you know, he carries his punch. But is the register going to be the same? Are you going to be able to handle this power? So you got to be careful, baby. You're not. He proved he's not. He doesn't have that Canelo neck. You know what I mean? He's not there. You know. So now he has to. Now it's going to make him better. To me, it's going to make him a better fighter.
Now, not for nothing, guys. Do we have any aspirations for Inoue at this point? Seeing him perform that way. Do we stay at 122, continue just doing what you're doing? Do we have aspirations of seeing him maybe pushing the limits and challenging himself in different ways? Any fights that we'd like to see him in, or is it okay with the trajectory he's on right now? Is it okay and he should just continue doing what he's been doing?
I think he's got one more fight that he's going to do at 122, to my understanding. I forgot the name, and I wouldn't be surprised because I think he cleans house at 126. And that's going to be the limit of his physical abilities. That's like his limit. Kind of like Loma. 135 is really his limit. Loma's at 135 because nobody can mess with him at 126 and 130. That's why he challenged himself to go to 135. I think that's what's going to happen.
Now, guys, here's something crazy just to kind of throw into this pot and let you guys build on it. But something crazy. Tank Davis looked in real great shape. Like he looked like in a perfect area where he could go down to 130 and make something remarkable happen. You think there's any chance that you would see a super fight between Monster Inoue and a Tank Davis at 130?
I was thinking the same thing.
Not to me. I'm realistic. I'm realistic.
But Tank could easily go to 130 because people are saying that he's got so low body fat, whatever, he's ripped or whatever. He's not ripped. He's only like 10%, 12%.
Right.
He's not 5% body fat. And he could go to 130. Yeah, I think he could.
No, but I'm saying he's missed weight twice at 130.
Yeah, but that's lack of discipline. That's not because he can't make the weight.
Right.
I think that would be. I think that's a possibility, Clay. And the reason why I say that because I think Inoue wants that fight. I think they're about the same age, so that'd actually definitely be a really good super fight.
Yeah, Inoue is 31. Tank is 29. If it's gonna happen, guys, it's gonna have to happen like soon, very like in the next year.
And
I don't see that happening.
I don't see because Tank. I don't see Tank having that on his radar. But it could happen. It could happen in the last fight.
Is that a big money fight for Tank? Is that a?
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. Now,
exactly.
The money is what makes it happen. Now, this could be something that could be on Turkey or Sheik's card over in Saudi. Have both fighters come there because it's middle of the world for them. I don't think Tank goes to Japan because he's going to be the A side on this type of fight. So it's either U.S. or Saudi. The money is definitely going to be big time, and this will be something that I think Inoue would want to prove himself as an elite fighter. Who wins this fight is interesting because I think Inoue does have punching power off the back foot, and I think Tank is just he's a decision maker and he analyzes. They're like similar fighters but different, so I could see this being something.
I'm not sure about the A side, man. The man just filled out a 55,000 stadium place.
That's in Japan, right? But we're talking in his country. I mean, I believe
same thing with Tank in his country. Right, what he's doing.
Right, But Tank also didn't he do well in England too?
Yeah, against Liam. Also Leonard Ellaby kind of tapped in and said that, you know, he kind of made that. I remember one time in an interview a few months back when he said Tank can easily make 130. He made it
Exactly.
he made it like purposely said that, where when he said that, I was like, and I thought
You
to
know,
myself, and then
I can tell you why he can make that weight.
During Ramadan and you know, I mean, after Ramadan, when I see, and even at this press conference, which we're going to segue into the Tank Frank Martin conversation, then we're probably going to close it up if you guys are still, you know, game to have any more conversation. But you know, Tank Davis looked, even in his press conference, in real great shape. I mean, he looked like he was probably under 150, probably like a solid like 145. You know what I mean? 146. He looked like he was sitting out there in great shape. You know what I'm saying? Like damn near fighting weight. So I think it's realistic for him to do something super special at 130 with the monster Inoue. Something that would, you know, I think the world would come together to see that fight. But go ahead, Echo.
Yeah, I mean, people saying Tank, you know, he looked in good shape, but the thing is, he's not a big guy. He's got very narrow shoulders, what you call that cranial width. He's not got big joints. You know, he's not a big guy. I mean, when he fights at 140, when he fought at 140, you know, that for him, that's going up in weight, really. But I think he can go to 130.
No doubt.
You think? What about Inoue? Is that?
Inoue could go to 130 because he's got. If you look at his acromial width, he's got a good width, and he's not that short. He's 5'5", right?
He's the same. Yeah, he's the same height as Tank is supposed to.
Pernell Whitaker was only 5'6", and he was super middleweight. So, you know, there's lots of reasons why people can go up in weight, and it's how you do it as well, and what part of your body you develop, you know, rather than just trying to build a big chest and doing bench presses and things like that, you know.
But
I believe Inoue could go to 130.
I'm like, what? He's number one pound for pound fighter in the world, and he's got to go fight Tank to prove that he's elite. What is that talk? The man is.
I said B.
No, he doesn't have to prove his fight Tank to prove his elite, but I believe he could go to 130 though.
Well,
we'll see. I think that if it happens, it has to happen within the next year, maybe 2025 sometime.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, because they're both getting. I mean, Tank's not got much time left, really. To be honest, he's not had that many. He's only had 30 fights.
It's crunch time. We've been on for about 4 hours, and I want.
Oh my God! Yes.
I want to tap into.
Rachel bailed on me. Rachel, you bailed on me. You got me hooked up here. Then you left, and then you left me on the hook here.
It's a setup, bro. It was a hook. It was the worm on the hook, bro. To get you up here. So we got Tank and Frank who just had their first press conference. Tank, you know, I'm interested in everybody's perspective on here. I talked about my perspective already early on how I feel about it, so I'm definitely interested in everybody in the platform on the panel's perspective on how that went, what you like, what you didn't like, what you saw, how'd you feel? You know what I mean? Tank being in his boss mode, showing in my opinion, for the first time, really just unhinged. Tank 2.0 unhinged. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Doing whatever he feels like doing. How did you guys feel about that presser?
The only thing I took away from it is thank God that Mayweather's not around him, because this man is able to be himself. I never seen him more comfortable ever in front of the cameras and speaking, just shooting his thing naturally, who he is. Keep Mayweather the fuck away in Saudi. We don't need him around this young man. And I'm hoping, because look, man, my gripe with Tank is just two things. I want you to fight the best, and I don't want your fucked up personal life no more. I want that fixed, because you should be representing better. You can be a lot better. And if he was to do those two things, he will get especially the you know, fight the best, bro. You'll get my respect. But what I saw, I liked it. You just feel like a weight lifted off his shoulders, bro. I've never seen him this damn comfortable. Other times he's like looking at Mayweather, like, you know how you ever seen like a kid paranoid or something, looking at his dad or some bullshit like that. That's how he was with Mayweather, bro. Keep Mayweather the hell away.
You're gonna
And
have
that's
to,
it.
like, I remember there was this one time where I was out and about with my wife and her oldest son, right? And I asked him, if he wanted a beer. You feel me? I'm like, I went to go get a beer. I'm like, you want a beer? And he just kind of looked back at his mom. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, bro, you a grown ass man. Do you want a beer? You don't want a beer? Just say you don't want a beer, bro. He just kind of looked at her and he was like, and that's the kind of look that that Tank would do. Like you'd ask him something, he just kind of like, I don't know. He just seems so like so chained. So you know what I mean? So muzzled. And
what a terrible environment he was in that part.
That tonight, Saturday night, listen, man, I was entertained and listen,
smiling too, bro, like a natural, like when you see an authentic smile, he had an authentic smile.
I was feeling the jokes. I was feeling what he was saying to Frank Martin. He was talking that real ish. You too green. You know what I mean? Do I believe it? I don't know all the way, but I'm just saying he just was selling the shit out of that fight. You know what I'm saying? And also the biggest thing that I was happy about was for the longest time, whenever we argue about Tank with the fans, it's always the fans like putting words in Tank's mouth. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is why he did it. Naturally, this is why he's doing that. Naturally, this is why. It was refreshing to hear Tank communicate his intentions, what he wants to do, what he plans on doing. He was just really letting the world know. And I love to hear from Tank how he felt. I love hearing him say, I'll fight Ryan at 140. I loved hearing him say Shakur is definitely on the list. I loved hearing him say like all these fight, you know what I mean? Teofimo, he said was on the list. Like he just said all these names, and I'm like, damn, bro, he's really not caring. He's not, the Tank last year was I don't call nobody out. I don't need to. This year, when he came in, when they took off that damn bracelet off his ankle and got him off parole, they set an animal free, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Echo, do you want to comment on what you thought, or do you want to?
Yeah, I think he's coming into his own now. He's got the confidence because he's never lost, and also I think he's allowing his because like what LHOD said about Mayweather. I don't think he felt really comfortable around him that much, and at the press conference, what I got from that was Tank was trying to test the waters before he was actually doing what he was doing by getting him to do certain things. If you can get somebody to do certain things, it's like in hypnosis, they call that pacing and leading. When you actually pace the situation, then lead them to do what you want them to do. And that's what he was doing. He was gradually getting him to do what he wanted him to do. And that was just a simple thing, to look at the phone, to get nearer, allow him to get nearer. After he'd even broken that with the slap on the hand, because that was a test to see what would come afterwards. It's all a psychological game. Like I said, if you want somebody to like you, don't do something nice for them. Get them to do something nice for you.
I love it.
And I'm a trained hypnotist, so I know how this works.
Oh, that's why we're all saying what you're saying.
Oh man, that's okay. We learn something new every day. Pay attention.
It's called pacing and leading. It's called.
Yep, no doubt.
This man's bringing in some good stuff on this panel, guys. You guys better absorb it.
Now HLD about to become a hypnotist. Look at this.
I don't know how long it'll ever take. To get a panel like this together again.
Why do you think in the courts they say don't lead the witness?
It's been a great panel.
Look at my logo, Ray. Look at my logo, Ray. Look deep into my logo, Ray.
Look at it. Eo, say it. Yeah. Go ahead, Ray, man. Tap in, man. What do you think about the presser, man?
I thought it was good energy from Tank. I thought Tank brought what was necessary to sell the fight. He definitely poked the bear, but it just too much information given in other interviews. Now that bothers me, but Tank is definitely in this. He's definitely come to his own. I've seen this for a while. I'm glad he's talking, because me and you already talk about this. You know what I mean? Like we don't buy in what the narratives are. You know what I mean? Everyone's speaking for this guy. Everybody telling him that he can't fight at 140. Everyone telling him that this guy's a weight bully. Everyone telling him that he wants it to be the A side. Tank is saying, I'm coming for everybody. I don't care what y'all say and how y'all say it. I'm doing what I want to do, and I'm going to make it happen. Matter of fact, I got 7 fights to do it, and I'm going to prove it. I like that energy because he's giving you a timeline. He's giving you a date. He's telling you, and when I say date, I'm saying like he's giving you a mark that these guys are going to be on the calendar one day. And that's how he sees it, and he ain't running. And he already said before it was Devin Haney he wanted to kill, right? He eliminated him, and it wasn't because of Ryan fight. It's Shakur. Before the Ryan fight, him and Shakur has been getting into it lately, and he said he talked too much. And I'm on the record for saying that too. I was like, how many times I tell you, I like Shakur, but I think he just talks a little too much. And I think, you know what I mean? And me being from Jersey, that's wild, like for somebody to really have to say that about somebody. But it is what it is, bro. You know what I mean? So I think Tank is definitely, yeah. He's definitely proven himself to be a cash cow at this point, and the entertainer.
Yeah, he shows he can handle the limelight. He shows he can handle the stage. Give him a chance. Back up off of him. I love seeing Leonard Ellerbe backed up, letting Tank do his thing. I even saw a moment where Tank kind of like checked Tom Brown a little bit, like, yo, we straight, back up, you know what I'm saying? And just like when he was trying to show Frank Martin the video, and Tom was like, come on, guys, now I don't want you guys tearing it up in here. And Frank and you know, like he really took control of, like, ain't nobody messing up nothing in here, bro. Let us cook. We cooking right now. We on the same page. That being said, though, how'd y'all feel about Frank Martin's presence on the stage? Where did he fall short, or did he do what he was supposed to do? Keeping in mind, of course, that this is the biggest stage Frank Martin's ever been on. I don't know if we expected him to just be an overnight superstar, but it seemed like he had some poise about him. How do you guys feel about what he showed Saturday?
I think you said it right there. He showed his poise. This is not his thing, bro. It's, you know, the jibber jabber thing. It's not his game. He's a little bit more mature in his ways than most, and so a lot of people thought that he got caught in the headlights and all that shit. And I just think he just doesn't entertain the shenanigans. He just doesn't. And so I'm not gonna put anything on it. He is dry as toast as far as wanting to sell a fight. That's just what it is. But it's not because he was caught in the, you know, it's just, this is not his game. He's never been a talkative guy. He's serious, and I don't know if he has a, you know, how his family dynamic is, but it seems like he's just all about business, and that's that. Okay. And so, I mean, I'm not gonna judge him on anything. He just, hey, you know, you can't sell the fight, let the other guy sell the fight. Isn't that what Devin Haney did with Ryan Garcia? He let Ryan Garcia sell the fight. I ain't gonna do shit. You do it, and hey, that's all you need to do. Get present, respond to a couple things, and let that man do the showmanship, bro. He'll sell the fight. And so I think that's what he's doing, man. So I'm not going to judge him.
Just to ask you, HLD, since you're on the topic, so should he change anything as these press conferences continue, and as as far as like, is he where he should be, and he should stay in that frequency mode to give him the best chance to be focused to fight against?
The one thing I saw a couple of things is that even after all this, they were still amicable, sharing pictures and all that. And I'm like what? I don't know, man. Don't get caught up in that. He, you know, the buddy. I mean, you're gonna shit on you, but then you're my friend still. No, you gotta draw that line. Let's just make it line. Now, get the fuck away from me. We ain't taking pictures together. I'm gonna respond to your question. We're gonna have our, but you know, we're not buddies. I didn't like that. I saw some like fake buddy shit afterwards. Like, yo, you slap my hand, but then you're gonna want to show me your phone. Right. What is that, bro? Man, I'm gonna take the phone. I would have thrown it across the damn room. That's what I would have done, right? Yo,
that's
people
exactly
here.
What I'm talking about. You're right.
That's what I wanted to see. Don't. He slapped you, right? What are you doing? So I don't know if he looks like a sacrificial lamb at that point for me. I don't like that. Either be a dog. That's it. I'm not saying you gotta be loco. I'm not saying you gotta, but yo, I know you're gonna respect me as a motherfucking man. That's what I'm gonna say. You're gonna respect me. That's it. And I didn't see that from him. I thought he got caught up in that.
I agree. That's why I said I think it was a little bit of nerves that kind of got in the way of him trying to be that guy, because I think he does carry himself a certain way, but he just doesn't look to have that type of energy where he wants to be the troublemaker or bring some type of negative publicity. So he's about business, but I think at the same time he's like, yo, I'm up against a machine right now. So you know what I mean, it's a little nervousness there, and you can see it a little bit, but it also seems like he was like, you know what, a way to relax right now for me is just to chill. Let me just do what I do, say nothing, respond, and keep it going, and let the people judge. And I think that's what it was.
No doubt, no doubt. Echo, how did you feel about Frank Martin's position and how he looked on there? Do you think there's anything he should have done better, or do you think he just, was being true to himself?
My belief, with what I know about psychology, he should have set the frame. In other words, he should have decided what he was going to do before he got there, because I think he was a bit apprehensive. And as HLD said, it allowed him to do things like I said, pacing and leading. You decide what you're going to do. For instance, if you're going to play a game of football, you might, or whatever it might be, a sport, and you might decide to have it as a play thing. But the other person doesn't want to have it as a play thing, but you're still playing by the same rules. You've got to go on there and decide what you're willing to do in order to act. In other words, create the frame. And what he should have done, he should have immediately deframed and ignored some of his questions, ignored a lot of the things, because if you don't need to talk about it, don't talk about it, and don't allow somebody to set the stage, really, because your reaction deciding how well he looks.
Mm-hmm.
By looking at the phone, that wasn't a good thing. And asking, and what he should have done, he should have, if somebody says, that you're like, for instance, when he said, that I started when I was 7, you did when you was 15. So what? That doesn't mean anything. But he should have dealt with that in a more positive way rather than he actually said that it doesn't mean anything, but he wasn't strong enough, and he didn't put Gervonta in his place at any time. And he could have done by understanding these dynamics. But he's not that kind of person. I don't think he really wants to argue. But you don't really have to argue to shut something down. You just have to change the frame or deframe or reframe.
Right.
And this is a skill that people get from having debates, by you changing the narrative and things like that. Not just ignoring the question, but just, it's like saying somebody trying to talk to you, or how can I put it? Just suppose hypothetically somebody says something or does something that you don't like. You can say, what part of don't you want me to talk to you? Do you understand?
Right.
Or what part of no contact don't you understand? I don't want you to talk to me. Leave me alone. That's it. End of question.
I mean,
but you got to be firm though when you deal with this.
So even when he said to him about him being I just had it on top of my mind. Sorry, Echo. Go ahead, continue, because I'm gonna have to redress this.
Go on. I'm waiting.
No, I lost my train of thought here because
what I'll say is this, right? I agree. I think HLD had a great breakdown. Echo had a great breakdown. Ooh. Excuse me. It's that time of the night, but I feel like he stayed true to himself. He was poised. He took care of his business as far as not getting out of character, right? I think the biggest victory for him was he didn't allow Tank to pull him out of character, to have him, angry or what I'm saying, just trying to out Tank on the stage. Tank is just really good. I mean, he showed that when it comes down to talking that mess, he's really good at it. He was, I heard Hoodrich once said that Tank is really like, a funny, really goofy kind of energy type of person. And he showed that in the presser. And I'm glad to see that Frank didn't try to compete with him in that space. But I also agree with everybody here, most definitely, that I did think he let Tank get in his space too easily. There was way too much. That line was crossed way too easily. He was, the phone thing. Like, why are you interested in seeing a fight on a phone that you were there for? What are you going to see in that phone that you don't know for yourself already happened? It almost kind of validated Tank. Like Tank was going to show him something that he wasn't aware of. But let me see. It just didn't look good. And yeah, slapping his hand away just kind of made it clear that we're not friends. I think Tank made the message very clear to Frank, like, we ain't friends. So I don't know why Frank didn't carry accordingly with that same energy. Like, oh, we ain't cool, then we ain't cool. Then you don't need to come nowhere near me. You already put your hands on me, bro. And we supposed to tear up the stage over it. But I'm going to be as mature as I can about it. But you damn sure ain't getting back close to me without me thinking that you even thinking about putting your hands on me. I might put my hands on you before you put your hands on me. It could get crazy. So we're going to keep the distance. Going into any other press conferences that they might have, Frank, I hope Frank stays kind of where he was temperament wise and just, fixes those things. I hope he doesn't allow the opinion of the masses to have him coming in over aggressively or showing the world that he's been thinking about this clearly since the last press conference. I think his focus needs to be on the biggest challenge of his life, which is fighting one of the pound for pound best fighters and probably the most dangerous fighter anywhere in between 130 to 140 pounds, maybe even 147 pounds in between there. The most dangerous fighter that he's ever going to fight. Him and Derek James need to be on one accord. And I hope he keeps that energy and he focuses on that more than he focuses on what's happening at these press conferences.
Absolutely. I think he just cannot be a conformist to Tank Davis's energy and let him be led by him, because that's what it felt like. You got led by him, bro. He put the leash on you and then come watch this, do this, do that. Like, no, man, you can't do that. That's the only thing I didn't like. He doesn't need to get out of his character in the next end. He just needs to be what he was, but do not get led by this dude, bro. This guy showed that he's the alpha of the pack. That's what he showed. He's the alpha, and you're gonna do what I say. I'm like, what the hell is that? And no, man, that can't be that energy. That's all.
Agreed.
Yeah, it was led, but it was paced first. Right. Like I said, in hypnosis, they'll pace the subject by telling them to sit a certain way. They'll ask them certain questions, which it doesn't matter which you ask. If I say to you, do you want to be hypnotized, sitting down or standing up? Either way, whatever your answer, you've answered. You've agreed to be hypnotized. So when Tank's calling him over, and he's following. I mean, I remember when Tank knocked the phone out of fans' hands, or somebody I think it was in one of the events he was walking through. He knocked the phone out of somebody's hand. If I'd have said, if Tank would have done this with me and he said to me, look at the phone, I would say no. And if he'd have continued to put the phone in my face or ask me to do, I'd have knocked the phone out of his hand. That would have just shut everything down. This is how Tank needs to be dealt with. Because he did this with somebody else. Somebody else wanted to show him the phone or take a photo of him, and he knocked the phone out of his hand. You can't allow this person this kind of it's bullying, really. And it is pacing and leading. It's what you call pacing and leading. Like I said.
Yeah. And Tank controlled it, because even when Frank Martin tried to touch the phone, Tank wouldn't allow him to touch the phone.
Yeah.
He was in complete control of it. Like, don't touch it, just look. And then you saw and then Frank took the instructions and kind of like fixed it. Yeah. It looked bad. It didn't look good. It's
hypnosis. It's what you call covert hypnosis. Yeah. It's not overt, it's covert. It goes under the radar with the person that they behave to.
All right, so guys, it's about that time. We're 5 hours in. Great panel tonight, by the way. Thank you for everybody who was here. Rachel, I know she's not here anymore, but really appreciated her input. Shout out to HLD, you coming in with your input. I always appreciate the respectful nature of all of our conversations, no matter how much we disagree. There's always a respect amongst gentlemen. I like to hang my hat on that as a example for the rest of the space, to kind of take some notes and not let things get so personal to where you're disrespecting each other to where you can't even come back from it. We're talking about a sport that we love. None of us are in the ring fighting each other. We're talking about other fighters that we like fighting each other. And I appreciate the respect amongst the gentlemen, the great information, the great perspective. this panel right here was a very balanced panel with Echo being a historian who also has aspects on what's going on now, gave us a lot of reference to things that to put perspective on certain things we were talking about. Shout out to HLD for always being confident in his perspective and how he speaks on how he sees things. Always able to bring some tangible like understanding of his mind state. I love it. You know what I'm saying? And my co-host, of course, who came in a little late this evening, but always bringing that practical, reasonable, unbiased, on the fence, just like, hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander perspective on all the topics we're talking about. I appreciate all you guys. This is one of the best panels I had tonight. I'm gonna let you guys close out however you feel like, whatever you guys feel like speaking on, and we can close out, man. This is a great ass episode. Pause. I said ass. I don't know why I said pause.
We know what you're thinking about right now when you go to bed. Anyhow, yo, great panel. Like always, man. Good chat with you guys. Rachel, you owe me one. You got me on the hook up here. But yo, man. I mean, trust the science, people. Trust the science. Peace out, my people. Love. Bless.
Peace out. Salute, HL. Go ahead, Echo.
Yeah, I'm just excited for the great fights that are coming up.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things I'm looking forward to, and I'm just a fan of boxing. I just want to see the great fights. That's all. You know, I don't care who wins. It doesn't matter who wins to me, to be honest. I mean, usually I don't have a horse in the race at all. Right. I just want to see great fights, and I'm happy to come on a podcast or whatever, such as you guys, because you always keep it 100% real, and you're not biased like a lot of others say they're not biased, but they are. They've got a bias towards the fighter, and you guys never do that. So I've got to give you 100% credit for that, and I'm always happy to come on here and, talk things out, whatever, and give my opinion, because that's all it is. We don't really know who's going to win. We only believe certain things. I don't have to hate Crawford to love Spence. They're both great fighters.
No doubt. Hey, you know what, Echo? Not to to backtrack, but I didn't hear your perspective on the Canelo Munguia situation. The only reason I'm interested in it, I mean, I'm always interested in what you have to say, but we had a great conversation before the fight. We looked at some video together. Was there anything that you walked away from that, like feeling differently about Munguia or Canelo, or what, as far as the results of that fight and how that fight went? Did you feel like Munguia earned a little more respect from you? Like, did you see some things in him that maybe you weren't too sure he was going to be able to deal with, or anything in that fight?
Well, he did really well. I think he did really well. I think he could have chosen the angles better, but then that all depends on what drills they're doing on on the pads, on the bags, and also the head location when you throw a punch. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of boxers, like I said, the old time boxers used to sway a lot more with the punches. When they threw hooks, they used to sway. If you sway, you take your head offline, rather than when you just turn your body and rotate like a revolving door. This is why Canelo was able to get that uppercut off, and knock him down, because of the position of his head. You look at Rocky Marciano. Very rarely he got hit clean, really. And when he did, he was able to take it because he was always swaying with his punches. Right.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Munguia has got nothing to be ashamed of. He did a very good job. Yep. And Canelo is the number one. I think in boxing for sure. He's the face of He is the face of boxing.
Outside of Turkey, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Turkey's a real face of boxing.
I agree with that. I mean, he's done more for boxing in the last 10 years than nearly anybody has.
Let's keep it 100, man. He's giving us what we want.
Listen, he's changed the way that people are putting on fights right now. Like,
yes, exactly.
I was talking to Clay about that. I said, since he came out with the Anthony Joshua fight in 2023, PBC put on a great show on Showtime for the end of the year. They put on great shows because it's just the competitiveness. 2024, they came out with a couple of good fights. We've seen Matchroom put on good shows. We've seen PBC put on another one with just this past March. We've seen it. We've seen, and now just May with Canelo, in their second event. We're starting to see a trend here, and we are even seeing fighters go over to that to match room to fight with Turkey Sheets on their cards. It's turning out to be a great thing he's doing for boxing. So I would have to agree with Clay on that.
No doubt.
He's pulling the promoters together to work together to give the best fights.
In the street, right?
And you don't always have to. Look at the situation with the president of South Africa. He was put in prison by the guy, but then he came out and became, worked together. You don't have to hate somebody not to work together.
Right.
Business is business, man, and great fights are great fights, and don't get in the way of the fans seeing what the, like, be loyal to your fans and sometimes look past your own personal issues to give your fans who love the fighters that are under your skin the fight that they want to see.
It's for the greater good at the end of the day.
Yes,
like Nelson Mandela. Look what happened. He came out, and the guy that put him in prison, he actually came out and worked with him, and it became president. So how does that work? You've got people like what's his name, Hearn working with Warren now.
Right.
That's not a bad thing.
That's five. That 5-on-5 is going to be very entertaining. That 5-on-5, I'll tell you what. How about this? Just to put this in perspective for you guys, that 5-on-5 saved the card when Beterbiev got hurt and he can't fight against Bivol. That card is still a legitimate card that's going to go through because of how competitive, because of the cross promotion and the fights that were put together were so great on that card that even though the headliner of that card is not happening, legitimately, we're still interested in seeing that 5-on-5 take place. That's what happens when promoters come together and put together those kind of cards, for sure.
Has the Bivol fight with Benavidez, with Beterbiev, has that been rescheduled?
Yeah, it's being rescheduled. Beterbiev.
For when?
They haven't said the date yet. They haven't said it yet.
Because them injuries are not that easy to overcome,
Right. No.
I know somebody had that similar injury like that, and they was out for like 9 months.
Yeah. So we'll hope. Well wishes and prayers to Beterbiev. I hope he comes out of that winning. He's older too, so.
Yeah. My friend was old. My friend was about 45 when he had his done, and it took him ages. And it depends on what kind of operation you have. If you have titanium and things like that, and you have the pins in, it takes ages and ages and ages to put titanium. Obviously, that's what they use usually when they do these ACLs or whatever. Yeah. A lot of times, things like hips and knees and things like that. They're very difficult to overcome. Yeah. Yep.
No doubt. All right, guys, but we're about to close it up. It's about that time.
All right. Have a nice day, man.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Claymore, I gave you my phone number, didn't I?
Listen, I'm telling you, it didn't go through. Something didn't work out.
Right. I'm going to put my phone number again on there. Hold on.
Right,
will anybody see it?
Put it in the private chat.
Put it in the private chat. Put it in the private chat for sure. Yeah.
This is... I put the code in on my number as well.
Stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight.
Guys, I appreciate you guys. Echo, I'll leave this open a little bit longer so that the message can come in there.
Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down. No.
Are you there?
Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they want to take my place?
Mr. R, wins Benavidez or Bivol. They have a little history sparring, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I heard that Benavidez got the best of the sparring, so I think that'd be a great fight, man. I don't know. Hey, guys, please, hit the like. haven't subscribed to the channel, please take a moment to go ahead and do that. We appreciate you guys. It's your boy Ray, it's your boy Ray Davis. This is JTB Combat Show. It's all you guys.
I hate when you elevate. Stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah, why they wanna put me down? Almost tripped, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't keep it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't keep it down. Oh, yeah. I see the fashion lights. Make sure the fashion right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Oh, I might just pull up a Ferrari. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. This that high life with a future. You can have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Elevate. The hate when you elevate. Yeah, the hate when you elevate. Elevate. The hate when you elevate. I had to elevate.
What's up, Ray?